Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, won't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked out with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Ho, ho.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues, thing just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues, thing just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy sky was disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
This our soil, on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just lie on.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just lie on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happiness. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain turns power, our roots and trees. We know world is rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my code. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here. It's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, We're fighting not to go back home. We waving arms where we were forged. Every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Serving on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Killing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. All y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. Thank you, Twin, for putting the subscriber
family.
And on this season 6, episode 31, part 3, part 2, continuation of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 2. Or excuse me, part 1. And that is Don Lemon and Brian Allen now oppose white media. How statistics get weaponized against Black Americans. Melanated dollars matter. The wealth transfer is underway. Black dollars moving to Black businesses. Great news, great news. Iran says Strait is closed. U.S. says it's open. Who's telling the truth? 40 people have perished in France's Stream 2026 Heatwave. Great news. Letting them biscuits fry. Then we got Pan-Africanists used to acknowledge Indigenous Black people in America, but then they stopped. I wonder why. And if you're Black, watch this. Arab and Barbary trade that lasted 1,300 years before the transatlantic slave trade. Then Tariq Nasheed debates a combative Contrarian. DJ Akademiks employee exposed as racist foreigner and gets served lawsuit papers. Our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver / Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the frontline. Salute Fresh. The first one is Frontline Black News, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we got backup. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chain Chroma. That's where I stream all the city council meetings for Denver and Aurora and the local Denver events, such as Juneteenth, which I was at this past weekend, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years. Consistently. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll. Michelle subbed to that so she can start going live on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, which Twin already put the link in this chat. Thank you, Twin. The RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Michelle subbed to that. She should be dropping the RBA sometime this week. So Michelle, stay tuned for that. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube again. Then we got our cousin, our local throughout the Bay Area, Jay Militant. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant? Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother out the Mile High, Kukizi, who's from Bellside, Montbello. He's a dope MC / rap artist out of Denver, Colorado, and he came up with the FBA culture reports. So make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, Kukizi 5100. Then we got my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, who's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, is now in Houston, Texas, is now in Virginia. And he just surpassed 1,000 subscribers, so salute to Breeze. He was live earlier. I tapped in with him yesterday. As a matter of fact, then we got our brother who's from Watts, California originally, but is now in Houston, Texas. Our brother Church of Black Power. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He should be dropping a video. He might be live right now. I don't know. I haven't looked, but check him out. The Church of Black Power. He's fast approaching 4,000 subscribers, so salute to him. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus. Put Alicia Cabrera on and drop similar content to what we do over here. So make sure y'all check him out. And then we got our brothers Black Alpha Network, who did a show yesterday. Make sure y'all check that out. Brother Afro Elite will be going on later. And our last but not least, our brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. And the link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to submit your business is in the description. And the link to the Freedmen Reparations Party merch is also in the description. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus, long overdue, and create a foundational Black American Caucus. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Sister Brooks' Call to Action. I don't know if it's still going on, because I think last week was the last week. But she probably got some other campaign going on. So make sure you check out Sister Brooke out of New York, Brooklyn, BK, where Brooklyn at. And shout out to her, shout out to Brother Divine, and shout out to BX and Melrose. Then we got the RDAS Act. Make sure y'all check that out. The reparations for the Descendants of American Chattel Slavery Act, the American Slaves Act. We changed our order petitions in the description. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox. We put hands and feet all over that in the white supremacist Nabisco. Chud the Bussy, otherwise known as Chud the Builder, and Dalton Earthly Etherly, whatever the hell his damn name is. Donate to our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe. I think he met his goal, but let's help him surpass the goal. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Mandy Short for putting that together. The change.org petition link is in the description. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background. I am a candidate on the ballot for office here in the state of Colorado for House District 8. And as Twin has put in the chat, vote Che, 2026 for District 8. And then we got the copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Thank you, Twin. Thank you. Appreciate you. You said this is your #1 spot for B1 information, right? Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists on this planet and in this realm, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that is economics, that's education. Yeah, check the bottom. Fuck him. Straight buster, exactly. Economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced justice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., produced justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists on this planet and in this realm, is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 2 months ago. So shout out to her. Yes, health and nutrition is big, fresh. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. My little Black Panther just jumped on the back of my chair. All right. So I'm going to hop right into it. Finish off where we left off last night with funky ass Don Lemonade. Oh, remember him? Don Lemonade, the one that could smell weed but couldn't smell injustice during Ferguson. The one that got fired from CNN and is now calling himself a podcaster. And one of the biggest shoe shines in the game. Oh, Byron Allen. So Professor Black Truth's going to give us an update on that. Yeah, the B1 kittens. And we also have Lady Che with us as well. She's right here.
Moment of truth. Well, what do you know? Ain't these a pair? The same video had 2 different thumbnails for some reason. One said, "Stop trusting white media." The other said, "White media is afraid of this man." I've watched the video, so I'll spare you that, but there's nothing here other than Byron Allen basically saying he's the only person who's repping Black ownership in media. He boasts that America had a Black president before it had a Black person on TV at 11:35. Because as we all know, whether Byron Allen has enough time on TV is the most important issue that's been facing Black America since 1619. And one thing's for sure, he's definitely not out here just for himself. Say, anyone remember when the A-Dunce clowns were backing this guy up? Yeah, we all remember that. Now, does anyone remember how after he settled that asinine lawsuit, he was doing all these things for them or for any other Black people? Me neither. And this is what Don Lemonade, or should I say Lemonhead, had the nerve to post on what he called a Juneteenth special. Oh yeah, it's special, all right. Short bus special. To say that Byron Allen has a dysfunctional relationship with his own Blackness would be like saying Lizzo has a dysfunctional relationship with exercise. And no, I don't think that it's a coincidence at all that Don Lemonade had this guy on his podcast. There's somebody who's been looking to find a way to slither back onto television. But as for Byron Allen, he spouts the usual talking points: slavery, targeted institutional economic deprivation, and the like. But it just sounds so strange coming from him. It lacks the ring of truth. He does come from Hollyweird after all, so he knows how to act, though he's not very good at it. He sounds like he's trying to convince himself that he has a connection to the condition of Black people who he has no contact with and has done less than nothing for. He talks about the white powers that be not wanting the people they enslave to be in a position to compete against them. That's true, but that's also the entire problem with you, Byron Allen. You're not competing against the white media or white power for that matter. You're working with them. And as we see with the Ellison CBS, you're working for them. You're working to bring eyeballs to their media, and you're paying them for the privilege, millions of dollars. Some people might describe that as hustling backwards, because CBS, which is owned by the Ellisons, has made the racist, incompetent Barry Weiss the head of CBS News, and they chose to let Byron Allen buy airtime on that network, to the tune of millions of dollars, by the way. I truly can't emphasize that enough. Now, does that sound like the white media is afraid of this man? Are they afraid to take millions of dollars from a clown who's putting crappy comedy shows on late night? How is that something that the white media is afraid of? I would love to say that Byron Allen is controlled opposition, but he's not opposing anything. He's just controlled. And Don Lemon had the nerve to put up a thumbnail saying, "Stop trusting white media. Stop giving the white media millions, Byron." That's what I say. Byron Allen works for the white media. He's made deals with them for decades now. And right now, he's paying them millions of dollars to be on their airwaves. He's making the white media rich because they were losing money on their late night before he came along. He's making it profitable for them. And why did the white media enter into a partnership with this guy at all? Because he's going to bring them black eyeballs. Or at least you better believe that's what he told them. Just like Dennis Richelieu, this is another clown who wants to let the white media know he's got an in with the black audience. Oh, he's going to go ahead and corral those black eyeballs and bring them to the network of David and Larry Ellison, who put the racist Barry Weiss on their payroll too. Well, they all belong together, that's for sure. But this woman, Barry Weiss, who platformed every anti-black racist that she could, if you were someone who's an apologist or even outright advocate for anti-black racism, Barry Weiss put you on her struggle blog. The only good thing about it was that nobody actually read it. The millionaire, billionaire Zionist who bankrolled her operation, they made her rich, but at no point did she ever become a decent human being. But this is who the Ellisons wanted to run their propaganda network. And Byron Allen is part of their machine now. CBS was already bad enough before now, but at this point, you can't even pretend that they're anything other than an open cesspool of anti-black sentiment. And yet this is who Byron Allen couldn't wait to get on the airwaves of, smiling to beat the band, bragging about how great this partnership is going to be. And yet here he is talking to Don Lemonade as if, oh, we're taking on the machine. Yeah, right. It's perverted and reprehensible that these two clowns are talking about white media. Don Lemonade made his name, such as it is, on the white media. He's been one of their sock puppets for most of his adult life. And the sock puppet pun is intended because the white media has had its hand up his rump, and why not? There's plenty of room. And now these two clowns are trying to rebrand themselves. That's what's really going on here. And Byron Allen's talking like he's the second coming of Marcus Garvey again. You know what that means. He must have another lawsuit against some white corporation that he's preparing. Where can this fool show where he's put anyone else on? The only person he's ever done anything for is Byron Allen and his blonde wife. This guy's a clown. He's trying to talk black empowerment, or at least you got Don Lemonade trying to drop some black media lingo while he works for white power and snuggles up to it too. And to put this out on Juneteenth, yeah, they knew Juneteenth would be trending and they were trying to jump on the algorithm, but nobody's fooled. It's an insult to our ancestors for the likes of bootlick Byron Allen to be talking about the reasons they brought us here. I wonder when he was going to talk about the collaborators and the house Negroes who would betray us every time we staged an uprising or revolt. Because we all know where Byron Allen would have been during slavery, the same place he is right now, standing right next to Massa. And when it comes time to overthrow White Daddy and put some pain on those white supremacists, we also know where Byron Allen would be on that one too. He'd be trying to make a deal with Massa, same way he's making deals with the white media today. It's easy to dunk on this joker because of what he's been doing for the last 3 or 4 decades. I mean, the puns and the jokes and the mockery practically write themselves. You got to be some kind of stupid to let either Don Lemonade or Byron Allen tell you about the white media. They're trying to absolve themselves of their decades of sins and crimes against the FBA lineage. Both of these traitors, by the way, sadly are of the lineage, but it takes a hell of a lot more than that to be one of us. You also must have an oppositional mindset to white supremacy, and these two were some of the main butt-kissing collaborators with it. When they go home at night, they're not going home to a black spouse. They're not going home to a black family. They're going home to, well, they're going home to white supremacy in the bedroom. And no amount of insincere lip service and phony baloney make-believe will make us believe them. But I don't at all think it's coincidence that these two are sitting here mobbed up together. Don't be surprised if and when Don Lemonade winds up on CBS because of Byron Allen doing some stupid interview or what have you. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Barry Weiss decided to do a segment about Don Lemonade on the CBS Sunday Morning News. Sure, the Trump administration's hoping to prosecute Don, and since the Ellisons are mobbed up with the Orange Man, any story they do about Lemonade would take shots at him. But since when has Don Lemon been bothered by the white media executives talking greasy about him? Long as he's on camera, he'll be smiling anyway. Byron Allen and Don Lemonhead are both proof that the white media can give you a platform, but they can't give you legitimacy. So these two are trying to bestow legitimacy on themselves. The grassroots don't fool with Byron Allen or his blonde wife, so he sounds doubly stupid trying to use our verbiage, but this is what the white media that he falsely claims fears him has always done. He takes his cues from them. They find some sniveling, cowardly tool, some intersectional individual, usually at a university or some white think tank or some white dark money funded operation. And this person, who usually identifies themselves by their sexuality or their mixed race or immigrant or whatever, they're just not black first. This is who the white media will run some articles about or do a couple of videos and post some online content about them, calling these anonymous nobodies the new black leaders or the new voices in black media, that kind of thing, trying to basically use our verbiage, filing off the serial numbers just enough where they think they can get away with it. They pathetically use some of our lingo to see if anyone will be dumb enough to fall for it, but all they're doing is testing the waters. Can they get their chosen puppets some traction? Most of the time, they can't. Byron Allen's been in business totally for himself, and if he was just honest about that and wasn't pretending like this is about black people's opportunities, then his grift, while still odious, would at least be marginally respectable because he's honest. But that's not what he's doing. He keeps pushing this line that black people's rights are on the line when the only thing that's ever been at stake for him was getting access to white media contracts. And I'm sure he justifies it by telling himself that he's just elbowing his way into these white spaces. Okay, but he's a liar when he tries to claim the way he's doing is somehow elevating any other black person but himself. The problem for Byron Allen is the new voices of black media don't want anything from him. The A-dunce crowd, they wanted something from him, and they got nothing. But here's the thing. Even if Byron Allen didn't just use them and throw them away like a Kleenex, even if he actually did put them on like they were misled into believing, would that suddenly make him legit? Would that make all of his white media butt-kissing okay? A white media tool giving some busy work to some failed DNC shills. Does that suddenly mean that he's not some white media punk who's only out for himself? You know, Caroline Wanga thought that her fellow African immigrant, Richelieu Dennis, was down for her. After all, he put her on the payroll, made her a somebody. But we all know how that turned out now, don't we? There's no honor among sleaze. Byron Allen and Don Lemonade are marooned on the same island together. They alienated themselves from the black grassroots, and no amount of trying to co-opt our language is going to change that. Before it's all over, I wouldn't be surprised if these two wound up at each other's throats. There's certainly precedent for that with Don Lemonade, just ask Chris Cuomo. The reason opportunists can't trust each other is because their entire MO is to try to figure out how do they get over on the other guy before the other guy gets over on them. So while we're not going to be watching Byron Allen's late night comedy snore fest, we'll still be keeping an eye on the man himself, not because he's fascinating and not because we think the white media is afraid of him, but because he's been imitating his white media masters, trying to buy up this or that company, and he doesn't put his name on there. He has you thinking to yourself, oh, well, this website that he got or this station that he allegedly bought, well, that's some other folks, and then you find out later on, nah, he got his little hooks into him. He weaseled in there too. He's imitating the very white media executives that he claims to want to compete against. But the black grassroots knows better. And in the end, he's going to wind up just like they will. off the air. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Morris Bodden, Frederica Moore, Mark Brown, Lamont Ingram, and Gregory Franklin. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
So 2 shields of a feather flock together and they're going to get broken like the tools that they are.
Typically,
thank you, Michael, for joining us. What are your thoughts on Don Lemonade and Byron Allen now opposed to white media all of a sudden?
Yeah, it's a little too late for Byron Donalds to say that he's
Byron
now.
Allen.
I'm sorry, Byron Allen. My correction for Byron
To hell
Allen
with
said.
him too. But yeah, to hell with Byron Donalds too. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean Byron Allen. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's too late for Byron Allen to say that he came out and acknowledge his mistakes, to say that he's no longer for white media corporations, right?
Yeah, after working for him for how long?
Probably
Was it
more than 10
CNN?
years.
At least, they damn near 20 years.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. And yeah, like I said, Don Lemons is just pretty much it's just pretty much performing and
Yeah,
not
like he
delivering.
was at that church. Remember
Right.
when he did that stupid ass protest at that church?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that, it's like this, right? Oh, and I said in the comments that Byron Allen, long time ago, should have lobbied more media contracts for FBA spaces, as opposed to trying to rock with white media corporations, because they're just going to tell Byron, "Thank you so much for attending this event, but I'm sorry, Byron Donalds, we don't have enough room for you
Or
to
Byron
enjoy this
Allen.
night." I mean,
Yeah,
Byron Allen, to enjoy a nice
No,
buffet.
they're both a bunch of damn raccoons. So
Yeah.
one is of the lineage though, the other one's a damn tether.
Yes. So the one who's a tether is Don Lemons, right?
No, Don Lemon is FBA.
Oh, FBA. Okay, Don Lemons is FBA. Okay,
Remember,
and Byron.
he checked that white supremacist,
Mhm.
the woman. Oh, Bad Salami. Yeah, remember when he checked Bad Salami? Thank you, Lady Che. Remember when he checked Bad Salami?
Mm-hmm.
Got fired.
That's how he ended up getting. Well, he told that white woman that she was past her prime.
Right after that.
That was the straw that broke the camel's back. But yeah, when he went off on Vivek, when Vivek was running for president.
Yep. And I remember in Ramit.
Yeah, Vivek Bad Salami.
Basalami, right? Basalami said to Don Lemons, "Slavery was a long time ago. Like, there's no need to justify for reparations." I remember that clip.
Spooked the hell off on him.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, Don Lemons should have done right by FBA's long time ago and lobbied
A long
for.
time ago, but we seen in Ferguson he wasn't about that life.
Mm-hmm.
He come down there. I smell all this weed. This weed smoke going. I smell weed. I'm at the protesting. All I smell is weed. What's going on here? But you couldn't smell the injustice from the Ferguson Police Department.
Right. Yeah, Don Lemons. I think Don Lemons at that time was a controlled opposition in CNN.
CNN, yeah.
Yeah. And so he was just too cordial with Mzungus.
Mm-hmm.
And I think his wake up call was when he interviewed Basalami, and Basalami gave him a wake up call.
Yeah, and then that white woman put the nail on the coffin when he told that white woman she was past her prime.
Mm-hmm.
She was running for some seat, and he was like, "She's past her prime."
Right. Yeah, and like I said, in the comments, I said, it is like small business owners thinking that, big corporations will protect them from economic pain.
Mm-hmm.
Most big corporations are for their own bottom line.
Yep.
And it's very similar. So I tie it to how Allen is trying to claim that he's now for FBA media spaces. Yeah, it's
the grill, the rot.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same ones that was denigrating us, talking crazy, calling us agents and all of that. Woke and Hotep and all that. These are the same ones.
Mm-hmm. Right. And it's interesting how like Byron Allen became very successful and did not want to even like give even like $1 or more to black media spaces for them to thrive. Instead, it's like spending so much money.
That's how these black billionaires are. They
Yeah.
only became a billionaire because they were harming their people. So they're not gonna let you give that money to your people.
Right.
Because every black billionaire I've known ain't done shit for the black community.
True.
We got one here in Denver, Robert F. Smith. All he did was start a STEM school. That's it.
That's it. How much credit will you give him for that? Like 50% credit or
maybe 25%.
25%. You know, it's interesting because Phyllis Scott, do you remember 2019? Phyllis Scott praised Robert Smith for forgiving HBCU graduate student loans.
Oh yeah, he did that too. Okay, I'll give him 50%.
50%? Yeah. Because my question is that does Robert Smith support, reparations at least, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, what'd you say, Jess? I didn't hear you, sorry.
I said no, he already got his.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, because I would think Robert Smith would understand the country's history and do right, and say, yeah, it's
he's like, all right, I got mine. Y'all get yours.
right. And so you're basically saying that the student loan forgiveness is not enough to close the wealth gap, despite Robert Smith doing it.
Remember he did the STEM school?
Yeah, I remember the STEM school you just mentioned. Yep.
And he paid the student loans for the Morehouse graduates for that 1 year.
Mm-hmm. So basically saying that that's like not sufficient.
You're a billionaire. You won't be able to spend that money in a whole lifetime.
Right.
He's a damn near multi-billionaire. And he's sitting up here, I'm just a little crumbs here and there.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I remember Robert Smith. He married a second wife who happens to be Muzungu.
Yeah, that's exactly what he is, Fresh.
Yeah. And she is like what, twice? I think she's like what, twice his age.
Yeah, because Robert Smith is like 60.
Yeah, 60 years old. Yeah. I just hope that he's making a wise decision not to give his entire assets to his second wife.
Yeah, the white one.
Yep.
Yeah, once he dies, she gonna take all that.
Yeah, it's sad. Yeah, because if I were Robert Smith, I would use that assets and give back to the FBA community, who definitely needs it. Who definitely needs it. Who desperately needs it to thrive economically.
We do. I don't know him donating to any campaigns, any of that to help the black community. All I know is he's a billionaire, and they like to flaunt him around. Well, he's a billionaire. We got a first black billionaire, or whatever the fuck.
Right.
He ain't nothing to help the black community, except though here and there. Here's some. I think he does something about scholarships too.
Yeah, scholarships. Yep, for HBCUs. Yep.
Here's some student loan forgiveness for 1 year. And I'll do a STEM school over here.
Right, because you feel like with these with the student loan forgiveness and the STEM programs, it's not really like access to capital. It's more like, hey, we will like eliminate your debt for you by the time you enter school, and you're like, no, give us the money.
Right. It's not like he's teaching them how to be a billionaire like him.
Right. Yeah, but I think I remember Robert Smith did support Donald Trump in 2016. Surprise or not surprise?
He want them tax cuts.
Yep. And man, it's interesting how Philip Scott at that time, 2019, praised Robert Smith so much.
I know, it was kind of sickening, especially knowing that he's from Denver.
Denver, right. And Philip Scott said, I remember, that's a brother. Hey, that's a brother who truly cares about the black community
Shit,
at
boy,
that time.
Mm.
Yeah. I guess because Philip Scott wants to be a billionaire, just like Robert Smith.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. What would you say to Uncle Phil about being a billionaire?
Don't forget where you came from. I'll say that with any
Mm-hmm. Right.
millionaire, trillionaire.
True. You know, it's interesting because I remember Philip Scott said not too long ago, he said, look, I don't want to be a trillionaire. I don't want to be that. Why do white people need to be trillionaires or be billionaires? But it's ironic how Philip Scott said he wants to be a billionaire himself.
Yeah. Yeah, he said, I want to see some trillionaires. Mhm.
Right.
How you think they got them trillions, though? That's exploiting people.
Exactly, right. And those trillionaires, you know, never worked very hard the entire lives. They just really never. Yeah, got wealthy, you know, through stock portfolio, slavery, anti-black racism.
Daddy left the inheritance.
Yep.
They inherited a whole bunch of shit. Yeah, they never have to work for nothing a day in their life. Look at he ain't never have to work a day in his life. He don't know what it is.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And no wonder why
He don't know what struggle is. He don't know what it. Oh, I'm decide if I'm gonna pay the internet or the electricity or eat tonight.
Mm-hmm.
He don't know none of that.
Yes, because they don't know how you're right. They don't understand what's it like to survive, you know, 24/7, 365 days a year.
I better pay the rent or do I eat tonight? Like, you don't know nothing about none of that.
Right, exactly, right. And it's like, wow, you know, these trillionaires really don't need a tax cut because they're doing fine financially, right? Even if they get taxed like say like 30%, they're still gonna have a lot of money anyways.
A lot that don't ever be able to spend in 20 lifetimes.
Right.
$1 billion, that's $1,000 billion.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it's right, and they always complain that, oh my gosh, paying so much tax to the government is going to hurt us financially. I'm like, no, trillionaires, you guys have enough. Like they have like they have like trust funds, capital assets, properties. So to me, it's like they're not gonna like suffer at all. They pay a little bit more taxes and use the tax dollars to cut the check for American freedom of chattel slavery.
Oh, shit, that's too much like right. He needs to do it for the Zambians because he's a apartheid recipient.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And yeah, it's yeah, it's crazy. It's like what Lady Chase said a couple of days ago about Elon Musk, you know, being a trillionaire and taking people's 401k. To me, it's nothing new because this has been going on for several decades and counting since Reagan.
First time we've ever had a trillionaire. I remember when it was taboo down there to say billionaire.
Right.
Now you got a whole trillionaire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it had to do with remember our Reaganomics? Reagan said, "Cut taxes, baby. Cutting taxes would stimulate the economy, create a lot of jobs. But in the long term, it did not really do a lot of good to FBAs because the wealth gap was still there, right? And it was getting worse and worse.
Established for hundreds of years.
Right. Hundreds of years, yes. And that billionaires and trillionaires, right? And millionaires, of course, did not really invest that money or capital into the real US economy. They kept saving, and allowed the money to compound over time.
That's exactly what they did.
Yep. And especially like when I hear like, you know, like trillionaires like Trump saying that they work very hard. No, they didn't work very hard. They got a silver spoon.
A golden spoon.
Yep, golden spoon. There we go. Thank you. Golden spoon.
A platinum spoon.
Yeah.
Yep. Never worked a day in his life. Did you graduate from high school? You graduate from high school, you got $1 million waiting on you. Must be nice.
Yeah, it must be nice. Yeah, and it also reminds me of Mitt Romney. You remember when a reporter
Dogger.
Yeah.
Dagger. Who is it? We got some troll in here.
Trolling. He smelled for the white media clown.
Who's a chili dogger?
Yep.
He said chili dogger or whatever.
Chili Dogger. Interesting name.
I don't know who this
Yeah.
is. Y'all got a wrench. If you get to talking crazy, you already know what to do.
Yep.
We got. That's why
The rear road hit them.
Hit with they crying foul. Exactly, fresh.
Yep.
That's exactly why.
Yep. And also and also at the same time, and it's interesting that the demon rats are not doing anything about the wealth inequality.
No.
Just complaining, but they're complaining through performative stunts.
Because they getting kickbacks and shit too. They
Yep.
tax cuts too.
Exactly. Yeah. Like $2 million. Can you imagine?
Partisan effort.
Yes, bipartisan effort. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Oh man, it goes back, man. It goes back to really like as recent as 2001, when Bush Jr. said, "We gotta cut taxes for American people."
He was a dummy. Trump made him look like a genius.
Right. Yeah, and then the deficits balloon. At the same time, American freedmen were not paid for debt that is owed to them.
No, we were dealing with Katrina. He let us die in Katrina.
Yeah, very terrible. Yeah.
Started that another unnecessary foreign war.
Yep. So like 2 wars under Bush Jr. I remember since 2001.
Yeah,
And
Afghanistan.
Yep, Afghanistan. Yep, I remember Afghanistan in middle school, and then the year following was Iraq. And yeah, Democrat, Republicans keep the same tax rate. Yep, exactly. Fresh oils. Yes, of course, because it's funny. Even though Democrats say they're for the working class Americans, right? Say
Yeah.
they'll give tax cuts to them.
For the working class. They're doing so much for the working class. Yeah, they ain't talking about your ass when they're talking about working class.
Right, exactly, right. And so Democrats, play good cop, bad cop with Republicans when it comes to issuing tax breaks, right?
Yeah, they all getting tax breaks.
Yep. Like
They
at
all
least
getting from it. Look at, and then on top of it, you got the insider trading going on, like with Nancy Pelosi. But somehow still in office.
it's crazy. Yeah, it is ridiculous. And it's so crazy because I've never seen in my lifetime members of Congress would do
And not
insider
ever
trading.
somewhere.
Yeah. And
Yeah. She needs to be in prison.
see, I agree with you absolutely, for sure. Yep. And Nancy Pelosi was the one who said no to Medicare. She said, "This is the best we can do for healthcare reform," and it made her constituents very upset.
They want to go socialist so bad. We could have been had Medicaid for all, but like you said, I've said, Lady Chase said, they don't want us to benefit from it.
Right, exactly. And it's so funny, right? I'm so glad Jesse brought that up because now I'm seeing like white people are being FBAs. We should listen to you guys a long time ago. We should have Medicaid for Foundation Black Americans. Can you help us to fight for free healthcare? And FBA
They
say
late and how many $906 trillion short.
right. And FBAs are telling the white actors, hey, white people, why can't you guys fight for free healthcare for this country? Stop depending on the FBAs to do it because we've been fighting, for free healthcare for so many years, and then we get disrespect, we get sabotage, and so now it's really like white people's turn to really like step up to the plate because they have a lot of influence, right? White privilege.
This is they fight. We're gonna continue to mind our FBA business.
Exactly. Yes. And so and the Democrats, like I said, the Democrats are very covert when they say tax breaks. They don't want to give tax breaks to the rich, but even though Democrats themselves are definitely getting tax breaks, right? And when they do want to target a tax breaks, right?
Yeah, the millionaires and billionaires, yeah.
Yep. And the tax breaks that Democrats, and the tax breaks that Democrats give to working class people, it's like what? Only like a sliver of the cost. like $100.
$100, $200.
Yeah, that's nothing. You can't even put like that's not enough to put a roof over your head, or
No,
even
you'll
buy
get that.
groceries.
Oh, that's 200 I didn't have. You'll get that, but while
Right.
you're getting that, these mugs is getting millions and billions and dollars worth of tax cuts.
Yes. And that millions and billions of dollars could have gone to American freedmen for a down payment on reparations in the form of cash payments, like over time, instead of like these billionaires and trying getting tax cuts year after year, and they don't need that. They don't need a lot of money for tax cuts, especially the trillionaires and billionaires. Because what are they gonna do with that money? They're just gonna
You
keep
never be able
saving.
to spend it. Like Shabaka said, you can spend that in 5 lifetimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And then it's like with them, they're gonna keep hoarding so much money, right? Eventually, they're gonna have to sell their assets,
Right.
to charity or to like working people, especially American freedmen who need it the most.
Right. And these mugs, they have all this money, but you know, they don't look it. If you see them in public, you be like, oh, that's just average Joe Blow on the street. Like, no,
Right.
that's a whole
Like
billionaire right there. That's a whole
Mhm.
million.
Right. Like the Warren Buffett who pretends that he has like like especially like Warren Buffett when he said,
Yeah.
"I'm so poor, guys. Look at me.
Mm-hmm.
I live paycheck to paycheck." And you find out when you follow him to his house, he's like, "Wow, he lives in a nice house
Mm-hmm.
and has trust funds." Warren Buffett, you're lying to us.
Yeah. It's just like when Trump put on the trucker hat,
Mhm.
the worker hat, and said, "I'm just like you. I'm Joe the plumber." Remember
Right,
that?
I remember. Oh man, that's funny. And same thing with Mitt Romney. Remember when Mitt Romney tried to sound like he was from the South? He's like, "You all," with his
Yeah.
boots.
They all be pandering and trying to cater to their base, except the Democrats. Democrats don't do that for us.
Right,
They
they
just
don't.
they just talk crazy at us and tell us to get our booties and souls to the polls.
I like how you said the booty to the polls. That's so funny, Jesse.
$200. Collect $200. You might not go to jail.
Mm-hmm. Right. And even like when I reviewed Kamala Harris's reparations plan, she called her
Oh my God.
reparations plan was basically tax credits. I
The
think it's like what $2,000 in tax credits.
That'll be 2,000. Yeah, that barely cover rent.
Right, exactly, right. And the problem is that under Kamala Harris's reparations plan, when you claim reparations, it won't be until the tax year in April of 20 I'm sorry, tax April of April of the following tax year, right? Because you
Yes.
still have to work to claim that tax credit. It's not like you can get the money, access the money up front.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it was a very horrible plan. It's like telling like American freemen that they're gonna have to work 40 hours a week or more to claim that tax credit as reparations.
Gotta be a full-time worker. That's the only way you're gonna do it.
Yep.
And you be working so much you want to just spend it.
Yep.
Be able to spend it on what you want to spend it on.
Yeah, right, exactly, right. And I was thinking about, man, that $2,000 that Kamala Harris proposed as reparations, that could have been used as UBI. And then, of course, Lynette Space, cash paying reparations for American freedmen.
UBI after they pay us all reparations.
Yep, exactly, yeah.
UBI. Universal basic income. No, we need reparations now.
Yep.
My party the same thing because we need to do UBI. You can do that after y'all pay us our reparations.
Exactly, yeah. And when you say that to them, Jesse, at the Unity Party convention, what are the leaders' responses? What were their responses to you? Yeah.
You can't do it. It's not feasible. And start talking like Bernie Sanders.
Oh my gosh. And you really think they're like not that different from Bernie Sanders, the Unity Party?
They're just a step to get to somewhere else. That's it.
Oh, right. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, it's
not. They could have had the Black Party. We could have turned it into a Black Party, but no, they want to keep it.
The white party.
White supremacist all these independent parties I've dealt with in Colorado is racist as hell. From the Libertarians to the Green Party to, unfortunately, my party, the Unity Party. That's why they don't have black people in that party, besides Tajanji and myself.
Yeah. And even the Forward Party by Andrew Yang. 'Cause I remember you told me about a year ago, you told me that, Mike, how can the Forward Party under Andrew Yang be forward when it does not have reparations on
They
its
stole
platform?
that from us. We were left, not right. We're not left and not right. We forward. We need to be paying the Unity Party for that shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They're kind of socialist too. Like I met with some like socialist, damn near communism shit.
Right. Yeah. And so Andrew Yang, I'm very skeptical of him because when he had the white supremacists to be part of his Yang Gang team in 2020, because I really thought that he was very serious about condemning white supremacy and anti-black racism.
Reparations, he would have stood a shot of becoming a president. But when he said no, I'm just gonna give everybody $1,000 check, it's like universal basic income that benefits everybody.
Everybody, right? And that $1,000 check in UBI, that's more like leftover money for FBAs. So it's like how does it close the wealth gap? When the wealth gap was caused by the U.S. government injecting legal acts or state-sanctioned genocide.
And you see the people that did support reparations, they didn't go nowhere.
In
2020, it was one dude. He was like the governor or the mayor of a city or state, and he was like, "Yeah, I support direct lineage." Well, they weren't saying lineage back then; they were saying cash payment reparations.
Wait, are you talking about Peter Buttigieg, right?
No, the hell with Buttigieg. No.
Let me think. And you say he's a mayor of what state?
I can't remember the state. I want to say North Dakota.
North Dakota. Okay, North Dakota. Okay. Let me think. Can't remember his name, but I remember Mary Williamson definitely came out for reparations in 2020.
Over amount though. It was like
500
trillion. She might have got somewhere, but the 500 billion. It was like, okay, this is just trying to throw us something just to see if we're gonna bite on it. No, we're all way more than that. You have to go back. And then here comes Trump with the platinum plan. After he actually, the people from his staff met with Ice Cube for the contract for Black America. Because remember, Biden said, "I'll meet with you after the election."
I remember. Yeah, I remember Biden said that. Yes, said that he would meet with Ice Cube after the 2020 U.S. presidential election race was going to be over.
Yeah.
And it never happened.
It never happened. Instead, he talked down to them civil rights fossils. So then they had to start working with the Hispanics and the immigrants because they outnumber us.
Right. I remember. Yep. And Joe Biden didn't realize that Hispanics never really had a coalition with FBAs and never wanted
to. In regards to reparations, I support reparations if you give it to the natives first. The natives already get reparations.
Right, exactly.
They get their own casinos, their own reservations, they get tax cuts, all that shit. They get free money every month. But we don't dime.
Right. And it's like Joe Biden, I think Joe Biden was cherry picking who's like deserving and undeserving for reparations.
Right.
Yeah. Joe Biden was really, I agree. Joe Biden was definitely a very terrible presidential candidate and terrible president, no doubt.
They told us, he said, "You ain't black if you got to decide. If you got to decide between me and Trump, then you ain't black."
I remember, and it was very insulting when he said to FBAs, "If you ain't black, that means you for Donald Trump."
Yeah, You ain't black if you got to decide between me and Trump.
Mm-hmm. And were you surprised Solomon the God was very silent? And he
No,
couldn't.
it's a raccoon.
Raccoon.
Charlatan.
Oh my god! Right. Even though like some the God.
Still Solomon like liberated his people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the hell this one called himself doing, but he's definitely not liberating his people.
Right. And you know what's so funny? I remember Philip Scott praised Solomon the God in 2019. He said, "Solomon the God, that's my brother there." Hey, shout out to Solomon the God. Yeah.
For that interview.
Mm-hmm.
After that interview, it was a wrap for Charlemagne.
Yeah. Yeah. And ever since after the 2020 presidential race, I noticed that not too many Democratic candidates have been talking about reparations.
Yeah, he was fresh, but he was the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, I did not vote. In 2020, I pretty much stayed home and didn't vote at all.
I was gonna do that too, and then I ran into the sister Jade Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
She was doing Facebook Live. She said she was running for president. She supported reparations, direct lineage cash payments. So I voted for her.
Yeah. And I think I forgot to vote that day because this was when we had the pandemic. It was I'm trying to remember. Oh, I think you had to like mail in the ballots, right? And I forgot to do that.
If I recall, that ballot, there was about 20 people running for president.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I remember I'm trying to remember. Oh, I was going to vote for.
Yeah, Kanye was running too.
Yep, Kanye. Yep, Kanye West. I remember. Yep.
He was one. There was some chick named Princess or Empress or something. I think she supported reparations too, but I couldn't get. It was something about her platform I couldn't get behind. Jay Simmons.
Right. But yeah, I remember Howie Hawkins was on the
on the Green Party.
Yeah, Green Party, and his running mate was a black lady. I forgot her name.
Yeah, I forgot her name too.
Yeah, she was she was interviewed by Dimitri K, Donovan Sadiq, and the 5-star general.
It wasn't.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't the one that used to be on the Hill with Robbie.
It
was somebody else. That one she worked on Bernie Sanders' campaign. Remember the Hill?
Oh, Brianna Joy, right?
Brianna Joy, yeah.
Yes, Brianna Joy, yes. Oh my, yes. Yeah, I remember her. Yes, she interviewed Greg Marcel Dixon on her show, and
she did.
And she told Marcel, and I noticed that she told Marcel Dixon, reparations are great, but can we not talk too much about reparations? Let's talk about what's happening to working class Americans. Were you surprised?
No, that's what what's the face the governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear told our brother Black Alpha Network.
Yes, I saw that clip. Yes, about the fried chicken.
Yeah.
And I think Greg Marcel Dixon was there at that event, right?
Yeah, he was.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I know, right? And Andy Beshear, I think, was paid by James Clyburn to dilute American Freeman's claim for reparations with fried chicken, chickpeas, collard greens.
It was just a fish fry. It was the annual fish fry.
And yeah, I was like, wow, I've never seen Andy. I was surprised to see Andy Beshear.
Yeah, he's all goofy ass.
Can you imagine Andy Beshear overcooking collard greens, chickpeas?
Yeah, he'd be trying to clean them in the bathtub like Kamala.
And man, I can imagine definitely Andy Beshear overcooking the pig feet.
Oh my
Oxtail.
God. He's gonna overcook everything. Either overcook it or undercook it. It will never be just right.
And oh man, and then what really surprised me was Andy Beshear wore a Clyburn t-shirt.
Oh,
Yeah.
Anything Claiborne related.
Uh-huh.
He said, "You'll never get it." That brother told him on behalf of ADOS, we like our direct lineage cash payment reparations. You'll never get it.
I remember. Oh my God. Sorry to laugh, Jesse. It's just because when you bring me when I saw the clips in 2019, it's funny but also sad at the same time because James Clyburn was never serious about reparations, and even like right now, 2026 with Andy Bercier, pretty much borrowing the same talking points from James Clyburn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
And
Democratic line, that's they told
Mhm.
the Democratic line. That's
Yeah.
what the party represents. They want us to get our souls and booties to the polls.
Yeah. Souls and booties to the pole. It's almost like it's like telling them, "Hey, come to the club. We need you guys because
Yeah. They don't talk to another group like that. They would never talk to another group like that.
Definitely not. Definitely not." And even Bernie Sanders knew that it was not right to talk to like other groups of people like that.
Bernie Sanders. Remember when that sister in Minneapolis checked him, said, "Hey, what you gonna do for black people?"
Yeah, I remember. Yes, I remember. Yes, and she, I remember she interrupted his event. Were you surprised?
No.
And Bernie said,
More
yeah,
about interrupting their events. To help them.
Right.
Keep it in their faces. You owe. There's a debt that's owed, and it's not to China. It's to FBA.
Exactly. FBA lineage, 100%. Yes. And yeah, so I found out about that lady. I found out the lady who interrupted Bernie Sanders. I found she's actually half. I think I'm not sure she's FBA or not, but I do know she's half black, half white.
The one that used to work with Bernie Sanders.
The one who interrupted his speaking event when she stole the mic from him.
She still qualified for the auction block.
Auction block.
Who's black first?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I haven't seen her after that.
She they probably disappeared her.
Yeah, I think she disappeared. Yeah, but I remember she stole the mic from Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders like, "Girl, can you let me finish talking?" And the girl's like, "No, Bernie."
I said black 50 times. This is my 51st.
I remember. Yeah, when I saw that, because when Bernie Sanders said, "My gosh, why did I mention black people 50 times?" And you could tell Bernie Sanders was getting irate, impatient about it. Cause he's like,
because he kept
"Great."
use that broad ambiguous language, and that shit was getting shut down. The shit was shutting them down. Every time that people of color and minorities and Appalachia, whatever the fuck else, poor communities.
Right.
What's he gonna do for black people specifically?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And because Bernie Sanders like, I can't afford to lose the white working class voters. If I don't cater to them, they're going to vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and they're not gonna give me the nomination.
Right.
They gave him the nomination. Instead, they gave it to Hillary.
Yep. And and Bernie, and I could tell because when Bernie Sanders, I notice when he talks to black audiences, he tends to be very irate. It's like he's about to explode. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how them Democrats talk to us.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh man. Ooh. It's almost like this. I kind of think of like how the white Democrats treat black voters, right? So you have white Democrats who are the producers for R&B company, right? So they need black people to sing for them to make money, right? Entertainment, right? And when the white producers get upset that they're not making profits or can't sell, they go so irate against FBA artists.
Yeah.
And then, right, and the FBA artists are like, hey, FBA artists are like, hey, white people, how about this, white people? How about you guys sing and produce profits? Because we're done singing for you guys. And white producers are like, no, Tyrone, Keisha, we need you. If you leave our company as white people, as a white person, I don't know how to rap. I don't know how to perform. and Kisa and everyone's. Go ahead, Jesse.
That's not part of my culture.
Right, exactly, right.
I'm just eating off of your culture.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's how I exactly think of like the Democrats as like as a record producers making a living, but not really not really like swing for the fences.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
was fighting outside.
mhm.
Fighting outside my window.
Yeah. And so yeah, and this with symbolism, without substance, and I think we go for most baby boomers, just in the community because they still haven't recovered from the Clinton.
Baby?
Wait, sorry? Oh, I said the baby boomers. Hey, how you doing? Is that Amaru?
No, that's the baby.
Oh, that's a baby. Oh, okay.
That's
How's the baby doing?
Bad as ever. She just knocked over all the food.
Oh man, like the food you bought today, right?
No, the food for them.
Oh, for them. Oh man, it sounds like Jesse. You're gonna have to be the new sheriff.
Yeah. Sheriff in town.
Yeah.
Diggins.
Mm-hmm. Diggins. Yeah. But yeah. So I was saying, and what I was saying. Oh, Anus, I was saying that the FBA baby boomers, they have never recovered from Bill Clinton's 1992 appearance with Arsenio Hall playing the saxophone.
Oh my God, they were so wooed by that.
Right.
They were mad on us because I remember being a kid and Mother was like, "This." That's when they were starting to call him the first black president and shit.
Right. I remember. Yep. And that's how we got Obama as being like the second black president of America because of Bill Clinton playing the saxophone and Bill Clinton saying that, you know what, brothers and sisters, in order to calm the situation in America, I'll play the saxophone.
Yeah. This the same year Rodney King verdict. The same year Hurricane Andrew hit Florida.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I remember that was the year Bush Sr. was running for re-election. And have you noticed Bush Sr. did not visit the affected FBA communities in Los Angeles? He only visited the Boys and Girls Club in 1992 to say, hey, look, at least I'm reaching out to the youth.
Oh, yeah. I remember that, too.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that shit.
Yeah, because Bush Sr. was definitely not very popular among FBA voters in 1992, especially the verdict.
None of the Bushes.
Mm-hmm.
Bushes, none of the Reagan. No. Because we've been voting with Democrat for 60 years.
Right, 60 years.
But that doesn't have a deed by their name, not our vote.
Right.
Been like for 60 plus years now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 60 plus years. It's like voting for Democrats. It's like pretty much like voting the Republican Party, anyways, because both of them operate on a similar ideology.
No, but see, the Democrats are supposed to be our friends. They're supposed to be the party for the poor and the marginalized and the underserved and underprivileged and underrepresented.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then the Democrats end up siding with the wealthy and the big corporations.
Yeah, that's how they come in. They come into office as thousandaires, and they leave office as billionaires.
Yeah, billionaires. And especially when I'm not sure you remember as a kid growing up when Bill Clinton signed the Deregulation Act of 1999 and said, we're now going to merge multiple banks together, commercial with community banks.
That's true. He did do that.
And then which led us to the 2007-2009 economic crash.
Yep. Yeah.
And Bill
bailed out the banks instead of the people.
Mm-hmm. People, especially the FBAs who needed the most bailout, who needed the most assistance when it came to like housing prices being devalued. I'm sorry, property values being devalued.
Oh, so much property during that time. It ain't even funny, Michael.
Wait, say it again, Jesse.
FBA's lost so much property during that time, it ain't even funny.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And even like for 8 years when Obama was president, the racial wealth gap actually got worse and worse.
Yeah. But let me move on to the next topic because we've been on this for a minute.
Oh yeah, yeah, sorry, yeah.
So the next topic is that per capita nonsense. When I was talking about the crime reports. So Torian gonna give us an update on that per capita nonsense.
Video like the one I'm doing right now would have been reserved and saved for a deep dive Wednesday, but I felt something in my spirit to actually want to put this out there way ahead of any Wednesday that I could possibly muster up, because I get sick and tired of PC using, abusing, and misusing that per capita terminology, and especially against Black Americans. So I decided to take it upon myself to do a little bit of more extensive research with not only this term, but also how they decided they were going to use this terminology against us, I guess you could say as a weapon, as you can say. And listen, by the time we get to the end of this, it's all going to start making some sense. So today, we're going to talk about one of the most abused phrases in modern political discourse, and that is per capita. I mean, if you spend enough time online, especially in discussions involving race, crime, economics, education, and social outcomes, you'll hear somebody throw that phrase around like it's the final word in an argument. You'll hear things like Black people commit more crimes per capita, or Black Americans consume more welfare per capita, or Black Americans can do this per capita. And the moment they say it, they think the discussion is over. Case closed, conversation finished. But what most people don't realize is that per capita has become less of a statistical tool and more of a rhetorical weapon, a shortcut, a propaganda device, a way to flatten complicated historical and structural realities into a simplistic narrative that blames Black Americans for conditions they did not create. Now, let's be clear. Per capita statistics themselves are not inherently evil because statistics matter. Data matters. Measurement matters. The problem is how those statistics are selectively used, stripped of context, emotionally manipulated, and deployed almost exclusively against Black Americans, while the same standards are ignored when discussing white Americans or American society as a whole. Because if per capita analysis were applied honestly and consistently, a lot of the people weaponizing it would suddenly be very uncomfortable. This conversation is not about denying data. This conversation is about exposing selective interpretation, because numbers without context are propaganda. And once you understand how per capita framing gets manipulated, you start seeing it everywhere. We can't really go into this without discussing what per capita actually is. Per capita simply means per person. That's it. It's a statistical measurement used to compare rates across populations of different sizes. So let's do this example. Let's say city A has 1 million people and 1,000 robberies, and city B has 100,000 people and 300 robberies. City B technically has a higher robbery rate per capita despite fewer total robberies. That's basic math. And in theory, per capita measurements can help researchers understand proportional differences. But here's where things start to get dangerous. People confuse statistical description with moral explanation. That distinction matters. A statistic can't describe what is happening. It does not automatically explain why it is happening. And that's the trick bag. And many people intentionally blur those two things together. For example, if somebody says Black Americans commit more violent crime per capita, which I'm sure many of us have all seen and heard some of them or a lot of them say, notice what they usually imply afterwards: that Black people are inherently violent. Black culture is a defective. Black people are morally inferior, and Black communities are naturally criminal. But none of those conclusions are contained inside the statistic itself. Those are ideological interpretations layered onto this statistic. A rate is not a root cause. A statistic is not destiny. A number is not biology. And yet white America has a long history of using numbers to create racial mythology, especially against Black Americans, because throughout American history, statistics have often been used not to understand Black people, but to pathologize them, to portray Black Americans as uniquely broken, uniquely dangerous, uniquely dysfunctional, while refusing to investigate the systems producing those outcomes. And that's the game. The biggest abuse of per capita discourse is the deliberate removal of historical context. And this is where the conversation becomes intellectually dishonest, because Black Americans did not emerge in a vacuum. You cannot discuss modern Black outcomes while pretending history never happened. You cannot discuss neighborhood crime while ignoring redlining, segregation, economic exclusion, school deprivation, discriminatory policing, urban displacement, generational wealth theft, mass incarceration, and labor exploitation. You can't remove all of that and then say, look at these outcomes, look at these results. That's like breaking somebody's legs and mocking them for limping. And this is where many white Americans become deeply inconsistent. America fully understands historical context when discussing virtually every other group, because people seem to understand war affects nations, poverty affects behavior, trauma affects communities, addiction affects families, and oppression affects populations. Except when discussing Black Americans, suddenly history disappears. Suddenly context disappears. Suddenly systemic conditions vanish. Suddenly every outcome becomes an individual and moral failure. That inconsistency is intentional, because removing context allows people to transform structural problems into racial accusations. And once you racialize social outcomes, you can avoid confronting the systems responsible for creating them. That's the real function of these arguments, not understanding, just merely deflection. Now, here's the part where things get even more revealing. Per capita arguments are almost selectively applied. People love using per capita statistics against Black Americans, suddenly become very uncomfortable when those same methods are applied everywhere else. For example, white Americans commit the majority of financial crimes, corporate fraud, environmental crimes, mass shootings, Ponzi schemes, wage theft, political corruption, insider trading, and domestic terrorism incidents historically. But notice how those issues are rarely racialized. No one says white culture creates fraud, white communities are naturally corrupt, and white Americans are inherently deceptive. Those individuals get individualized, humanized, contextualized, but Black Americans get collectivized. Or I feel like I just had a Jesse Jackson moment. One Black criminal becomes representative of the race. One Black neighborhood becomes symbolic of Black America. One statistic becomes a racial identity. That double standard is not accidental. It reflects how America historically constructs whiteness as individual and Blackness as a collective. White people are allowed individuality. Black people get stereotypes, and per capita discourse often becomes the mathematical justification for said stereotypes. One of the biggest hypocrisies in America is how poverty gets interpreted differently depending on race. Poor white communities are often described with sympathy. People say they've been left behind, economic anxiety, the jobs have disappeared, the opioid plague devastated them. But poor Black communities, suddenly the language changes. Now it becomes bad culture, laziness, criminality, fatherlessness, personal responsibility, so on and so forth. You notice the difference, right? One group gets structural analysis, the other group gets moral condemnation. And that matters because poverty itself correlates strongly with crime, lower educational outcomes, instability, violence, addiction, and poor health outcomes across all racial groups. But many people act like Black poverty exists in isolation from the broader sociology of poverty itself. And that distortion creates the illusion that Black dysfunction is uniquely racial rather than economically and historically conditioned. Again, going back to context, it's been removed. Now let's address the elephant in the room, crime statistics, because this is the centerpiece of most per capita racial arguments. And this is where people often stop thinking critically altogether. First things first, crime statistics usually measure arrests and convictions, not every crime committed. That distinction matters enormously because policing itself is not distributed equally. Heavily policed communities naturally generate more arrests. More surveillance creates more recorded crime. If one neighborhood is saturated with police presence while another receives less scrutiny, the numbers will reflect that imbalance. Number two, many crimes committed by affluent populations are under-policed and handled differently. White-collar crime causes enormous societal damage, yet rarely gets treated with the same emotional intensity as street crime. And the reason for that is because America tends to criminalize visible poverty more aggressively than invisible exploitation. Number three, media amplification shapes perception. A single violent crime involving a Black suspect often receives disproportionate racial attention. Meanwhile, systemic crimes causing billions in damage may barely register emotionally. This creates psychological conditioning. People start associating Blackness with danger regardless of actual lived experiences. And once fear enters the conversation, statistics stop being analytical tools and start becoming emotional weapons. America cannot honestly discuss Black outcomes without discussing mass incarceration. The United States built one of the largest prison systems on earth, and Black Americans were disproportionately targeted by it. Now ask yourself, what happens to communities when large portions of men are removed from neighborhoods for decades? What happens economically, socially, psychologically, familially, and politically? You start to create destabilization. Then that destabilization gets used as proof of dysfunction. Think about how circular that is. Policies help create the conditions, then the resulting conditions become evidence for racist assumptions. And throughout the war, the so-called war on drugs, I should say, sentencing disparities devastated Black communities. The crack versus powder cocaine disparity alone destroyed generations. Same drug family, wildly different sentencing outcomes. And the reason for that is because one became associated with poor Black communities. Meanwhile, America rarely frames mass incarceration as a policy failure. Instead, it often gets framed as, look how criminal these communities are. Again, cause and effect intentionally blurred. Let's be honest about something else. Negative portrayals of Black Americans generate attention, fear sells, conflict sells, outrage sells. And American media has spent generations monetizing Black pathology. The nightly news understands something psychologically powerful. People remember emotionally charged images more than dry statistics. So if audiences repeatedly see Black suspects, Black violence, Black dysfunction, Black chaos, their brains begin constructing racial associations, whether consciously or subconsciously. And this will create what is called availability bias. People overestimate how common something is based on how often they see it. So even when crime declines, even when most Black Americans are law-abiding, even when Black communities are overwhelmingly ordinary, the media imagery keeps reinforcing danger narratives. Then per capita statistics get plugged into those pre-existing fears. That's why these conversations often feel emotionally loaded rather than analytical, because people are not responding to raw data. They are responding to decades of racial conditioning. Here's one of the clearest signs that the conversation is dishonest. White America almost never collectively racializes white wrongdoing. When white individuals commit crimes, they had mental health struggles, they were troubled, isolated, radicalized, misunderstood, and the list continues. But Black wrongdoing becomes racial commentary instantly. Imagine if every white criminal triggered discussions about white culture. Imagine if every mass shooter became proof of white dysfunction. Imagine if every opioid overdose became evidence of white moral collapse. Imagine if every corporate scam became proof that white Americans are naturally exploitative. That would be considered racist immediately, and rightfully so. But many people feel completely comfortable making sweeping racial conclusions about Black Americans based on selective statistics. And that contradiction exposes the bias underneath the argument. Another massive issue with this is per capita discussions almost always ignore power, and power changes everything because outcomes don't happen just randomly. Who owns wealth? Who controls institution? Who shapes laws? Who dominates the media? Who controls hiring? Who designs districts? Who controls banking? And who influences education? So power does matter. America often discusses Black social outcomes without acknowledging that Black Americans historically possess limited institutional control over the systems that govern their lives. That omission creates false narrative of self-generation, as though Black conditions emerge independently from broader American structures. But no group exists outside of a system. And when one group has disproportionate influence over institutions for centuries, you cannot discuss outcomes while pretending your power distribution is irrelevant. At its core, a lot of per capita weaponization serves one emotional purpose, and that's avoiding empathy. Because if social outcomes were framed purely as racial failures, then society no longer feels obligated to address root causes. People can emotionally detach. They can say those people are just like that, or that's their culture, or they did it to themselves. It becomes psychologically convenient. And historically, America has repeatedly used racial narratives to justify neglect toward Black Americans. This is nothing new. That happened during slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, housing discrimination, employment exclusion, unequal education, and modern criminal justice policy. Dehumanization always begins with narratives. And statistics can absolutely become tools of dehumanization when stripped from context and morality. One of the cruelest aspects of these conversations is the impossible standard placed on Black Americans. America expects Black communities to overcome historical oppression, concentrated poverty, educational inequality, discriminatory housing, over-policing, wealth gaps, employment discrimination, and social stigma, while simultaneously mocking them for struggling under those pressures. And if they don't overcome it fast enough, people weaponize statistics against them. No society on earth would emerge from centuries of targeted oppression without social consequences. And I mean, not one society. Yet Black Americans are expected to perform these miracles just to be viewed as fully human. That expectation itself is deeply revealing. So you're probably asking, why does this keep happening? Because these arguments provide emotional satisfaction for certain people. Per capita rhetoric allows individuals to feel intellectually superior, avoid systemic analysis, rationalize inequality, reinforce stereotypes, and dismiss Black grievances. It creates this illusion of objectivity while often hiding ideological bias underneath it. And online culture has made this worse. People screenshot graphs without understanding methodology. They repeat statistics without understanding sociology. They confuse correlation with causation. They think memorizing numbers equals intelligence, but true analysis requires context, nuance, history, power analysis, economic understanding, institutional understanding, because without those things, statistics just simply become propaganda. At the end of the day, this conversation is bigger than race statistics. It's about how societies choose to interpret human suffering. Data matters, truth matters, reality matters, but context matters as well, just like history, system, and power and humanity. Because numbers can either help society solve problems or help societies justify cruelty. That choice belongs to us. The problem isn't per capita statistics themselves. The problem is selective morality, selective empathy, and selective analysis, and selective accountability. Because when people use statistics only to condemn Black Americans while refusing to apply the same scrutiny to the systems shaping those outcomes, that's not objective analysis. That's ideological storytelling disguised as math. And once you recognize that, you start realizing the argument was never really about numbers in the first place.
Couldn't have said it any better myself, Torrin. Thank you. What are your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, Tariq, I mean, did an excellent job breaking it down regarding regarding per capita crime, right? And saying that take everything with a grain of salt because statistical criminal data doesn't give you the overall picture why crime was committed because of biased sampling methods. Bias
sampling.
Yeah, sampling, yes, right. And that criminologists, criminal research scientists tend to cherry pick what crime narratives will look good to the public and what crime narratives will not look good to the public. As I said yesterday, right, that when Republicans want to talk about working class people's struggles and crime, working class people's economic struggles, crime and poverty, Republicans and Democrats tend to be more receptive, empathetic, sympathetic to white working class people because they consider them as deserving, right? And whereas when they talk about the reason why American freedom have so much crime, especially from definitely Republicans, but I also say Democrats too. They like to say character issue, right? So when they emphasize character issues, that means FBAs don't get prioritized when it comes to economic interventions to reduce crime. And it's really like cherry picking, in other words.
That's exactly what it is, Michael.
Yep. And I would say who does a good job cherry picking is really the Democrats. They tend to like hide it so much, and then eventually it's going to come out.
Yeah.
And I know Democrats get upset about it. They're like, we didn't mean for this crime data to be exposed to FBAs. This is what we're trying to say. And FBI is like, no, Democrats, nice try.
That's exactly what we're saying. Nice try.
Yeah. And even when Torian said, how criminologists, criminal researchers, they don't like to discuss different types of crimes, right? As I state in the comments, because there's like white collar crime property crime, violent crime. I'm trying to remember, and other criminal categories, right?
Yeah.
Because it's so broad, and I noticed that the white supremacists like to focus so much on, um, oh, petty theft. There we go. I remember petty theft. Thank you, wage theft, right?
Yeah, wage theft. Yep.
Yep. And think about it, and I was like, and think about what Torian said. Yeah, most, actually, there's actually more white people. Actually, most white people or Becky's commit more crimes against humanity. Why? Because white people, because they make up they make up the majority of the country's population.
That's what they say. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I'm saying like the white people who commit violent crimes, like
Oh,
there's
yeah.
like white collar, blue collar,
Oh, yeah,
petty
yeah.
theft, wage theft. They're supposed to be account for higher percentage of crimes committed against humanity, including FBAs in the report. And obviously that report, got cherry picked, and not that different when Bush Senior in 1988. I'm sure your mom told you what happened in '88 when Bush Senior ran for president in 1988. He used the Willie Horton campaign
Yeah,
ad.
the Horton. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And said, "Oh my God," said, under Michael Dukakis, if Michael Dukakis becomes your president, violent crimes are gonna go up.
Out of there. Get out of the sink, baby.
Right.
Police.
And that, right, because of, I remember, oh, it was the work release program. There you go. I remember.
Yeah, the work release program. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's not true, to be honest. It's like, it's definitely that for sure that was definitely cherry picking.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The Clintons came years later with the super predators.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sister Val.
Yeah.
Sure. Salute to you.
And even
continuation.
salute Val. Hey, how you doing today? Yeah, and even like Wall Street, like for example, right? We know Wall Street has committed the most crimes in America in terms of white collar crimes, and they've never been jailed, right?
Look at these corporations. These corporations commit crimes all the time.
Yeah, like 90%. I think it's like what, close to 90%. Would you say, Jesse?
Yeah, easily.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. And the reason why why Wall Street why Wall Street never gets why people on Wall Street never serve prison time, because of the lawyers they hire
Mm-hmm.
to fight the appeals, to appeal the criminal charges, drop the charges, get the juries to change the verdict.
Yeah,
And it's
like Enron type of situation.
right, exactly, right. And I think that, for white people, I think white people should be complaining about crimes committed by their own people, those in corporate America. They should be worrying about that than worrying about FBAs.
I agree.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's like in the movie You Are Smart So, when Wesley Snipes said to Tommy Lee Jones, "I'm not the criminal, you got the wrong person."
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember Tommy Lee Jones said, "I don't care"? You remember that scene?
Yep, I remember that scene.
Yeah.
We're so criminalized, but these are the biggest damn criminals in the history of the planet.
Mm-hmm. Right. And were you surprised Tommy Lee Jones in that movie, U.S. Marshals, found out that it was his own people who committed a violent crime against his against his own people in law enforcement?
No.
No. And Tommy Lee Jones never apologized to Wesley Snipes at the end.
Yep, I remember.
Yep. And when I think about it, I was like, wow. At first I thought, you know what, it's just entertainment, it's just Hollywood. But then I realized many years later, it's a reality. And it's always been a reality for FBAs, no matter if it's like a movie or not.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm sorry I had to learn the hard way, unfortunately.
We've all been there in some form, shape, or fashion.
Yep. And even like Camilla Harris, I just put a clip. It said, remember Camilla Becky Harris was the Attorney General of California at that time, and she refused to prosecute Steve Mnuchin for all those fraudulent home loan packages.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But yes, she lock up black women, black moms
for truancy,
missing school for truancy.
Right. Yeah, I remember, right? And to be honest, truancy. Yeah, for truancy, no parents should have to go to court or should be arrested because their kids miss school, especially impacting FBAs. And what Kamala Harris had been doing at that time was going hard after the fraudulent home mortgage corporations.
Say hi, Khalifa.
Hi, Khalifa. How you doing today?
Well, pretty
Yeah.
good.
Mm-hmm. And also, and also Bill Clinton, yes, also committed white collar crime. I saw signing the Dodd-Frank, not the Dodd-Frank, that's Obama. Signed the Glass-Steagall Repeal Act of 1999 that allowed banking, real estate, and other financial industries to commit the most illegal acts in American history.
And then
Which,
Bush followed up with it, making corporations people.
yep. And if corporations are people, that means they could not commit the most crimes against humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so this been pretty much been an ongoing, decade, really, with with both parties. Several decades. Yep. And what's even worse, like you said before, is under Bill Clinton, who at the very last minute in 1994, before the midterms, signed the Jim Crow crime bill into law, along with gun control, Violent Against Women's Act, etc.
Yeah, because he wanted to be tougher on crime than the Republicans.
Yep, that is so true. And then also it's like an exchange, right? Because Dems at that time wanted gun control, and Republicans said to Democrats, "Fine, Democrats, we accept gun control, but Democrats, you guys also need to be tough, or accept criminal penalties."
Mm-hmm.
And Democrats said, "No, we don't want to accept that." Congressman Newt Gingrich.
Yeah, Gingrich. Yeah.
And Democrats realized that if they wanted to win in '96, they had to really pay the price.
Mm-hmm.
Surprise.
No. That's that neoliberalism.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's how.
I gotta move on to the next topic.
Yeah, I don't want to take so much time. Sorry, just provide my insight.
Okay. So the next topic is melanated dollars matter. The wealth transfer is underway. Black dollars are being spent with Black businesses. Great news, great news, great news. So Lisa gonna give us an update on that.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Oh, man. So we're going to get into everybody seems to be so happy over this wealth transfer where we are dedicating ourselves to buying within the community. So Black businesses get Black dollars. And everybody seems to be upset about this. The Chinese are upset. The Latinos are upset. The white people are upset. But I don't know what the hell they're upset for. They all do it. They all shop among each other. And we never had one single complaint about it. Not one time. Now, we are saying this is what we're going to do. And believe me, y'all, this act is going to build wealth within our community so fast. Once, this really starts catching on. It's caught on in a big way, but it's going to get bigger. It's going to get bigger. And it's a beautiful thing to be able to build up our own community. It is long overdue. So keeping wealth in-house will allow us to have better schools for our children. Our children don't have to put up with no more Karen teachers, and we can have our own hospitals, our own doctors and nurses, and we don't have to worry about our women going in to give birth and they don't come out. Everybody will be coming home, the baby and the mother. So there are a lot of wonderful things attached to keeping the wealth within our community. It could even get to the point where we can have our own police department. We don't need them coming in and policing us. So this is a game changer. You know, it's not going to be no repeat of Black Wall Street and they come in and bomb the place. Oh, it ain't going to be that. Ain't going to be that. So, but yeah, they're mad. They're all chiming in, and it looked like the Chinese people are doubling down online. And we already knew all that racism was in y'all. We already knew. It just kind of drew it out when that money stopped flowing in your business. It brought it all the way out. That's all. But we always knew it was there. So let's see. Cyberdyne 100, thank you so much for the super chat. Good evening, Lisa Cabrera and chat. Just wanted to say thank you for keeping me and the family informed over the years. Well, thank you so much. I deeply appreciate your support. Thank you. Okay, y'all. So I got some really good videos because a lot of our people are so happy that we are finally in the works of building real wealth. I'm even excited about it. You know, this morning, I got an email from Temu and I laughed to myself. I was like, man, I'm not coming there to buy anything from you. But I just thought, wow. You know, before I would click on that link just to see what they got going on over there, I didn't even click on the link, y'all. I threw it right in the trash can. And I'm fine with doing that. I really am. So, but it's nice to see our people excited about this because it is a big deal. It is. You know, we're finally going to see more of our businesses going up on and offline, and we can patronize each other and talk about what we got from different merchants. And plus, I was looking locally, y'all, and I found some restaurants I didn't even know about, and they're Black-owned restaurants. And I'm like, wow, it just goes to show you there's a lot of us out here is just hidden and we don't know unless we go digging and looking for it. So I was happy to find the restaurants. There's some clothing shops around that were Black owned. And even I found even a small supermarket, but that's okay. It don't have to be the biggest one, just as long as I can go and, you know, and support the business. That's what it's all about. And I definitely intend on doing that in a big way, for real. All right, y'all. So I see you got some ones there. Thank you so much. Let's get started.
So y'all who keep asking why they so mad that we just decided to retreat our money, it's because this our first direct deposit as Black people. It's a wealth transfer. All of that money that we were spending in their businesses are now going to Black businesses, Black techs. It's a wealth transfer. Congratulations. That's our first direct deposit. Let's keep it up. Because everybody need to be on the list.
I just want y'all to pay attention to everything that's going on right now. As far as everyone that's getting upset that Black people are saying that they're going to boycott, pay attention. Because, like, the real reason why is because it's a transfer of wealth. That's the reason why they're really upset. You know, it's a transfer of wealth. They, like, the Asian community created their wealth off of the Black dollar. Because the only reason why they're even able to come over here and the only reason why they've been able to thrive as much as they have is because of the Black community. Because one, the civil rights movement. And when they first got here, they were not allowed to put their establishments into white neighborhoods. They had to put it in the Black neighborhoods, which is the reason why I stated before, when you go into any Asian store, the only people that's in there are Black people. So their wealth was created off of our dollar. And whenever the dollar comes into the Black community, it goes out within 6 to 8 hours. So who do you think are really funding these businesses? The Black dollar. So anytime, you know, like Black people say we're going to keep our dollar, everybody's going to be upset because everybody's wealth is created off of the Black dollar. But, you know, anything that they can do, we could do. First of all, the reason why they're upset too is because they know that it could be done. All you have to do is just go back and look in history. You know, like look at all of the Wall Streets, the Black Wall Streets that we created. So they know that it can be done. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why they're upset. They're pissed because it's a transfer of wealth. All we have to do is stop spending money with them and put the shit back into our own communities. Everything that they have, we already have outside of like, what, Chinese food? But shit, we can create that ourselves. We know how to cook shit. We cook better than any motherfucking body anyway. So, you know, like, we really won't be missing out on anything. Literally, we won't miss out on anything. But if we play our cards right, this is a transfer of wealth. And I love to see that shit. But it should not be a boycott. It should only be a ban. Just stop going. Just stop.
The wealth transfer is not about your personal gain. It's about circulating the Black dollar within the Black community. When a Black person buy from your Black business, you take that same money and go buy from another Black business, and they buy from another Black business. And the Black dollar circulates within the community. And then you start to go buy houses and you rent them out to your Black friends and your family. And then you buy businesses, laundromats and corner stores, and supply the demand in your community. The wealth transfer is not about a personal gain.
Let me clear this up. We're not boycotting Asian businesses. We're just simply putting our dollars with our own businesses. It's just a Black dollar shift. Many people are calling it the wealth transfer. And I love that. Oh, I love that term. It sounds so good. So we don't hate Asians. We're just now waking up to support our own kind. That's all it is. That is simply all it is.
So, absolutely, listen, this is an economic wealth transfer. So if you feel that you don't want to spend in Black communities, you just want to spend in Asian communities, hey, that's all fine. That's what you want to do. Now, I don't know if you're asking that question to try to, like, you know, seem like, you know, you're trying to make a point or not, but no, go ahead and do that. That's fine, okay? That's 100% fine. Black people are not going to sit here and be upset about it, okay? Well, I'm going to phrase that. Black Americans, not African Americans, whatever, Black Americans, FBAs are not going to be upset about that. You should most definitely spend in your community if that's what you want to do. Here's the thing. That's your money. You worked hard for that money, okay? You earned that money when you get your paycheck, okay? Your paycheck has your name on it. Only you can cash it in your bank account. So you have the option to do what you want to do with your money. But for a lot of Black communities, right now, this is an economic wealth transfer, okay? That's what we're doing. There's no way you can shame us to feeling bad about this, all right? There's no way you can shame us for feeling bad about this, okay? We see how we've propped up every other race for generations, for the past few decades. And you know what? At this point, we're just tired of disrespect, all right? The way that Black people feel, for a lot of people who don't understand, if you're selling your products or food or whatever in the Black community, then we should be respected 100%. Okay, we should be. Look, listen, I'm not trying to toot our own horn, but we damn near should be worshipped. All right, because we kept these companies up. Okay, we helped you put food on the table for your families. All right, because you sat here and put your businesses in Black communities. Now, Black people are saying, you know what, we're taking our dollar back. You know what? Yeah, it's not even a boycott. It's a economic wealth transfer. That's all we're doing. Okay. Everybody has the right to do whatever they want to do with their money, and that's what we're going to do.
And while we're talking about the great wealth transfer for our community, let's make sure that we're transferring all wealth back into the community in all aspects, not just with nail techs, right? So, for example, I am an ambassador for Femininity in Finance in the Dallas chapter. Femininity in Finance is a financial space for women who want to learn how to make their money make money. We're teaching the 1% strategies that the elite use in the country and how they pass down generational wealth. It's Black owned. So with that said, check out the link in my bio, schedule a discovery call. It's free. You can talk about what your financial goals are individually or for your family. We assist with estate planning, setting up a trust, private family office structure. If you want to learn how to day trade, you can do that. If you don't want to day trade manually, you can do hands-free day trading. But I want to bring it to the community's attention that there is a space, a finance space for women who want to learn more about money and passing down generational wealth that is Black owned. Do with that information what you will. If you have any questions, you can DM me or you can drop a comment below. And I'll see y'all on the other side. Chat soon.
I just want to say I am so proud of this wealth transfer that is transpiring in the Black community right now. I am currently in school right now studying business and finance. And when I tell you that even if all of us don't participate, it is going to make a huge difference. And you have the people that are getting online and trying to discourage the Black community and saying it's racism. It is not racism wanting to see your people elevate and do better. It is not racism to keep your dollar within the Black community. We are the only community of people that do not value holding our dollar within our community. So I am so proud of everybody that's doing this right now. It is very valuable. We may not see the results right now, but give it some months, give it some years, and we will continue to see us grow and prosper. So stand strong, continue to do it, and just, keep education as a focus as well. We have to continue to educate ourselves so that we know what to do with this money and, just keep educating the community as a whole of financial literacy.
And it's so much bigger than a boycott. This is a wealth transfer. It should have been kept between us because they keep their money between them. We need to keep our money and our resources between us. I am going to support only Black businesses moving forward. And that's just what it is. Because I want my people to have wealth. We deserve it. Every other race and demographic has had their share, and we have been more than deserving. And all we had to do was turn our help inward. And it took the hate of others and for us to be ostracized and always, made to be the bad guy in this situation to finally let that click. And it's clicking. We need to transfer the wealth, return the wealth back to each.
Oh, yeah. This is definitely long overdue. And not to mention very spiritual. Look at the times we're in. We're at the very end. And look at how many people are coming together in ways we never seen before. This is another sign that we are definitely at the end. And what we're seeing, we're going to see much more of it in the kingdom on a much grander scale. And man, I look forward to that. I really do. I look forward to that. I pray to the Most High, and I remember I would say to him, I want to be in the kingdom and wake up and see only my people every day. I don't want to see nobody else. I just want to see my people every day. That's all I want. So, y'all, this is definitely, a very spiritual and very biblical thing that's going on right now.
Greetings, Shabaka.
And it is amazing how the Most High is putting the spirit of separation on all of us now. Not all of us, because we still got the people that are cooning out, talking about, oh, don't go to Asian shops. So that's on you. So, but it is a wonderful thing. I'm loving it.
I'm loving it too, Lisa.
Me too. Me too, Lisa, as well.
Well, they can't really come and bomb us now, y'all, because look at how many of them are crashing out on these videos and crying about what they can't afford. So they wouldn't be able to afford the planes to fly over us and drop bombs anymore because they don't have the money. These people don't have the money. They don't have the money. So you ain't got to worry about that happening anymore. They don't have no money. These people be crying about gas and how they can't even afford food. You can't, a person like that can't bomb you. You ain't got to worry about them. So y'all, this is a beautiful thing. This is definitely a wonderful time to be alive, to even witness something like this. But the Most High got his spirit out here on us. And, you know, the ones, because every now and then you'll see videos, I'm going to keep going. I'm not boycotting nobody. You can always see the ones he skipped over and didn't put that spirit on them at all. So that's okay. We don't want them anyway. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your support. Don't forget to pick up your hair products and be on the lookout for my next upcoming live. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. The great news, great news, great news. Black people are spending with other Black people and supporting Black businesses. Everything Shabaka's been talking about is coming to fruition, Shabaka. I told you it was a work in progress. It's happening right before our very eyes. What are your thoughts, Michael?
My thoughts is, all right, 10 toes down, amen, shout out, because it's about time. I know it's been long, overdue for foundational Black Americans, transferring the wealth, transfer wealth from racist, Asian-owned businesses and other ethnic businesses and back to the FBA communities. This is definitely a start. Welcome it 100%. I'm definitely for agreeing. I definitely understand the history behind it because most Asian businesses and immigrants have never treated FBAs with respect, especially when it comes to valuing them as human beings, but always looking at them, always valuing their, always looking at them as a commodity, as a number, as opposed to not looking at them as a community, right?
Right.
And also at the same time, I said once, I think I said in the comments that great, but make sure the FBA owned businesses are worker owned and cooperative, or workers. I'm sorry, FBA workers owning and operating the businesses, because it can't be shareholders get involved in it. Because what I learned is that when shareholders want to come to establish businesses or buy from FBA businesses, doesn't mean that it's going to be FBA owned. So that's why I emphasize make sure it's worker cooperatives, because the worker cooperatives, FBAs will have a lot of power owning the company and also profit from it at the same time, and that money will not go to the shareholders, and the shareholders cannot buy off from FBA worker owned cooperatives.
Right.
But to start by, I say amen, shout out, very happy of you, very proud of you guys. And now, and also what's long overdue, and I think the main goal that you guys should really focus on is lineage space, cash payment reparation, because that definitely is definitely the final destination.
The final destination is liberation and freedom.
Right, liberation, freedom. Right. I meant to say like the capital formation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sorry, yes. But you're right, Jesse. It's about liberation, freedom, and separation. And also I'll say this too to FBA owned businesses. When you hire brothers and sisters who are now coming back, please prioritize your brothers and sisters first over immigrants,
Right.
over Becky, Carrots, and Asa. And what would be helpful is if FBA owned businesses, I'm pretty sure they listen, please post a sign that says, we're looking for FBA workers only, FBA wanted, no
Mhm.
other groups of people. I think that's a way.
You can
to
do it
end-
now since Dump got rid of DEI.
Right, exactly. Like be intentional. Don't be scared. FBA owned business, please don't. I know this is probably like a new phenomenon, but please, I encourage to post a sign. Just how like the white racist owners posted signs in 1960 said no colored people allowed. So do the same thing. What the white establishments did in the 1960s. This time, posting a sign that says FBA's wanted only. Other
Right.
groups of people got to go.
OTBs need not apply.
Exactly. Yes. You could. Thank you, Jesse. You probably said better than I could, but you get the point.
Yeah. Yep. So moving right along, we got the situation with Iran, the conflict in Iran, the war in Iran. Iran says Strait is closed. The U.S. says it's open. Who's telling the truth? You be the judge. Lisa gonna give us an update on that as well. 550 ships blocked as Iran and U.S. face off over the Strait of Hormuz.
Is Donald Trump's alleged peace deal with Iran. You know, they were supposed to sign it and make it official Friday. Well, the Strait of Hormuz is closed again.
Oh, yeah.
And it's because Israel violated the terms of the agreement. Part of that, they were supposed to stop attacking Lebanon. And Israel, they unalived several people in Lebanon. So Iran closed up the Strait of Hormuz again. Now, get this, Donald Trump is screaming and hollering and talking about the U.S. is going to take it over and run it and charge people. No. You know what, Iran? I would strongly advise you not to let a country that's insolvent run the Straits of Hormuz, because they're going to make the Strait of Hormuz insolvent too. These people can't be trusted to run anything.
And
I would strongly advise everybody worldwide, don't let these people run nothing. They ran America into the ground. The country is insolvent. The Social Security is insolvent. So do you want that person to run the Straits of Hormuz? Hell no. Hell no. Okay, all they're going to do is get mad, but that is proof you are not capable of running nothing. And then Donald Trump talking about they're going to charge people and all. Donald Trump, those folks ain't going to let you run nothing. You can't even run America. You know, and how you going to take it over from Iran when you can't even beat Iran? Give me a break. You have to be insane to let Donald Trump run anything, and the damn country he runs right now is insolvent. Woo! I see they got jokes. So anyway, y'all, that's what he's hooping and hollering about. Oh, the U.S. will take it over. No, Donald Trump, the only thing people are going to do is laugh at you if you talk about taking stuff over, because they already know y'all can't run nothing. You can't run nothing. The whole globe knows America is insolvent. Okay, you're still sitting up in somebody's face like you got a legitimate point in telling them you're going to run stuff. I mean, for real? Y'all couldn't run my finances. And I'm one person, and I sure wouldn't let you do it. Looking at what you did to America, forget it. So, y'all, We're going to get into this. Okay, let me share my screen. All right. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. And, you know, he's mad at Iran, but really, Donald Trump, you should be mad at Israel. I don't know what you're mad at Iran for. They told you what the terms were. You seem to be in agreement with the term, and y'all electronically signed it, and you were going to sign it in person this coming Friday, and then Israel attacked Lebanon. But you're mad at Iran. They already told you what they're going to do if Israel did not stop attacking Lebanon. But Donald Trump's mad at Iran. You know, yeah, look at the irony of that. Thank you for the 1s, everybody.
Iran's military has announced today that they are closing the Strait of Hormuz again. Reason being because of the Israeli attacks on Lebanon that killed 16 people, including 2 kids. They said the U.S. is bad faith because they just signed this ceasefire deal with the U.S. and part of the deal is supposed to be a truce where there's no fighting, no shooting from both sides. They say U.S. ain't upholding the truce, so they're going to close the Strait of Hormuz again. Now, the U.S. Central Command said Iran don't run the Strait of Hormuz, and it won't be closed. Ships going to continue to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and they're going to watch it close and make sure it remains that way. Now, Vice President J.D. Vance already on the plane, heading over to Switzerland to meet with Iran tomorrow to do some more negotiations. So hopefully they can sort this out. But as of right now, things are on shaky ground. Everybody's scared that the market's about to tank again because we already know the Strait of Hormuz, when it's closed, things don't look good. If you didn't know, now you know. And knowing is half the battle. Love y'all. Be safe out there. Big Ducat. You already know. Thank me later.
Iran has responded to Trump's latest threats to destroy their entire country and is also rejecting reports that claim there's been an agreement reached involving their enriched uranium. This comes after Iran decided to close the strait yet again yesterday after Israeli forces continued an all-out assault in Lebanon. During a phone call with Fox News, Trump said he told Iranian officials directly that if they close the strait, they won't have a country, saying, quote, "You won't even make it back to your effing country. We'll take over the rest of the country." But now Iranian officials have fired back, saying that Trump cannot speak to Iran in, quote, "the language of threats and deadlines." They warned that Trump's latest remarks could compromise the entire MOU. Iran's also rejecting new reports that claim there's been an agreement reached involving lowering Iran's enriched uranium, saying the nuclear file is not even on the agenda for this round of talks, adding that none of these discussions will happen whatsoever until the U.S. implements all of its commitments. These include getting Israel out of Lebanon, removing the naval blockade, oil sanctions waivers, and the full release of Iran's frozen funds. Additionally, Lindsey Graham said he spent over 4 hours with Trump on Friday and says that now he believes if this deal fails, Trump is going to take the Strait of Hormuz over by force, saying that if Iran contests control over Hormuz by the United States, we'll then obliterate them.
The Strait of Hormuz is closed. They closed it today. Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. Like, let's look at the timeline. So on Wednesday, Trump and Iran signed a deal in France with President Macron as a witness. And it's like, all right, we're about to negotiate the nuclear talks. The next day, which is Thursday, JD is supposed to go to Switzerland. He don't board that plane. Instead, he looks at the reporters and he says, tell that blue and white country they keep fucking with my negotiations. I am not going to be their ally anymore. Well, really, he said, you need to stop threatening your most powerful ally because it's looking really shaky for you. The reason why JD doesn't go to Switzerland is because they keep bombing the south of Lebanon, the blue and white country. Now, we look at Friday, right? A ceasefire comes about because not only did JD say that to the reporters, Trump reposted something on Twitter or Truth Social, wherever the fuck he be on. And he said, and I quote, didn't say shit actually. He reposted a post that was a news article. Not only did JD say that, but Trump reposted a news article titled, BB's presidency in the blue and white country literally hangs on whether what the U.S. does or not. So I saw Trump reposted that. That's a motherfucker Gemini man. He petty. He says, see, and that was a warning to say, see, we decide if you get reelected over there. Stop playing. And you know, because BB was scared, the blue and white country decided to do a ceasefire in the morning with Hezbollah, and then continuously bombed South Lebanon after agreeing to a ceasefire. Whilst agreeing to the ceasefire and then continuously attacking them, they killed 4 of their own soldiers. They're fucking dumb. Saturday morning, today, they closed the Strait of Hormuz. That deal was supposed to permanently keep the strait open. And I can explain to you how it works. The Strait of Hormuz itself, think about it as like a 3-lane highway. 1 big ass lane in the middle, 2 small lanes on the south and on the north. The big lane in the middle got like 800 mines in it. It needs to be cleared out. It is closed. People aren't going through that. Iran is trying to shut down the other outskirt lanes too. Even though ships are flowing through Oman's southern waters, they might not be flowing through Iran's. So that's where the issue lies right now. But no one can use the main highway, if that makes sense, regardless if Iran were to open it or not. But we need to really think about what J.D. Vance said to the blue and white country, because that was the most direct ordering we have seen from U.S. government to the blue and white country. And they did not listen to those orders. And I wonder what consequences will be coming about because they did not listen to JD, and they continuously bombed southern Lebanon today, which is why the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The thing is, Iran did send their negotiators to Switzerland. JD Vance is in Switzerland now, but they're saying like they don't want the strait open anymore because the blue and white country is not listening to anybody at this point. They're going rogue. And it's important to you because if the blue and white country doesn't stop bombing Lebanon, the Strait of Hormuz is not going to open. Gas is already $4.55 on average. Inflation is above 4%. And the new Fed chair of the Federal Reserve is deciding whether to increase rates to fight the inflation that the war caused, cut rates to stimulate a slow economy, or keep it steady and hope that a deal is going to be produced that'll allow the oil companies and these big corporations to be relieved of all the extra money that they've had to put out because of this goddamn war. And like I said, is war really over? Who knows? Because your gas is still $4. Lebanon's on fire. Iran's telling their people they ain't talking. Now we got that. Now the government, now the U.S. government threatening the blue and white government. It's looking like a shit show. Mm-hmm. Have a great day.
It has been an erratic start, fraught with misunderstanding and now outright confusion. Shipping through the Strait of Hormuz had only just supposedly restarted when the captains on board the 500 or so vessels still stuck there learned Iran had closed it again. In a statement broadcast on Iranian television, the Khatam al-Anbiya Central HQ, Iran's top military command, blamed what it called the continuous and ongoing ceasefire violations by the Zionist regime in southern Lebanon, and what it sees as Washington's failure to rein Israel in. Canarit, 40 miles from the border. According to Lebanon's Ministry of Health, Israel's pursuit of Hezbollah today killed at least 20. Israel says it was in response to the Iran-backed group firing 50 projectiles overnight. Lake Lucerne, Switzerland, where Iranian and US officials are supposed to be meeting to nail down the detail of a permanent peace deal. The 14-point memorandum of understanding signed on Wednesday, which demanded an end to fighting on all fronts, already under pressure, with the ink barely dry. US Vice President J.D. Vance confirming that envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are already in Switzerland ahead of planned talks tomorrow. But he played down speculation earlier today that Iran was about to close the strait, instead concentrating on timelines for demining.
What the MOU contemplates is a 30-day period where we demine the straits, where we open up the traffic there. But no, we're not seeing any evidence that the Iranians are still closing down the Strait of Hormuz. It is going to take some time to clear those mines, though.
Those ships are flowing out of the Hormuz Strait like nobody's ever seen before, actually.
President Trump also spoke earlier to celebrate what many in the world had hoped.
Y'all, Donald Trump is lying. Iran already made the announcement that they have closed the Strait of Hormuz because Israel violated the terms of the agreement. They said it's closed. And Donald Trump is in front of everybody talking about it's open and the ships are flowing. It's a lie. It's a lie. All you got to do is look. Iran already made the announcement that it is closed because of what Israel did. And Donald Trump is doing what he does all the time, get in front of the cameras and start lying to everybody about what the circumstances are. And no, and then he's like, we're going to take over and run it and we're going to obliterate them. You didn't obliterate them the first time. And you're not going to obliterate them now. And he always trying to talk trash. And the bottom line is, Donald Trump, you lost the war. There is no way Iran is going to let you take over the Straits of Hormuz. Come on. You know how stupid that would be? And I know Iran can't be that silly where they would let you take over. You can't run nothing. You can't run nothing. You couldn't run your casinos either. So anyway, y'all, let's go on. According to Iran, it's closed. According to Donald Trump, who doesn't run nothing, claims it's the Straits of Hormuz is open and all these ships are going through. I mean, come on. After listening to Donald Trump for the last several months over this war, who you gonna believe? I'm just saying. Let's go on.
Would be a return to pre-war normality in the Middle East, though the facts tell a different story, as they so often do. The 50 ships that did make it through the Strait today, a fraction of the usual traffic. While Switzerland's providing the neutral setting to try and resolve Trump's war of choice, his extraordinary spat with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni about a photo he claims she begged for at the G7 last week escalated further.
I don't know why the President of the United States behaves like this towards his allies. It is not the first time. I can only say it is disappointing that he does not show the same determination with the enemies of the West and of the United States, whose leaders instead treats with far greater indulgence. There is one thing he should remember: neither I nor Italy ever beg.
After Trump doubled down, Meloni posting on Instagram this afternoon, "My popularity is none of your concern. I suggest you focus on yours." Getting the ships moving again through the Strait of Hormuz, ending a war Trump started, the biggest challenge to his presidency to date.
News Nation's Hannah Brandt is live at the White House. She's been tracking the situation all day long, and for good reason, Hannah, because things have been changing seemingly hour by hour. Hannah, they really have. But at this hour, what we know is that Vice President Vance is now on his way to Switzerland. He's going to be meeting with the other U.S. negotiators who are already there. And those technical talks with Iran are officially set to start tomorrow. On his way over, Vice President Vance sought to calm some of the concerns about the recent fighting in Lebanon that was creating some major hurdles just earlier today. Because it was earlier this morning when Iran said it was closing the Strait of Hormuz due to Israel's attacks in Lebanon. Iran's Joint Military Command said the U.S. failing to end the war is a clear breach of its commitments because remember that new memorandum signed just days ago? It says the fighting will stop entirely. Well, Vice President Vance, though, says Secretary of State Marco Rubio and his team have been managing the situation in Lebanon. He insists things there are getting better and slowing down. And U.S. CENTCOM is also disputing Iran's announcement on the Strait. A spokesperson telling Reuters in a statement, Iran does not control the Strait of Hormuz. Traffic continues to flow, and U.S. forces are monitoring the situation to ensure this remains the case. And just today, CENTCOM saying 55 merchant ships passed through the Strait with more than 17 million barrels of oil.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. I just spoke with President Trump for more than 20 minutes, and he gave some new insight and reaction about the ongoing talks that are taking place in Switzerland and the threats coming from the Iranian regime. President Trump telling Fox News that the U.S. may take over the Strait in the future if they have to and collect tolls. The president described this as the United States being the guardian angel of the Strait of Hormuz and the Middle East. And the president said ultimately that would involve the U.S. taking 20% of the oil that passes through the Strait. Remember, this comes in reaction to the Iranians saying they will close the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon. President Trump tells Fox News he spoke with Iranian officials overnight and said, you close it and you won't have a country. He went on to tell these officials, you won't even make it back to your effing country.
Get froze up on Lisa's end.
Yeah, is Lisa okay?
Yeah, this is fast forward. She's having 10.
The bottom line is this is one big. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. So anyway, what you still have no sound? Can anybody hear me? Oh, okay. No. First of all, Donald Trump talking about they're going to take it over and charge toll. Donald Trump, you ain't going to do none of that. You ain't even over in that region. You don't have no control of anything in that region. Now, what would they look like letting you control it and your ass can't run nothing? So anyway, the bottom line is this is one big mess, y'all. People were talking about how the prices of gas went down. Well, honey, wait until Monday come. It's going to shoot right back up. You watch. You watch. It's going to shoot right back up. And everybody is going to be back to square one. See, what Donald Trump, before he negotiates anything, he needs to talk to Israel and get everything straight with Israel. It is counterproductive to do a deal and then you got Israel doing whatever they want. And part of the deal was for them not to do anything to Lebanon, and that's the first thing they did. See, he's going to keep messing up the deals because you know what? He doesn't want them. He doesn't want these deals. He doesn't. That's why every time they come close to signing a deal, Israel does something. And then everything gets backed off and everybody move away from the table. So we shall see what's going to happen. But Donald Trump is claiming the Straits is open. All the reports that I've seen says Iran stated it's closed. So even if you got 50 ships through there, that's really not enough. People have been without oil from that region now for what, going on 90 days? So 50 ships going in there is really not enough to do too much of anything. So no matter what, this is one big mess for sure. One big mess. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that we're going to talk about, and I got to get a few things set up. So I'm going to do that behind the scenes. So be on the lookout for my next upcoming live. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. All right, Michael, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, my thought is that, Donald Trump, causing chaos with the Iran Strait. Yeah, Donald Trump is losing grip of everything in Iran. And also Donald Trump doesn't have a lot of power. He can tell Iran what to do because as president of America, yes, I understand the importance of foreign policy, but foreign policy should not be the should be the only scope, or to be considered as very important. And that a lot of people are struggling back home in America. especially his base, right?
Yeah.
And I know that American freedmen very resilient. That they have no problem. They have no problem surviving because of the system's policies that were put in place against them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Donald Trump, from all the mistakes presidents have made by intervening in Middle Eastern countries, is that they never done their homework. And it's funny because Middle Eastern countries have done their homework on America, and they know how to plan for how to retreat, right?
Right.
What moves to take next. And we should never ever been in Iran in the first place, right? And so what Lisa said, by intervening in Iran, Americans are going to pay a higher price
Right.
than they do right now in terms of gas prices going up, right, and other costs too. And yeah, and I'll say this to American freemen: don't never ever allow Becky's, Karen's, Chen's, Maria ever try to get FBAs involved or try to blame them for Donald Trump's scares. No, the people who should be blamed are the Asian, Hispanics, and white people because they're the ones who overwhelmingly or almost overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump,
Yeah.
right? And say to and pretty much to American people, just stay home, relax, eat popcorn, think about developing a business plan, moving forward, than having to deal with the negative energy coming from the Karens,
Right.
Chens, Maria.
Yeah.
And the three groups of people, they should be responsible. They're responsible for Donald Trump. They should definitely be responsible for cleaning up the mess. And yes, and Sabaka mentioned, has there been an environmental impact study of damage being done in the Strait of Hormuz? Great question. I'm not too sure, but I'll say this. I'm pretty sure the Iranians have studied their own environment, have come up with their own environmental research about the impacts from about the America's intervention, right? And I'm sure that it's going to say like it that America's foreign intervention in Iran or in the Strait was not very good economically and socially, right? Because of health concerns, right? And interesting that I would like to see the same environmental impact study being done in America as well on American freedmen, right? And of course other Americans, because America as a corporate entity is always going to war and never has doesn't have conscientiousness in addressing the destruction it has caused on its people. So yeah, I mean that would be interesting. I haven't, yeah, have not considered, but I'll definitely look into it to see what environmental study has been done in the Strait of Hormuz. That'll be interesting. Yes, but it tells me that no matter who's president in America, regardless of political parties, right, in the White House, America has never learned that you cannot always intervene in foreign countries' businesses, right? Because once you get involved there, it's very hard to finish a war because conflicts require planning, precision, right? And it's just more than boots on the ground, right? You got to think about the next moves, right? And think about 3 or 5 moves ahead of you, right? In this game. And this is something America doesn't think about. And when I say America, I'm talking about like white America. Because white America always likes to do something that's very erroneous. It doesn't think through. And it causes a lot of casualties. And yeah, and also like and you're right, Sabaka. Yeah, the dump is repeating Vina. Yep, exactly. Yes. Because this is who America is, and America's always going to be like that, right? Because you can't get enough of what other people have abroad when it comes to like oil, natural resources, and other assets, right? Because America, we know, has been always known as an imperialist country, right? Since slavery was introduced in this country, chattel slavery. And America always has to, I mean, I don't know why it's crazy, always has to get involved financially, or it has to be greedy. And when America focuses too much on greed, when America focuses too much on greed, eventually it's going to hurt its own people. Especially the Brad, Ken, Karen, Becky, of course, Asians, those three groups of people. I say those three groups of people because they're the ones who always want to side with Republicans and white supremacy and centrist Democrats by not doing what's right for by doing not by doing not by doing what is not right by doing not what is right for by FBAs like limits-based cost-paying reparations, anti-hate crime bill, liberation, equality, separation, and of course, universal policies at the end for American citizens. So yeah, and that's why America is definitely it's being why a lot of countries or reviews are exposing white America because white America has never atoned for its sins, has never atoned for its mistakes, and not to mention never atoned for owning chattel slaves. And the word is it's funny how America says to other countries that they need to practice democracy, right? And it's funny because other countries are fighting back. They're telling about America. Americans, why aren't you guys preaching democracy at home when you're trying to tell us we've got to practice it abroad or globally, right? And yeah, and definitely, Sabaga, I'm definitely looking into the movie, Buck and the Predator. It was made in the year 1970. Oh, I'm going to watch it for sure because I think I definitely need to learn the history of how the slaves how the slave owners tried to chase black Americans, FBAs, right? How they ruin, FBA businesses because I know too, like white supremacists, it makes them, upset, angry, and it makes them feel inferior when FBAs have control of their own resources, right? Because white people never had problems with Hispanics and Asians owning their own businesses. So why should white supremacists have a problem with FBAs owning their own resources, right? Or starting their own businesses? Yeah. And because white, like I said, right, because the white supremacists never learned from anything and very few have changed, right? And Philip Scott said this multiple times. Individuals will change, not the collectives. And so the real problem, the issue is the problem is the collectives, right? Because they're still stuck on the status quo and they just really want to control FBAs. And those days are over. And I know it's making the Beckys, Karens, and Thomas really upset. And yeah, and I will say this to the white supremacists. I'm sure they're listening. You guys need to stop controlling FBAs. Let FBAs leave. I'm sorry, let FBAs live how they want to live, right? Let them have their own autonomy, self-determination, and let them be with each other because they haven't been with each other for so many centuries until now. Let FBAs have everything they deserve because justice is definitely owed to them. Yeah, and now I think I understand why white people want diversity because with diversity they can use other groups of people as pawns, right? Pawns and spawns, and I can't think of the other term, but you get the point. To really control FBAs, right? And we know that it's backfiring, and I know it's making white supremacists very miserable because they can no longer use other groups of people as bait, right? And so that's why I think we live in a new information information age of technology in the 21st century, right? And we know that white supremacists can never hide their history, right? Or the sins they created because we have social media. We got the internet, right? I know in the 90s they could almost easily get away with, right? Because the internet was just beginning, but nowadays everything is there, right? Even if like white supremacists want to delete a lot of stuff in the textbooks or delete what they wrote, it's still going to be posted on social media. Everybody's going to have access to it, right? Because access is key, because access definitely means ownership. and that's one thing that white supremacists don't like, that FBAs are having more access to new sources of information, so the narratives don't get twisted. Yep. Oh, Jesse, you're there. Oh, okay. He's probably on break. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And it's like what Lisa has said, multiple times, that it's time for FBA. It's great that FBAs are now standing 10 toes down, and it's about respecting the black dollar and also respecting about FBA's culture, right? And it's oh, did I hear someone snoring? Oh, okay. I'm not sure it's Amaru or the other pet. Well, yeah, and Sabaka, yeah. So it is, yeah, right, for correction. Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay, so it is Buck and the Preacher, Michael. I made an error by the title name. Hey, I understand. Sometimes when we type so fast, right? We think that we typed the correct name, right? But yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I know because your memory just came back. Yeah, I'm definitely going to look into it as well. Yeah. Jesse, you okay? Oh, okay. I heard someone snoring. Yeah. But what I was gonna say, sorry, I'm trying to keep this channel going. Yeah, so you okay, Jesse? Okay, the black and Sabaka said the black actors who you will notice early in their careers are Lynn Hamilton, James McGigan, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, and Miss Ruby D, plays Sydney's wife. I wonder what Ossie Davis had to say about that. Lord, interesting. Yeah, I'll definitely have to watch that movie to definitely find out for sure. I mean, I think it's a good educational clip for all Americans to watch, because I think that they definitely need to get a wake up call and stop being fed with, like, false narratives about FBAs, right? Because as Americans, we were taught that false narrative, right? And not understand the true history of FBAs who involuntarily built America, right? The Black Wall Street, medical innovation, and other tools. And it's about time that the young people, especially like the young Beckys, Karens, Hispanics and Asians, and I say those young people, those who are in the minorities, who are not racist, they need to really need to get themselves, or I don't want to say get themselves, but definitely get caught up. I'll push it, get caught up to speed, because FBAs are no longer going to educate them, any longer, right? Because those states are educating other groups of people who don't want to be educated or over, right? It's about, if they really want a serious education, right, that they need to pay FBAs, money, right? Because FBAs understand that this is a luxury. This is not like they do this for free for the groups of people, and then other groups of people don't take their when I say that, I'm talking about like the FBA suggestions very seriously. So it's definitely about time. Because I definitely, for sure made progress in my learning and doing the advocacy work. Is there a lot to learn from? Absolutely, for myself, as an individual ally, right? And I do think that that there should be more individual allies outside of me, meaning the Asian, Spanish, and white people. And the question is, are they willing to take that risk? And are they willing to be uncomfortable for the sake of this country, especially for FBAs who involuntarily built this country? And I think you're right. Yeah, Sabaka, you mentioned that they had the damn Becky's in the film also. Yeah, I probably will not be surprised, right? Because Hollywood needs a villain, and Hollywood needs a villain and needs a protagonist, right? So yeah, I'm definitely going to um definitely going to watch that film. definitely for sure, because I think everybody needs a wake up call, right? Outside of FBA. So I know FBA is already well informed, right, of the movie history and what's going on in America and of course globally. But the other groups of people, definitely for sure. Yeah, and you said Sabaka, the movie was filmed in Durango, Mexico, but the setting was Colorado. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting, because wow. I mean, wow, I'm surprised because I thought that film, I mean, that movie was filmed in Colorado. Like, why would the Mexican government allow it? You know what I mean? Because Mexico, people speak Spanish, right? And I know to Mexicans, it'll probably be like offenses, like, why everything got to be in English to make this movie, right? Yeah. Oh, Jesse, you there? Oh, I hope Jesse, you're not resting on me, taking a nap. Yeah. Yeah. And so, and also, and moving forward, going to 2026, 2028, right? It's going to be very interesting how the Democratic candidates are going to come out about their reparations plans, right? Because they've been doing a lot of talking, but not enough walking on reparations. And they cannot repeat like 2020, right? And say, hey, we support reparations, but then they don't have a detailed plan, right? Because I think having a detailed plan is so important because with it, we know where the candidates stand and also we can track them easily, right? Sabaka said Harry Belafonte was the jackleg preacher, who knew how to his pew pew and he kept it in his Bible. Yeah, I mean I'm right because I think Harry Belafonte knew that when you're by yourself with Mzungus, you always got to protect yourself, right? Because you don't know if the Mzungus are good people, that you don't know if Mzungus are good people or not. Because anytime they can pretty much take your life, right? When you're only the minority, right? And Belafonte knew that nobody was gonna come, nobody from the white community was gonna come to rescue him, right? So I understand why Belafonte said that it's very important to bring a pew pew for protection, right? Because the police are pretty much on code with white supremacy, and the police are not going to arrive in a timely manner. They only come after a crime has been committed. I mean, that was then, and even now, nothing has changed. And so, yes, because because white supremacists, they always like to start a battle. I'm saying they always like to start conflicts, but they can never finish conflicts, right? That's why FBA say it's not how you start, it's how you finish, right? Cameron Mitchell played the slave patroller from Louisiana. Cameron Mitchell, gotta look him up. Okay. Yep. Oh, Jesse, is that you? Yeah. And so, okay, Cameron Mitchell Cameron Mitchell played the slave patrol from Louisiana. Okay, I'm definitely going to definitely check that out. So probably gonna watch it like over the weekend or the next couple days. Yes. Yep.
All right.
All right. You okay, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Was that you snoring or taking a brief nap?
Briefly.
Oh, okay, okay. Just want to say, I was just pretty much holding the show down for you and for your viewers.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
I got the itis from the spaghetti.
Oh, spaghetti. Oh, you made it yourself for dinner tonight?
Yeah, for me
Yeah.
today. Yeah. Okay, where was the last video?
Oh, the last video was after I think you're about to go on to the 12 tribes on earth, I think. That's the next video, right?
Yeah. They do the heat wave in France.
Heat wave in France? I don't think so. Oh, wait. 40 people have Paris in France's extreme 2026 heat wave. I think that's the next one, right? I believe so.
Okay, I'm gonna play that.
Okay. Oh, and Sobako is giving us
What's
the
up,
names.
world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily.
Tabaco's giving us what?
He was giving the name of the characters in the movie, in the film. What is it? In the buck, in the buck and the preacher.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Goodness with the nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
Shalom, family. Good to see everyone here. Hope you're doing well. Oh, my goodness. Boy, this is going to be a good day. So, over in Europe, I don't know if any of you have been following what's going on. They're having a heat wave. Well, not long ago, it went all the way up to 110 degrees in Europe. And people decided to get in the water and swim. And in France alone, 40 people have been unalive from getting in water. And the same thing happened in the UK and also Spain and Portugal. So this is going on. And the heat waves are just unbelievable. They're hitting like triple digits for days and days in a row. Triple digits over there in Europe. You know, Europe that didn't even have air conditioning because their summers were always mild. Not anymore. Their summers are exactly the same as they are in the Middle East. What does that tell you? You can't tell me that's not the work of the Most High. It most certainly is. It is the work of the Most High. He went right to their continent and turned it into a furnace. So we're going to listen to some of the news clips that have come out of Europe because, you know, you would think people getting in water to cool themselves down. No, actually, if you go in water that's too cold, it will send you into shock. And if you don't know what to do, it's easy for you to lose your life. I remember when I was a child, we learned about this, where if the water is too cold and you feel yourself going into shock, you're supposed to float on your back and stay on your back until your breathing and everything comes back to normal. That's what you should always do. If you never learned that in life, that's what you should do, because when your body goes into shock, it changes everything physically and your breathing becomes more shallow. When you're in water that's too cold or you dove in and you kind of jacked up your body temperature, always get on your back and float and stay in that position until your breathing and everything starts feeling normal to you. Then you need to get out of the water immediately. Get out of that water. If there's someone that can help you and get you out, that's even better. But you know, if no one is around or you're in a spot where people just can't hear you, get on your back. Always get on your back and just float. So y'all, I'm going to share my screen. Let me share my screen. Okay, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Before summer has even begun. From the Atlantic coast of Portugal to the plains of Eastern Europe, an immense dome of high pressure has settled across the continent. Meteorologists call it a heat dome, a vast atmospheric lid that traps hot air near the surface, compressing it and driving temperatures higher with each passing day. But this heat is not appearing from nowhere. Warm air surging northward from North Africa is feeding the system, carrying Saharan heat deep into Europe. At the same time, El Niño and a warming planet are loading the atmosphere with even more energy. Spain, Portugal, France, Italy, Germany, the United Kingdom, and parts of the Balkans are already feeling the impact. Rivers shrink, forests dry, wildfire risks climb. Cities built for cooler climates struggle beneath temperatures that arrive weeks earlier than expected. Scientists warn this is not an anomaly. It is a glimpse into the future. As greenhouse gases continue to warm the planet, heat waves are becoming more frequent, more intense, and more dangerous. This may be one of the hottest years ever recorded. It could also be among the coolest years many of us will ever experience.
There's really nowhere in the country of France today that is escaping this punishing heat wave. Half of the country, more than half the country, is in the red alert zone. That's the maximum alert zone for heat waves, which means essentially that there is a danger to life from excessive exposure to the heat. The rest of the country, or nearly all the rest of the country, is in the orange zone, which is 1 degree down. So we're all suffering, and records are going to tumble today, tomorrow. Already on Monday, it was the hottest ever day recorded in June, and everything suggests that it's going to get even more intense over the next couple of days. What it means in practice for people's lives is that they're staying inside. The early morning is about the only time where you can get out, and late at night. Later on, people are being forced to stay indoors. A lot of people are cooling off in rivers, in pools, at the seaside. That's bringing with it its own set of problems. And then there's this terribly distressing story from the south of France on Monday with 2 siblings aged 2 and 4 getting stuck in their family car and dying of heat suffocation. So there's a real sense in the country that this is very, very serious, that we have to adapt and essentially stay inside as much as possible until it eases off, which won't be till the end of the week.
Good afternoon. As temperatures soar, there are fresh warnings this lunchtime about the dangers of open water after the bodies of 4 teenagers were recovered over the weekend. The suspected drownings occurred in separate incidents in Lincoln, Halifax, the Rother Valley, and in North Warwickshire. It comes as the UK yesterday recorded its hottest May Day ever, with temperatures reaching nearly 35 degrees. And overnight, it didn't drop below 21 degrees in South London. With warnings those records could yet be beaten again, heat alerts remain in place all over England. The highest amber warnings cover the Midlands, London and the South East, meaning there could be extra pressure on health services. Our reporter Layla Hayes has the latest.
15-year-old Declan Sawyer, described by his family as funny and outgoing. On Sunday, he died while swimming in Swanham Lakes near Lincoln, one of 4 teenagers to lose their life in water over the bank holiday weekend. Yesterday afternoon, a 13-year-old boy died in a reservoir in Halifax in West Yorkshire, and the body of another teenage boy was found in Rother Valley Country Park near Sheffield. And last night, a teenage girl also died at Kingsbury Water Park in Warwickshire. Those heading to the beach in Weston-super-Mare in Somerset today were being urged to stay safe.
There were about 40 rescues yesterday, and that's just in one day alone. I mean, I know it was incredibly hot yesterday, but we are set now for a really, really hot week. So we would urge people, please, please keep yourself safe on the beach. Be aware that the mud is a danger, and don't go past those yellow warning signs.
In London, commuters struggled in this morning after the warmest May night ever, defined as tropical by the Met Office.
A tropical night is when the temperature doesn't fall below 20 degrees Celsius. And in the weather records, that is unprecedented so early in the year. And another one is likely tonight as well. In fact, the focus of another tough night for sleeping will widen to include more of South Wales and Southwest England. And climate projections for the UK suggest tropical nights will become more frequent and more intense.
Wales has also seen record-breaking temperatures, with the hottest May Day ever recorded yesterday. And in Scotland, firefighters worked through the night to tackle a large grass fire near Arthur's Seat in Edinburgh. We've already seen the hottest UK temperature recorded in May, but with more heat to come, that could be broken again today. Layla Hayes, ITV News.
France has just had its hottest night since records began, a day after temperatures reached 42 degrees in Bordeaux. The Prime Minister says 40 people, most of them young, have died by drowning.
The key message we want to get across is to children is stop and think, stay together, call 999 and float. The key thing of floating is to have your head back, shoulders back, tummy up, and then you can scull with your hands in a star float. This keeps your face out the water, and then when you're in trouble, you can shout for help.
Float to live. That's the drowning prevention campaign message. Here at Yearsley Swimming Pool in York, young people are being given crucial water safety advice. It comes after drowning claimed children's lives in Britain's May heatwave.
Over the last 5 years, 723 people drowned in the UK and Ireland each year, with 71% of the child drownings happening between May and August. According to the Royal Lifesaving Society UK, that's one of the reasons why the campaign is such a big thing. And like with the May heatwave, we had at least 17 adults and children that died during that period of like 2 weeks where it was really hot. And that's quite shocking in a way.
The guidance is to stick to places with a lifeguard on duty due to the risk open water poses.
So water can be quite dangerous because if you are underwater, you can't breathe at all. So you are holding breath all the time, but also the power of and the force of the water will always go against you.
Swimmers here can learn to swim at any age, and for George, it's a vital life skill.
Swimming itself is so good for you. You know, everybody should swim, because if you don't, things can happen to people, as we know, in the rivers, in the sea, anywhere, and accidents do happen, but you've got to be aware of how dangerous water is. Learn to swim and you're fine, as long as you're safe.
As temperatures hot up, the warning to stay safe in the water is crucial now more than ever. Anna Riley, GB News.
Now went to the shop, there's like no water in the shops, it's all like really hot. So just trying to find some shade here, sit and just chill by the river where there's some wind.
Mesdames, nous pouvons faire quoi la région? Merci à vous.
Muy fatal, pero con ropa liviana y todo eso, andar con líquido, bebiendo o hidratándonos porque no se puede.
At least 40 people have died in France, with hundreds of schools closed, as sweltering temperatures across Europe look set to reach almost 44 degrees Celsius. At least 49 of France's 96 mainland departments are on the highest heat red alert for today and tomorrow. 40 people have already drowned in the past week after swimming in unsupervised areas across the country. 2 young brothers, aged 2 and 4, also tragically died after being found inside their mum's car during the intense heat. Over 1,300 schools have also been shut down for the day to keep children safe at home.
Okay, so this is all over Europe. Even Italy is in a heat wave. So it's pretty bad, and they're going through it this week. 40 Celsius, I think that's like 107. I mean, that is crazy for Europe, but they've been hitting triple digits almost every day. And when you're in triple digits, even if you're in the shade, you're still in the 90s, even in the shade. So the shade can't really do but so much. So, wow. I think when I was over in Europe, y'all, I think the hottest it got was the low 80s in the summer. The rest of the summer was pretty much very mild, like 70s. And when it went up to the low 80s, they thought it was hot then. But now it has changed. Man, the weather has changed over there dramatically. It is now, reaching over 100 plus degrees is now the norm across Europe. When it was not like that, even like 20 and 30 years ago, but it is like that now. I mean, the earth is getting hotter. It is getting hotter. And if you are a non-melanated person, you're going to be going through it. Yeah. You're talking about 40 people, and this is still June. Can you imagine how many more will be lost by the end of summer? That is crazy. 104, yeah. And I saw one day it went up to 43 Celsius over there in France. I saw that as one of their temperatures, 43 Celsius. That is like crazy. And still, despite all of this, still most of Europe don't have air conditioning. They don't have it. They never really needed it before in the past, but they certainly do now. They really can't afford to be without it. Now, their businesses have it, but most residential areas, they don't even have AC. They don't have it. So, y'all, they are frying in Europe. They are frying. So I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. My next live will be coming up at 3:45. Carmelo Anthony got a dream team now. So he's got a team of lawyers that are going to fight for him during the appeal. And the original attorney that they hired in the first trial, he ain't ever coming back. So he's never coming back. So we're going to hear about that at 3:45. And at 5:45, we're going to be talking about the big wealth transfer that's going on in our community. And it is a beautiful thing to see. Y'all, I've been looking around. It's a shame that many of our businesses are there, but in a way they're kind of hidden. I was able to find a nail salon, 2 restaurants that I never knew about that are Black owned in my area, and a couple of towns over from me, there is a Black supermarket, a Black grocery store. So I'm taking notes. And so far, I am doing real well. I have not bought anything from any Asians online. I don't go in Asian shops I know where they are, but I don't go in there. So they weren't getting my money anyway. And I am finding a lot. And I found also a clothing store that was Black owned. So I'm finding them and I'm happy. I am happy that I am finding them. So when they say you gonna need us, no, we really don't. No, we really don't. As long as we support our own businesses, then that means the wealth stays in the community. And once the wealth stays in the community, we all become a lot richer. And that's exactly what all of these other communities have done. We're just doing the same thing. And do you see how upset they are? Now, a lot of white people are chiming in and they're upset too. I don't even know why y'all are upset. Y'all don't do nothing but support each other. But the moment we support each other, everybody's mad. Well, then you're just going to have to stay mad because I'm not going to stop supporting my people. Okay, you're just going to have to stay mad. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. And don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom, family.
If you can, speak a little bit about the indigenous people.
So you mean like the Black people who say we are indigenous to America?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, to me, that's like that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. It's so ridiculous to me that there's no, prior to this generation, there's no previous Black scholar who done all of their research, thousands, however much time of research that they did, whatever they pursue. They never said that. This is literally a new concept. Now, Hebrew Israelites, okay, that was a little bit earlier, but this whole indigenous thing, that's brand new. Just this generation has started saying that. And I'm gonna keep it real, bro.
Family. Let's go into the receipt bag, family. Number one, before we even do that, let's define what the word indigenous is. Let's define that, because a lot of folks, they run around talking about you ain't indigenous, you ain't this, you ain't that. And then when you ask them the definition of indigenous, they go by a completely out of context and wrong definition. So let's go to Merriam-Webster. Let's go to Oxford. Let's just Google, what does indigenous mean? All right, so as you can see, family, we've typed in on Google, what does indigenous mean? Okay, anybody at home, if you're listening, you can follow along. What does indigenous mean? Now, the first definition, originating or occurring naturally in a particular place, native. This is the definition that a lot of people confuse with indigenous people. But if you look at the example they gave, a coriander is indigenous to Southern Europe. Now, a coriander is a type of plant, and I apologize if I'm announcing it wrong for my teachers out there, my academic people out there. But a coriander is a type of plant. They're using that definition in context of a plant, okay, originating or occurring naturally in a particular place or native. The second definition is highlighted of people, okay? So when they're speaking about indigenous people, what do they mean when they call somebody indigenous? It says inhabiting or existing in a land from the earliest times or from before the arrival of colonists. Let me read it one more time. When they're speaking about indigenous people, they're talking about inhabiting or existing in a land from the earliest times or from before the arrival of colonists. So in simple terms, family, Anybody who was here before Christopher Columbus could be considered an indigenous person or indigenous people, okay? Indigenous person or indigenous people. That's what indigenous means, because he was a colonist, or he created and he brought in European colonies, all right? Anybody before Columbus. Now, let's go back to what he originally said, family. When he originally talked about there is nobody, this is the first generation that wants to bring up indigenous people in America. That's completely not true. And I'm going to prove that right now. All right. Now, what I'm going to put together is a collage. These are collage of videos of some of our elders. Many of them I chose purposely because they're non-FBA and they're Pan-Africanists. Okay, the first clip you're going to see is of Dr. Ben, who was a known Pan-Africanist. He was Ethiopian, actually Ethiopian Jew known as the Falashas. Okay, he was a big Pan-African. He was also a mentor to Malcolm X and others. All right, and the man who was sitting across the table from him is one by the name of Dr. George Simons. He's also from the Caribbean islands. He was also a Pan-Africanist. All right, listen to what they're going to say, because according to him, wasn't nobody speaking about no Black indigenous people in Americas before Columbus. Because remember, to be indigenous, okay, you simply have to be here before Columbus. Listen to what they're going to say. Let's get into it.
In the September 1981 issue of Science Digest, and it's entitled Black Kings in Ancient America.
Black Kings in Ancient America? Oh, Lord, I thought wasn't nobody talking about this back then. This is in 1980, by the way, family. This is in 1980. This was filmed at the University of Alabama, Birmingham in 1980.
You and some other Black scholars believe that these people, African people, came to this continent before Columbus.
We don't believe, we know.
How do you know? What evidence?
The evidence is there.
And I want you to understand the context as well as with as many of these elders are using the term African. Okay, they're using it to describe a particular type of phenotype. Now, some are going to actually relate it to African people on the continent, but other people are using the term African to describe a particular phenotype. That was a popular word during the time to describe everybody who looks like me as African. Okay, the word Black really wasn't in circulation or anything like that during that time, or melanated or everything like that, different terminologies like that. So understand that. I don't want y'all to get hyper-focused on, man, they're using the term African. What they're describing is people who look like us, Black skin like us, in the Americas. Okay, let them continue.
For example, when you go to Central America, the Yucatan Peninsula, and at Ecuador and places like that, they have caches of Carthaginian money found 200 feet down in the ground, meaning that there were pluvial disruptions and those money was buried. So it indicates a period of time, at least from that, when you look at the strategy, you could tell the period of time in which they've been here. And when you're talking about Carthage, you're talking about at least 212 BC, when Carthage was finally destroyed by the Romans. Again, the Queen Makeda, which you call the Queen of Sheba, there are maps which Rome, the church in Rome, the so-called Holy Father, has suppressed these maps from the time of Justinian, showing South America and what is today called Central America. The maps there and Makeda goes back to at least 892 BC.
Before Christ.
Before the
Let me point out another thing, just from the same article. I don't know if we can see this on television, but here is a picture. Tell me what this is, and why do you see this as proof of the presence of Africans in America before?
That is the head of an Olmec, and the Olmecs were said to be the first of the indigenous Americans. And if an Olmec walked in here, then you would believe that he had come from the middle of Africa. And
he said, if an Olmec came here, you would have believed he came from the middle of Africa. Okay, speaking to their physical phenotype, their Black phenotype that he believes that they had, according to the the monuments that were found in Tres Pulses down there in Mexico. Okay, you dig? So this is in the 1980s. This is 45 years ago, family. People are speaking about Black people in ancient America. Okay, the oldest classical civilization, the Olmecs, being in ancient America, family. But I'll let them continue because we got more.
There is no doubt about it that all of the writers prior to racism admitted that the Olmecs were in fact Africans who had come across.
Let me turn to Dr. Simmons. You also agreed with this position that Africans were in this.
I have no problem.
And this is Dr. George Simmons. Like I said, he's from the Caribbean islands. He's a Pan-Africanist as well, speaking about this.
No doubt.
As a matter of fact, speaking about, like Dr. Ben mentioned, and you spoke about Michael Nico, I own a book several years ago and still have it in my possession by Michael Nico himself, who is considered one of America's leading archaeologists and anthropologists from Yale, one of America's most prestigious schools. In his own work, he referred to them as Negroid. And he went further to state the title of the book is America's First Civilization, what you call civilization. And to turn around and to tell these youngsters and other people in America in particular that the black men were the first to build any type of civilization in the Americas will be disturbing to Americans.
He said to turn around and tell people that the black man was the first to build any type of civilizations in America will be disturbing to Americans. And again, notice how they juggle back and forth between the term African and black. They kind of use it interchangeably. So that's why I don't want y'all to get caught up in it. I just want you to understand the people they're describing, the people that they were saying looks just like us, who were the first Americans and the oldest part of the oldest civilizations in America. But let's continue.
And so
it's going to be a slow cook today, family. So this might be an hour-long reaction because we're going to pull out some receipts today.
So
let me ask you this.
Yes.
Even if you're right, let's say you're right, what difference does it make?
It makes a lot of difference.
What kind of difference?
It takes the inferiority complex out of the black man who felt that his only beginning and relationship here in this part of the world is that of slavery. Then it puts him in the driver's seat because, again, they don't tell you that there are man-made hills within the United States. They call them mounds. And they range from in the Midwest all the way down the eastern seacoast of the United States. And they have found artifacts in them that are similar to things found in West Africa and in Egypt, which is Northeast Africa, that predates the arrival of the so-called indigenous Indians to these lands.
Here wasn't no scholars talking about this. This is the first generation. Okay. Now here we have the late great, rest in power to the young God. This is Ivan van Sertima. He wrote the book that many of you know called They Came Before Columbus. Okay, so the fact that he even said that the man wrote a book that was widely popular called They Came Before Columbus, speaking about black people in the Americas before Christopher Columbus. Okay. And Ivan van Sertima was also a known Pan-Africanist. And he was from, I believe, Guyana. If I'm not mistaken, my scholarship, my family, correct me in the comment section if I'm wrong. I believe Dr. Ivan van Sertima was from Guyana. Okay, so he's non-FBA. The people that I'm showing you, many of them are non-FBA. They have no reason to lie about this. Okay, and they're speaking about black indigenous people in the Americas before Columbus. And we showed you the definition of what indigenous was. But let's let Ivan van Sertima talk.
And I was surprised to find after about 5 years that I had collected 12 Europeans. The names of 12 Europeans who had actually seen or heard of blacks when they came. And that Christopher Columbus was the first of these. Christopher Columbus actually wrote in the Journal of the Second Voyage that when he was in Haiti, Native Americans came to them and told them that black-skinned people had come in large boats trading in gold-tipped metal spears. And then I found Ferdinand Columbus wrote a book in his father. He said, my father told me he saw Negroes north of Honduras. And then I found that Vasco Nunez de Balboa on September 25th in year 1513, coming down the slopes of Caracua, which is in Darien, which we now call Panama, actually saw 2 tall black men among the Native Americans. The Spanish were startled. These men were about 1.5 feet taller than the Native American. They were exceedingly black. They had a different texture of hair, different features. And they asked the Native Americans where these black men come from. And they said, we don't know, but they're in a large settlement nearby. And we're waging war with them. And we've captured these 2.
What? I know you don't have these Pan-Africanists talking about indigenous black people in the Americas and actually bringing up evidence and receipts and standing on it. Oh, damn. But let's continue. Let's continue. Okay, let's continue. Now, this is Professor James Smalls. This is actually one of my mentors. Shout out to Professor James Smalls. Professor James Smalls, an OG Pan-Africanist. Shout out to him. OG Pan-Africanist in the game. He stands on Pan-African. He be getting on me about, saying certain things about Pan-Africanists, but I love Baba Smalls. Baba Smalls was been around since the days of Malcolm X. After Malcolm's assassination at the mosque, this was the next imam. Let him say it. Okay, he was the next imam to take over for Malcolm X. All right, this is Professor James Small. Okay, been in all the Hidden Colors, all the damn history documentaries. He has worked on the historical accuracies of shows like The Godfather of Harlem with Forrest Whitaker and others. Known Pan-Africanist in the game, has built hotels in Africa, X, Y, and Z. But he is a foundational Black American himself, and he is from South Carolina. Let's see what Professor James Smalls has to say.
From the Chicora Nation.
Oh, damn. He said he is from the Chicora Nation, which was an indigenous Black nation here in the Americas.
And a part of the Wakamo Nation. Mm-hmm. They're part of the larger Tuscarora Nation and Southern Iroquois Nation. Most of the Southern Iroquois would migrate north and become a part of the Northern Iroquois Confederation. But many of those who stayed south and now are part of the Cherokee Greater Nation in the mountains of North Carolina. Even though the Cherokee leadership today act more like they're white folks than indigenous people. It was the same. The indigenous people of this country, well, I don't want to call them indigenous. That's the wrong word, because Africans were here before the Asiatic got here.
Whoa, my goodness, a Pan-African is saying Africans were here before the Asiatics got here? Ooh. Oh, Lord, he must be a self-hating Africa. He must hate Africa. Professor James Smalls must say, because, you say that around some of these New Age Pan-Africanists, man, we wasn't in no Americas. He was West African. Oh, Lord, okay.
The reason they're red and not yellow anymore is because of the amalgamation between the African Black and the Asian yellow. That's what produced the red man. So we got to get that straight. And then, but like on the East Coast, a lot of the indigenous Africans were still there. I mean, anybody can look at me and tell and know that I'm one of them. But the whites raided our villages, burnt our camps, and enslaved all of us. And they all look like Africans anyway. So let's just put them all in slavery.
Damn. He said the white man came, and by the way, you can find similar stories like this in Lerone Bennett's Shaping of Black America. We're going to source that later on. We might source that in a few minutes. You dig? Because he said none of these scholars, none of these OGs, no people from the older generation were talking about this type of stuff. Okay, Baba Smalls is adamant that he has an indigenous lineage on the other side of his family. Okay, I believe his mother's side of the family. Okay, he's talked about that with me several times. Okay, but let's go to somebody else. This is James Merritt, family. James Merritt is somebody who marched with Dr. King. He was part of the Black Power movement. He was very prominent in the 60s. He famously got shot on his, I believe it's called the March of Freedom. In the 60s, he was one of the first Black students to go to the University of Ole Miss. Very prominent civil rights activist during his time. And he's a foundational Black American from Mississippi. Let's see what James Merritt has to say. Let's listen closely.
Through oral history, at least 2,000 years, my family is primarily Native American.
And when you say at least 2,000 years, that means, I assume, that you can trace it back to Africa and also to your Native American heritage.
He said, shit, are they really ready for me to go in on that subject? Are they? The elder, the elder said, listen, do they really want me? Okay.
The Africa part, I'm not as certain about, although the stories, the oral history has been there since the 1700s. And not only did I hear it, but my youngest brother, 9 years younger, heard it as a little child. I mean, but the Native American thing is real clear.
Damn. All right, family. Have I I think I've shown you enough video receipts, family. I think I've shown you enough video receipts, but let's go to some literature too as well. Let's go to some literature because, you know, many of our ancestors, they weren't fortunate enough to be able to be on film and leave their story behind on film and their evidence and their documentation and their scholarship. Okay, so they had to leave it in books. Let's go to a prominent Pan-Africanist. Okay, now this is literature from the great W.E.B. Du Bois. W.E.B. Du Bois was a scholar, one of the first graduates of Harvard University, was prominent at the time of Booker T. Washington, Marcus Garvey, and others. He was widely considered a Pan-Africanist, even went to the first Pan-African conference out there in London in 1900. Okay, but he wrote a powerful book called The Gift of Black Folk. Okay, this book released around in the 1920s. I want to say 1924. Okay, 1924. In chapter 1, he has a chapter 1 called The Black Explorers. Okay, in the first sentence in The Black Explorers is how the Negro helped in the discovery of America and gave his ancient customs to the land. Damn it, this is the first sentence. Okay, the first sentence in the first chapter. All right, but wasn't nobody talking about this now. Wasn't nobody talking about this back in the day. Okay, he goes on to say the legend that the Negro race had touched America even before the days of Columbus rests upon a certain basis of fact. First, the Negro countenance, clear and unmistakable, occurs repeatedly in Indian carvings among the relics of the mound builders and in the Mexican temples. Okay, so he's saying the phenotype, the physical attributes and characteristics of the Negro can be found in these Indian carvings and relics and even on these mounds. He said, secondly, there are evidence of Negro customs amongst the Indians in their religious worship, in their methods of building defenses, such as the mounds probably were, in particular in customs of trade. Okay, he said the way these mounds were built were part of Negro customs. Okay, so W.E.B. Du Bois, and he goes on to further talk about the Negro presence. He says Weiner, he quotes Leo Weiner, who was a Harvard professor, who says the presence of Negroes with their trading masters in America before Columbus is proved by the representation of Negroes in American sculpture and design, by the occurrence of a Black nation at Darien early in the 1600s. Okay, so he's quoting scholars, historians, different things of that nature. You can find this again in The Gift of Black Folks, chapter 1, The Black Explorer. You can just read from there, family. I don't want to read the whole book because, you know, we don't want to give, you know, too much time to something that is so obvious. So when Pan-Africanists like this, family, sit up here and talk about no previous generation said anything similar to this, nobody was speaking about this, it shows you their lack of scholarship, family. And I can go on and on. I can bring up the likes of Dr. David Imhotep, who wrote this book right here. I have this book, rest in peace to him. The First Americans Were African, expanded and revised. Okay, I can bring up several other elder scholars like Dr. Clyde Reynolds, who wrote a book that I have in my hand called We Are Not Just African. And in this book, he talks about the Black Native Americans, family. Now, I know it looks backwards on your screen, but this is Dr. Clyde Reynolds' book, elder scholar, okay? He was around in the 60s and 70s, PhD. Okay, to say people weren't talking about this shows your lack of research and scholarship. But let's continue, family.
Michael, are you still with me?
I'm still with you. Yep, I'm there. Yeah. How about you, Jesse?
Thank you. I'm all right.
When people talk about the African slave,
yeah, they can hear you in the background. That's what I'm saying. I gotta do it. I'm still doing the show. Okay, Shabbat. Yeah. All right, Michael. What are your thoughts on the last video I just played?
Last video, yeah, my thoughts is that some people,
Okay, Shabbat.
yeah, yeah, interesting, like how some people are trying, how some people want FBAs to think that they originated from Africa, right? When they're pretty much indigenous to America,
Right.
because
I told somebody that earlier. That's
yeah,
we indigenous people. I said we're indigenous to this land too.
mm-hmm, right, because the culture language has been pretty much erased by Europeans, so that's why FBAs identify with America because of the state sense and genocide against FBAs happen on American soil.
And we built the country.
Yep, and voluntary built the country. Yep. Whereas Europeans, right, in America, they know who they are, where they come from, in respect to themselves.
Some of them
So
do.
wait, you said
Some of them
some?
do, not all of them.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's probably debatable. I know for a fact, like good white Europeans definitely know where they come from for sure. But of course, because they
They're German or British or
right, that's what I mean, like German, British, Italians.
ain't even German or British.
Yeah,
They just be saying it.
yeah, but they forget, intentionally. Yeah, but anyways, sorry to digress. Yeah, so that's why I think a lot of Africans, are getting frustrated
Yeah, we have
because
indigenous roots, son. That's right.
yep,
And the scholars back then acknowledged that. So I don't
yeah,
know between now and then. The
mm-hmm,
scholars back then that were even non-FBA acknowledged that.
yep,
Just
and
for the chase for displaying that for us.
mm-hmm, yep, built the country they fled to.
Right.
Yep,
Exactly.
exactly, yeah, and and so the Africans should really like stay in the African continent and rebuild the country rather than fleeing and come to America, assuming that their lives are going to be much better over there than where they currently live. It's not always the case.
Right.
Yeah, but and I know it leads to dilution,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what the Africans want.
Yep.
Yeah.
They just want to make us generic Africans. And we're not
Hmm.
going for that no more. So now they're losing their minds. They don't know what to do. But oh well. We've
Right.
been acknowledging our presence over here. This is nothing new.
Hmm. Yep.
Even the non-FBA scholars back in, he said, 1980 were acknowledging our presence over here.
Hmm. Yep.
And none of them tell us why cocaine ended up in their sarcophaguses all the way over there in Kemet.
Hmm.
We can only find cocaine in one part of the world, and that is Peru. And there's no current that's going to take you from Africa to Peru.
Right. Yeah.
So the whole story just falls apart when it's like, oh, we have circumnavigated the globe. Yeah, we did. But if we did, then you're acknowledging that we were already here. And they say, no, we only got here because of the slave trade. No, we were already here.
Right. And the Africans, right, and the Africans, came after U.S. chattel slavery ended.
And the Africans, these so-called natives, all this came afterwards.
Hmm.
So moving along, we're gonna get to the other slave trade, which is the trans-Saharan slave trade, which lasted twice or three times longer than the transatlantic slave trade. So that's the next video. The next video is If you're black, watch this. Arab and Barbary trade that lasted 1,300 years.
Trade. They almost always mean the same thing. Ships, the Atlantic Ocean, the Americas, and that story is real, and it matters. But there is another slave trade, one that started 700 years earlier, one that lasted 1,300 years, one that took more people, and almost nobody talks about it. The slave trade. Nobody talks about the Arab and Barbary trade that lasted 1,300 years. How it started? 652 AD. The Arab slave trade of Africans began in 652 AD. That is more than 1,000 years before the first European slave ship left the West African coast. Here's what happened. In 633 AD, 1 year after the death of the Prophet Muhammad, Arab Muslim armies swept through Egypt, Syria, Palestine, Iraq, and across the North African coast. By 652 AD, Arab forces had pushed into the Sudan region, what is now modern Sudan and Ethiopia. They encountered the Nubian kingdom of Makuria. Rather than defeat it militarily, they negotiated a peace agreement. The agreement was called the Blacc Treaty. Under its terms, the Nubian king was required to deliver 360 enslaved Africans per year to the Arab rulers. That number later increased to nearly 6,000 per year at the peak of the trade in the late 18th century. That single treaty in 652 AD was the starting point of a trade that would run continuously for 13 centuries.
First of all, I've chosen to call this trade the Arab slave trade because Arabs were a key part of this network. Arabs weren't the only people involved in this trade, but still, most of the rulers and raiders involved in the process were Arabs. Most of the important markets were in Arab cities as well.
Now let's be clear about what this trade actually was. There was not one Arab slave trade. There were 3 separate trade routes, all running at the same time, all targeting African people. Route 1, Trans-Saharan. Enslaved Africans were marched north across the Sahara Desert toward North Africa and the Arabian Peninsula. Route 2, the Red Sea route. Enslaved Africans from East Africa, the Horn of Africa, and the Swahili coast were shipped across the Red Sea to the Arabian Peninsula and the Persian Gulf. Route 3, the Indian Ocean road. Enslaved Africans, particularly from the Swahili coast, modern Tanzania, Kenya, Mozambique, were shipped east across the Indian Ocean to destinations in the Middle East, Persia, and India. Now let's talk about scale, because this is where history gets deliberately vague. Historians estimate that between 10 million and 18 million Africans were trafficked through these 3 routes from the 7th century to the 20th century. Some scholars put the number as high as 20 million. For comparison, the transatlantic slave trade to the Americas took an estimated 12.5 million Africans over roughly 400 years. The Arab slave trade ran for over 1,300 years, and it targeted men, women, and children, but in very different ways than the Atlantic trade did. In the Atlantic trade, the primary demand was for labor, men, field workers, plantation production. In the Arab trade, the demand was different. Women and girls were taken primarily as domestic servants and concubines. Boys were taken to be soldiers, servants, or eunuchs. Men were used for labor, but in smaller proportions than in the Atlantic trade. This difference in demand is one reason the Arab slave trade left almost no visible African diaspora in the Middle East and North Africa today, compared to the large African American population in the Americas. We will come back to that.
Not all slaves come from Black Africa. They can also be procured on the Arabian Peninsula. Sometimes all you have to do is organize a party, the kind the British have called slaving parties. We hear about such a party in Qatar. There's music, dancing, laughter.
Let's talk about what the journey actually looked like. Because the Sahara Desert crossing was one of the most deadly passages in human history. Here are the facts. Enslaved Africans captured in sub-Saharan Africa were tied together and marched north toward the Sahara Desert. The crossing could take up to 3 months. Scholars estimate that between 20 and 25% of enslaved people died during capture and transit before they even reached their destination. The causes: dehydration, starvation, exposure, violence. Author Tidiane Ndiaye, a Franco-Senegalese anthropologist whose book, The Veiled Genocide, is one of the most detailed studies of this trade, wrote, "The Arabs raided sub-Saharan Africa for 13 centuries without interruption. Most of the millions of men they deported disappeared as a result of inhumane treatment." The word he used, veiled genocide, is not casual language. It reflects what the data shows. Entire regions of sub-Saharan Africa were depopulated. Communities were left without men, without women, without a generation of children. Welsh explorer Henry Morton Stanley, who traveled through Central Africa in the 1870s, personally witnessed Arab slave raids in progress and described them as some of the most horrific acts he had ever seen.
Emeritus of Swahili and African linguistics at the University of Uppsala in Sweden, Abdulaziz Lodi, says that slavery was a part of many African cultures. When it came to trade, the people who were most important were the tribal Africans themselves. There were no jails in many African countries, so people who were caught were sold. Zanzibar as East Africa's slave hub. In East Africa, the slave trade really took off in the 1600s.
If you want to understand the Arab slave trade in East Africa, you need to understand one place, Zanzibar. Zanzibar, today a semi-autonomous island region of Tanzania, was for centuries the central hub of the East African Arab slave trade. Arab traders, based primarily in Oman on the Arabian Peninsula, established control over the entire East African coast, from present-day Somalia all the way south to Mozambique. This coastal region was called the Swahili Coast. The oldest slave markets in East Africa were located in Kenya and Somalia, among the most active trading points before the 15th century. Enslaved Africans from the interior, from Tanzania, Kenya, the Congo Basin, Mozambique, were marched to the coast, put on ships in Zanzibar, and transported across the Indian Ocean to Arabia, Persia, and the Gulf. At the height of the Zanzibar slave trade in the 1800s, between 40,000 and 50,000 enslaved Africans per year passed through Zanzibar's slave market. Today, in Zanzibar's Stone Town, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, you can still visit the old slave market. The holding chambers, where enslaved people were kept underground before sale, are still there. They are not large. They are not well ventilated. They are exactly what you would expect from a place that treated human beings as inventory.
To overdraw its evils is a simple impossibility. We passed the slave woman shot or stabbed through the body and lying on the path. Onlookers said an Arab who passed early that morning had done it in anger at losing the price he had given for her because she was unable to walk any longer. We passed the woman tied by the neck to a tree and dead. We came upon a man dead from starvation. The strangest disease I have seen in this country seems really to be brokenheartedness, and it attacks free men who have been captured and made slaves.
Now let's talk about something that is rarely discussed in mainstream coverage of this topic. What happened to the women? Because the Arab slave trade was not primarily a labor trade. It was, to a significant degree, a sex trade. The majority of African women and girls taken in the Arab slave trade were taken for one purpose, as concubines, domestic servants who were also sexually available to the men who purchased them. This practice was institutionalized. It was legal under the interpretations of Islamic law used at the time, and it ran for over 1,000 years. Liberty Mukomo, a lecturer at the University of Nairobi Institute of Diplomacy and International Studies, stated, "The Arab masters sired children with the black female slaves. This development explains the modern black Arabs who are still trapped by history." What Mukomo is describing is the reason why today you see people in countries like Sudan, Mauritania, Yemen, and Oman who have clear sub-Saharan African ancestry, but who are often treated as second-class citizens in those same countries. They are the descendants of enslaved women. Their existence is the physical evidence of the trade, and the racism they face today is a direct continuation of it. Now for the part of this trade that most history books skip entirely. The castration of enslaved African men and boys. This is documented. It is factual. And it explains one of the most important differences between this trade and the Atlantic trade. In the Arab slave trade, many male slaves, particularly boys, were castrated to serve as eunuchs. Eunuchs were used to guard harems, manage royal households, and serve in administrative positions where trusted, non-threatening male servants were needed. Boys were typically castrated around the age of 8 or 9 because it was believed the younger children had better chances of survival. The mortality rate from these procedures was extremely high. Historian John Hagedorn, in his study called The Hideous Trade, estimated the mortality rate for castrated slaves at 80 to 90%. Most died from blood loss, infection, or the conditions of the journey immediately following the procedure. Note: some scholars contest the exact mortality percentage, but all agree that death rates were devastatingly high and that the practice was widespread and documented. This practice is one of the primary reasons why the Arab slave trade left almost no African diaspora community in the Arab world, unlike the Americas, where a large Black population exists today. The men were prevented from reproducing. The children born to enslaved women were often absorbed into Arab households, and their African identity was erased over generations. As Liberty Mukomo stated, the castration of Black male slaves in the most inhumane manner altered an entire generation, as these men could not reproduce. Now let's shift to a part of this story that most Black audiences have never been told, and that most white Americans also don't know: the Barbary slave trade. Because the Arab slave system didn't only target Africans, it also enslaved Europeans. The Barbary coast, modern-day Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya, was controlled by semi-autonomous states under the Ottoman Empire. From the 1500s through the early 1800s, Muslim pirates from these states, known as Barbary corsairs, raided coastal villages and merchant ships across the entire Mediterranean and beyond. Their targets: Italy, Spain, France, Portugal, England, Ireland, and even Iceland. Historian Robert C. Davis, professor of history at Ohio State University, in his book Christian Slaves, Muslim Masters, estimated that between 1 million and 1.25 million Europeans were enslaved by Barbary pirates between the early 16th century and the middle of the 18th century. Here are specific documented raids. 1544. Pirate commander Hayreddin Barbarossa raided the island of Ischia off the coast of Naples. He took 4,000 prisoners. 1551. Pirate commander Dragut enslaved almost everyone on the Maltese island of Gozo. Between 5,000 and 6,000 people were shipped to Ottoman Tripolitania. 1554. Dragut's forces attacked Vieste on the Italian coast. 6,000 people captured. 1558, the Balearic Islands raided. 4,000 people taken as slaves. 1631, the Irish coastal village of Baltimore, County Cork, was attacked at 2 a.m. 107 men, women, and children were pulled from their beds and transported to the slave markets of Algiers. Most were never seen again. Between 1609 and 1616 alone, England lost 466 merchant ships to Barbary pirates. At one point, approximately 35,000 European slaves were being held on the Barbary coast at any given time, primarily in Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli. The famous Spanish author Miguel de Cervantes, who wrote Don Quixote, was himself captured by Barbary pirates and held as a slave in Algiers for almost 5 years before being ransomed. When enslaved Europeans arrived in North Africa, men were typically used for hard labor. Women were taken as domestic servants or concubines. Children were often raised as Muslims and recruited into the Ottoman military structure, becoming part of the very system that had enslaved them. If any enslaved person converted to Islam, they were by law supposed to be freed, but that meant they could never return home. The United States actually fought 2 wars over this. The First Barbary War, 1801 to 1805, and the Second Barbary War, 1815, both fought by the young American Navy against the Barbary states after they captured American merchant sailors and demanded tribute. This is why the United States Marines hymn begins, "From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli." The shores of Tripoli. That's the Barbary coast. The Barbary slave trade of Europeans officially ended in 1816 after a combined Anglo-Dutch naval bombardment of Algiers. So why does any of this matter right now? 3 reasons. Reason 1, the Arab slave trade ran longer than anyone admits. It started in 652 AD. It technically continued into the 20th century. Saudi Arabia officially abolished slavery in 1962. Mauritania officially abolished it in 1981 and made it a criminal offense only in 2007, not 1865, not the Civil War era, 2007. That's a year many people watching this video were already alive. Reason 2, it explains the anti-Black racism in the Arab world today. The Arab slave trade created a hierarchy with Africans at the bottom that didn't disappear when the trade officially ended. It became embedded in culture, language, and social structure. In Arabic, the word abid, which means slave, is still used as a racial slur against Black people in many Arab countries today. Black African migrant workers in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the UAE continue to report treatment that echoes this history. The slave trade ended. The attitudes that built it did not fully die with it. Reason 3, this history was deliberately hidden. Scholar David Gakunzi stated plainly, the issue of the Eastern and Trans-Saharan slave trade, organized by the Arabs, is deliberately ignored and considered a taboo subject. When the French documentary Slavery Roots aired on Al Jazeera in 2018, the Arab channel deliberately cut the first episode, the one about Arab and Islamic involvement in the slave trade. They aired the episodes about European involvement. They removed the episode about their own history. That is not ignorance. That is an editorial choice. The Atlantic slave trade is taught in schools. It should be. It was a crime against humanity, but it was not the only one. 1,300 years, 10 to 18 million people, 3 trade routes, castration, Sahara crossings, sex trafficking, and the countries most responsible for it still have not issued a formal apology, still have not paid reparations, still use a word that means slave as a racial slur against Black people. This is a history they don't want you to know. Now you know it. Share this video with someone who needs to see it.
Subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, Michael, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so my thoughts are very interesting. You know, I didn't realize that the Arab slave trade was very brutal, like probably like worse than U.S. chattel slavery, and how the Arab slave owners separated the African brothers from their sisters and needed African men to work the plantation field, and the African sisters to be domestic workers.
In concubines.
Yeah. And then yeah, what surprised me was that the Arab nations enslaved Europeans. Cool question. When they enslaved Europeans, they enslaved the African Europeans or the white Europeans?
I think the white European, I think a combination of both, because they enslaved all the people along the Mediterranean too.
Right. And yeah, and that's true that the white Europeans were enslaved by the Arab by the Arab slave masters, but the white Europeans and the Arabs are pretty much like on code with white supremacy, even to this day, the present. Yeah. And I'm surprised that so many sub-Saharan countries are not even demanding reparations from the Arabian government, because this is so brutal.
Arabs too.
Wait, what'd you say?
So they think they're Arabs too.
Right. Yeah, it's yeah. This is definitely worthwhile information.
Yeah.
And Arabs know that they couldn't do it without the African slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Which is quite similar to America. where America could not prosper without U.S. chattel slavery.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So moving right along, Tariq, Nasheed debates a combative contrarian. This should be interesting.
By Mr. Ephraim. Let me try it again. All right, Ephraim, what's happening?
What up, blood?
What's going on with you, Ephraim? Where you from, Ephraim?
Me, I'm from Nashville.
Nashville, where?
Chattanooga.
Oh Lord, no, Ephraim, you're Hispanic, right? Oh no, you're not. You're Somali. You're Somali.
No, you know I'm not. You know I'm not, bro. I'm the one next to it.
Which one? Eritrea or Ethiopia?
Nah.
Or Djibouti?
Ethiopia.
Oh, okay, there you go. And you called before, right?
Not recently.
Okay, when last time you called?
Oh, months ago.
Oh, okay. Now, what's on your mind, Ephraim?
Nah, nothing much. I just wanted to say hi. I've been seeing your content. I like your content, man.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Now, you got a British accent, too. Now, are you in Britain or are you over here?
I'm in Australia right now.
Okay, damn. Well, you're all over the place. Damn, you got a British accent. You from Ethiopia and you're in Australia.
Do I not sound Australian?
Not really. That's not an Aussie accent. It sounds more. Well, the Australians are British, basically. But all right. What part of Australia are you in?
Perth.
Okay, and that's the north part, northern side.
No, that's the west. Like very west.
Oh, okay. Okay. So what else is on your mind, Ephraim?
I don't know. Shout out. So you believe like you were indigenous to the land and stuff?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely.
Like before the native Indians and stuff?
Yeah, before the red natives, before the Siberian Mongolians, there were black people here on this land, right?
Like black as in came from Africa, black?
No, black, no. Well, are the people over there in Australia, the black fellows, the Aboriginals, are they from Africa?
I mean, like at the very start they were, but like, yeah, we don't really claim that they are from there.
Right. Yeah, they call them black fellows over there, don't they?
Yeah, black fellas.
Right. So they're not from Africa. You understand?
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah.
Right. And even over there in that part of the world, next to Australia, you got New Guinea. Why do you think they call it New Guinea?
Papua New Guinea.
Because the Europeans went over there and they looked like the people in Africa, even though they weren't technically from Africa. They looked and they called Africa Guinea at the time. And they're like, shit, this is New Guinea. They look just like the people from West Africa. See?
But no, I don't think the Papua New Guineas, they do look African, but they look distinct to, like not very distinct to West Africans.
No, I'm just telling you why they called it New Guinea. They called it New Guinea because of West Africa, Guinea, Africa. That's why they called it New Guinea.
And so you believe like Europe had black people as well first?
Yeah, they had the Grimaldis up there. There was some black indigenous people that were in Europe called Grimaldis. They got figurines and little monuments, little trinkets that depicted what they looked like.
Bro, why your chat such like haters, man?
Don't worry about that. You're talking to me. You're getting. We're doing some educational talk right now, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yes, indeed. So, do you not believe that? If you believe that there were black people that made it to Australia, where you are, black people who made it to New Guinea, and all the way over there, Melanesia, and all those places, you don't think they came here?
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just like trying to figure it out, like understand it more, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, but no, I've seen your content and I think you're a very smart, intelligent guy. So it was nice to talk to you, man.
Got it. All right, well, thank you so much, Ephraim. Let me talk to Mr. Dan. Let's talk to Dan. Dan has some things to say in the comments. Dan, hop on in, Dan. What's up, Dan? Hello, Dan.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dan.
Just a second.
Okay, there's a lot of noise back in the background, Dan.
Yeah, is it noise? It's still noisy?
Just a little bit. Are you at work right now? I can hear you. I can hear you good enough. Go ahead, Dan. I can hear you good enough. So what's happening, Dan?
Okay, my question is, if you're Indian, you should be able to just go to the federal government, bring your paperwork, an indigenous Indian, and bring other proof of your lineage.
Okay, hold on. God damn it. Dan, your connection is janky. Hold on, Dan. I want to hear what you got to say, but your connection is going in and out. Are you where are you, brother? Because I want to hear you.
Can you still hear me?
Okay, I can hear you better.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. Yes, okay. What I'm saying is, if you're Indian, you should be able to go to the federal building with paperwork that you're Indian, that you are of a tribe, and you should be able to bring other proof of your other relatives, like you got grandmothers or granddaddies that go back at least four generations maybe of you being Indian, and you should be able to register yourself at the federal building as a true American Indian, as a true indigenous Indian.
Okay.
If they refuse you, then you are not an Indian.
Okay. I never claimed to be a Native American. Got it? Because your argument is on a false premise. I'm not claiming to be a red Native American. And I'm not an African. Got it?
Okay.
Am I making sense so far?
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay. But I have indigenous ancestry and I have African ancestry. I have a combination, just like most foundational Black Americans. But we had an ethnogenesis and we became a unique ethnic group, which are foundational Black Americans, with our own unique culture outside of just the indigenous culture, outside of African culture. We have a uniquely American culture as foundational Black Americans. So no, I'm not going to have paperwork to go claim to be an Indian because we've never signed deals with the Europeans. Red natives did, Africans did, we didn't. So there's not going to be paperwork, but there's a distinct culture. Got it? Are we're on the same page?
A distinct culture, but do you still have them customs? And do you speak that? You still have your language?
No, hold on. Now, do I have what now?
Do you still? You say you have customs, right? Are you talking about the indigenous Indians that you're talking about?
No,
you still have customs.
No, we have foundational Black American culture, Black culture. We have a unique culture. It's foundational Black. Our foods.
I'm not talking about the American culture. I'm talking about your indigenous Indian culture that you claim that you're indigenous. Your indigenous side. Do you still have them customs and the language?
Do you have African culture?
No, I don't have African culture.
Okay.
But
why don't you have African culture or language?
Because my ancestors are African. I'm not African. I'm an American now.
Right. We're on the same page. Right. That's what I'm saying. You're saying the same thing I'm saying. You don't have African culture. You don't have African culture or language, nor do you have indigenous, meaning Native American, red native culture or language. We don't have that either. We had a very unique culture from an ethnogenesis. Black culture is very unique. Black American culture is a unique culture. The food, the music, the dance, the style, the slang. It's a unique culture, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But one thing, brother. Why even claim that you're Indian if you're not an Indian then? Now see how that works?
I'm not claiming to be an Indian. I'm a foundational Black American.
Which is what, indigenous? Indigenous, right? That's what you claim, indigenous?
That's
and
not
you say the indigenous have Okay, brother.
Okay.
You claiming indigenous have their own culture, right?
I'm saying foundational Black Americans have their own culture.
Okay.
For some reason, you're hung up on the indigenous thing. Okay, listen, we have indigenous ancestry. Why would we not have it? Let me ask you this. Do you believe that the Black people here before Columbus?
No, I don't believe that.
There we go. Let's get to that. Okay, let's get on that. Because you really hung up on the, why don't you think Black people got here before Columbus in this big ass landmass that's been here for millions of years? Black people are everywhere else on the planet, but they didn't get here.
Then we would have to speak for the other regions, like we would have to speak for the other regions, like Europe, China. Are we the first China? Are we the first original Chinese? Are we?
You know, there are Black people in pockets of Asia still today, right?
But that don't make them indigenous to that land, though.
It actually does. Literally, the indigenous people of Asia are Black as hell. In Malaysia, in Thailand, in China, Japan, the Ainu people over there in the Philippines, there's a reason why the Europeans went over there and called the original people Negritos. You know what Negrito means? It means little Black person.
Okay.
Right?
But okay. I have a question, brother.
Okay, so let's circle back. So all of these Black people, these Black-skinned people, were all over the world. You think they didn't get here?
Our problem is we see people with a tan and we consider them Black. Everybody with a shade of tan is not Black. That don't make them Black. Indians got a hell of a dark tan, but they're not Black. They're not like me and you.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, some of
the Indians over there in Asia continent, them Indians over there with the red dots.
No. They got different hair texture and all that, but Black skinned people with woolly hair, you got those in Asia. You got people with damn black skin and afros all through Asia and Melanesia and Polynesia to this day. These are the indigenous people over there, sir. And they're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. You think these people with afros and black skin got all the way in these islands in the Pacific Ocean and they didn't get to this huge landmass?
I would have to do my research instead of doubting you right now. I would have to do my research.
Right.
But, hopefully they will have our features.
Dan, let me ask you this. Dan, any immigrants in your family?
No immigrants, brother. I can trace all my people back to the slave quarters on Mississippi.
On both sides of your family?
Both sides, my brother. Both sides.
And Mississippi had a lot of black natives down there, sir. Mississippi, Louisiana, they celebrate them now with the Mardi Gras Indians. Why do you think they have black Mardi Gras Indians?
Them Indians, okay, they can claim Indian all they want to, but that don't mean they're the native Indians.
What do you mean?
They can claim, they can call themselves Indians all they want, but that don't make them the native Indians.
Yeah, well, there were black natives here before the red Siberian ones.
The red Siberians. Break that down to me a little bit. You're talking about red Siberians.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the actual American Indians? Are you talking about them?
See, the idea of an Indian is basically what the media portrays as the Plains Indians, the ones pretty much in the West Coast, parts of the West Coast, or going a little past the Mississippi River. The ones with reddish skin and the long hair. The ones on the East Coast, they look more phenotypically like Black Americans do. And this is what the European explorers said when they saw them. There's a reason why they kept saying that they look like the people from Ethiopia or Guinea. All right?
Mm-hmm.
You getting some orders in, brother? Any order? Well, but brother, look up Luzia woman. Look up Luzia woman. There's a black. The oldest fossils in the Americas was found down in South America, and they did a reconstruction of Luzia woman, and it was a woman with Negroid features. It's basically a black woman. So this is science. We're just talking science. So you see.
But see, I don't want us as a people to get stuck. You know, we get misconstrued with everything. Some things with a tan is supposed to be black. Everything with a tan is not black. We know what black is. We're not naive. We're not a dumb people.
Define what black is then. Define what black is. What's black?
I'm gonna say Negroid. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say not black. I'm gonna say Negroid. Me and you, we share the same Negroid. We're Negroid descent.
So do many indigenous people. So, and there's Olmec statues from thousands of years ago with Negroid features. All right. Have you seen the Olmec statues?
I've seen the Olmec statues, and I see, and they kind of remind me of them some of them old South American Indians. But hey, to each his own, brother. To each his own.
Those are Negroids, sir, with them big ass lips and braids in their hair and them high cheekbones and big ass noses. Those are Negroids.
Okay, I just thought, we as a people, we can let our emotions get the best of us.
I haven't said anything emotional. Everything I'm saying is scientific and historically accurate, sir. That's why I'm giving names and places and dates. There's nothing emotional about what I'm saying. You understand?
Yeah, because we're trendsetters and innovators. We don't follow nobody, and all others follow us. I don't want us to have a reputation of appropriate culture appropriating somebody else. So whatever I do reflects on the next brother, and whatever the next brother do reflects on me.
All right, brother. All right, Dan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a lot of nothing burger. Okay. Dan just talking to be talking. Good Lord, that was very pointless. Dan was just being contrary for the sake of being contrary. You understand? He just, some people just want to be contrary. All right? Good Lord. Dude, boy, can I get some dressing for that word salad? It was word saladville right there. Good grief. Nyla, let's get Nyla. Nyla wants to ask me something. Nyla, hop on, beloved. Whew, goodness. Nyla, did you want to ask me something, Nyla?
Hey, Tariq.
Hey, beloved, how you doing, Nyla?
I was being sarcastic because he kept saying, let me ask you this. That's
okay. Now, where you from, Nyla?
I'm from Hampton, Virginia. I talked to you the other day.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yes, indeed. Your name is Adisa, Nyla Adisa. Where's that from?
It's my pen name. I'm an author.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say, that name sounds kind of Latina.
No. I'm from Hampton, Virginia. FBA all day.
Good. There it is. Well, thank you so much, beloved. Thank you, dear. Oh, goodness. My goodness.
When there is stank on the streets, there's only one man who will bring the heat.
Hey, Rootwork Jones, why you got to split, sugar?
These musty jive turkeys think it's a game out here. I got to get out here and show them I mean business. Can you dig it?
None of these smelly suckers can relax because Rootwork Jones is back. Is the return of Dolomust, the Sultan of Stank. His mission? To turn Harlem into a musty mecca.
I'm going to plant a must bomb in Harlem. When it detonates, everyone in Harlem will be musty.
Rootwork Jones has to shake up the block. He has a limited time before the bomb drops.
Word on the street is Dolomust's men planted a bomb in a Cadillac in Harlem.
Thanks, Mama. Can Rootwork Jones find the bomb before it explodes?
Where is the Cadillac with the must bomb, sucker?
Or will the city go into musty mode?
It's a couple blocks over that way.
Rootwork Jones is behind the wheel, socking stanky suckers all in their grills. Come see Rootwork Jones in Musty Inferno. Go to rootworkstyle.com for more info. Sucker.
Marching orders straight from Drake and DJ Akademiks. This directly lines up with what Charlemagne the God was trying to warn Akademiks about on air a few weeks back. Charlemagne mentioned a literal spreadsheet detailing how certain media figures take massive payouts from music and political entities to push completely fabricated narratives and run targeted takedown campaigns.
It just was like this spreadsheet that was like, yo, DJ Akademiks takes money from music people and media people and, you know, political people. And also they take money to spread false narratives about folks, like, do these smear campaigns and things of that nature. And that wasn't even what I was really calling them to get a heads up on, because Ak will tell you himself. Ak's like, yeah, I take money to, from music people. Like, that's not a secret. The political stuff he said he didn't know anything about. Whatever. The reason I called Ak, and Ak said, I think that he asked me who was behind it, and I said I couldn't tell him. That's not true. I said, I don't know, but I would find out. But what I did tell him was that these three individuals, Carson McCoy, another guy named Alex Ocha, and George Nguyen. How you pronounce it, Chris? It's a Vietnamese name. Nguyen.
Win is the
Win.
closest, yeah.
George Nguyen. He's that's Grand Wizard chat nigga.
Oh, yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in as the algorithm for chaos reeled this conversation in my face several times today on Instagram and Twitter from this Instagram page, Red Carpet Re-Up. And then also I seen Meek Mill jump on it with this Grand Wizard chat in guy and the things that's been happening online for the last couple weeks. And I did see it where him and Charlemagne was going back and forth. That little clip right there that hit Instagram today was a piece from Brilliant Idiots where him and Akademiks had this convo. Then it went left where Akademiks was going at Charlemagne, and I think Charlemagne was responding, but it's kind of came off as some passive aggressive stuff. And I didn't tap all the way into it. I'm just like, hey, when all the facts come out with these lawsuits or allegations, because it sounds like some conspiracy stuff a little bit, but then it don't. But then I'm like, okay, we'll see what happened with it. But my main thing now is I look more and more to the comment section of this stuff on Twitter, is this guy, Grand Wizard Chat in, on this platform working for DJ Akademiks in hip-hop, but he way across the water looking like this, not from the culture, not a part of the culture, but he's constantly typing the N-word on this platform and saying disrespectful stuff about Black people in this culture and being paid to do it. This is out of pocket and this is out of line. And he works for DJ Akademiks. DJ Akademiks, what is this really right here about, bro? How do you go get a Vietnamese dude to talk down on our people over here in America? And this is what I'll be talking about. Now, with all that Rock Nation stuff, who taking payments on their blog pages, whatever they doing in their lawsuits is whatever they want to do in their lawsuits. Whatever's alleged with that is alleged with that. I remember the lawsuit kicked off with the steak stuff or whatever earlier this year as well. When the facts come out, the facts gonna be what they are with that. A lot of these blog pages y'all follow, it's not one, it's not two, it's not three, it's not four, it's a gang of them who take payments from political campaigns to push and promote stuff and represent them on the Democratic side, the Republican side. You got a bunch of shields on the Democratic side who have been incentivized in some way, shape, form, or fashion. That's neither here nor there. If you know, you know. I've been telling y'all that. Y'all you don't know what you're talking about. Man, bro, y'all don't know nothing. I know enough. Now, I don't know all the details, but I can read in between and see who getting paid and see how it's worded with these narratives and stuff. Y'all think people just be posting stuff out the kindness of their heart and they ain't been incentivized. That's a whole nother conversation. Rock Nation, Jay-Z ain't above the program. Ain't nobody in the Republican Party above the program. None of this going on. Drake ain't above the program. I don't care about that. I'm specifically on this part right here with this Weaponized dude having this long platform. And when I seen this throughout these years, this long-running platform of him saying all this stuff, when I heard Grand Wizard chat in, I'm thinking that, okay, he up under Akademiks little group and everything. This is probably just a little suburb kid over here that's black. You know, he just don't go outside probably or something of that nature. And, you know, but he black. And the Grand Wizard, of course we know what the Grand Wizard is. This is the KKK. So I'm like, okay, he just found him a little slick play to like play off words, and it's catchy, it's controversial with the name. And, you know, it's okay, whatever. I don't like it, but it is what it is. You're just a black dude playing that role or whatever. But then you come out and figure out with the stuff I've seen that platform tweet on Akademiks TV, this dude is a certified racist. Think about this, y'all. A dude is waking up, following black people every day, their lifestyle. He's not in America, ain't never experienced none of this, never lived none of this. This is the most disrespectful thing you could do ever. I'm going to get on the internet, learn y'all, study y'all, and play like a double agent and act like one of y'all and act like I'm a part of this. I'm going to call y'all ends all day, but I ain't even black. How could Akademiks allow something like this? This is out of pocket, bro. This is out of line. This is the stuff that gets people the culture vulture tag right here. Ain't no other way to see it. Ain't no explaining, because any other race, any other racial group, any other sexuality group, they be losing their mind right now. So I'm just like, hey, bro, this is all the way out of pocket. And he under your umbrella as Akademiks. He get paid off of your name because people ain't paying him because he just some cold dude in media, he funny or nothing like that. No, he got this jump start off of your cosign and you able him to run the name. If anybody else did this, was representing any other name on the media platform, part of their group doing this, that person above them would have to be held accountable. If I had a dude running around here saying, I'm Big Ant's chat in, and I'm co-signing him, let him run with my name, he running this and running that, saying disrespectful stuff about the whole culture, I'm going to be having to take responsibility for that. So this is on Akademiks right here. All that other stuff, y'all figure that out, how y'all figure that out. I can care less about any of that. I'm talking about my people being disrespected, manipulated, exploited from people who not even over here looking like this. Right? And I'm just keeping this stuff 100. When do we as a people say, hey, bro, this is unacceptable? This is out of pocket. When we gonna stop letting these vultures come over here and play with us from these other countries, bro? And that's what I be talking about. People be saying, oh, ain't you just this or that, you just hating on these other platforms, bro. So that's crazy. As a black man, we supposed to sit down and let somebody come over here and say the N-word all day, run it up however they feel, talk bad about all our people in our culture, push narratives, whether they be false or true, but just really ran an anti-campaign for certain people, go at people, disrespect people, and he ain't even over here, and the game, the culture, is paying him to do this? Nah, bro, we ain't having that. I'm calling it out. I'm 1,000% against it. DJ Akademiks is out of line and out of pocket for having it go on, and that's just what that is, bro. That shouldn't be happening, because I would be held accountable if I did that towards any other group of people, whatever race, whatever ethnicity, whatever religion, any other group, bro. This is not how I go. But y'all tell me what y'all think. I'm going to tap in on this some more. Stay on your pivot. We got more coming. 1,000 for shit show.
Okay, let's get vote.
Did they come down here and try and pay you to vote?
Yes.
On a ballot?
Yes.
How much they pay you?
$5.
So reports are coming out of California that the needy are being.
They do like funky shit.
Hey, Lady Che.
Hey, Che's in the building.
I'm sorry. I just woke up.
Yeah.
All right, let me get this out real quick. Because I was having dreams for the whole show. I thought I was talking the whole show. I think like the DJ Akademiks and Blacc and Strait too, they all need check, like big check. Because no matter all these little chickens we do to them, like I do too. I check them too, you know. These little checks that we do, and they don't add up and they don't matter to them. They're still up there doing shit. And no matter how much you tell we tell our brothers, hey, don't be going on their platform. They're just eating off of you. That's what they do. And they don't care. So they need to be checked for real. Just with something like that. Just fall asleep.
I know. It's not good. Getting the itis again or something. Michael.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, Jesse.
What are your thoughts on the Contrarian?
Oh my God, the Contrarian. You know, I had a sense that the Contrarian wanted Tariq Nasheed to shift the focus from American freedmen and focus on multiple indigenous groups of Americans, or those who descended from, like tribal nations and other ethnic groups. And I understand that Tariq was trying to focus on exclusively American freedmen. And yeah, I was really surprised Tariq was very patient with him. Yeah. And Jesse, let me ask you this: if you had to interview if the Contrarian calls you on your soul, right, and he's trying to channel your energy, how would you respond to him?
I don't think I would entertain him.
Oh, that was a real thing. I thought that was part of my dream too.
I don't think I would entertain somebody like that.
Right.
Because it's like he was really just trying to work his nerves.
Mm-hmm.
I felt I was listening to it again in my sleep, and I didn't think that was real.
No, it was. All right, so moving along.
Do you think the Contrarian is a baby boomer, Jesse?
It probably is. And oh yeah, what's your thoughts on that? I get to the Akademiks employee exposed for racism.
Oh wait, academic employee exposed to racism?
No, did I get to that yet?
No.
Not yet. I don't think so yet.
No, I did. It was right before this one.
Oh, okay. Shoot. No comment. I forgot. I was just focused on the Contrarian.
Yeah, that
that dude was really trying to overwork the situation.
Mm-hmm. It really was. All right, so now we're getting to LA, Lady Chase hometown. And Karen Bass thought that she stolen the election until today.
Mm-hmm.
So Cash Jordan gonna give us an update on that.
Wow, looks like it.
Being paid to vote. Meanwhile, election results here take weeks to calculate, and while officials defend this process as working as designed, it's a process that has seen candidates who were in tears on election night emerge victorious later. And now the Department of Justice is looking into what they say are credible allegations and evidence of wrongdoing.
They said here, come and vote for these candidates.
Yes, sir.
They told you who to vote for.
Karen Bass. That's her last name, Bass.
Karen Bass.
DDHQ projected Nithya Raman will pull ahead of reality TV star Spencer Pratt. And here's why Trump's angry, because on election night, Pratt was a solid second. Raman was once a distant third place, and she herself thought she was done.
And this is the California vote counting slog in action. Behind me, a group just went on break, and off in the distance, you see another group.
I don't think there's wide-scale fraud. I think there's the potential of it because we can't, we do ballot harvesting, we do all the mail-in stuff, we do all the stuff that fraudsters could exploit. So we could fix the problem by just doing it how other states did it.
I
think that the election was rigged against Spencer Pratt. You have election fraud that's already been discovered in California with them paying homeless people to register. And then on top of that, you have all the hospice fraud. Like, are we really supposed to expect that nothing else bad is happening? I mean, come on, give me a break.
So in California, there's a big difference between when the election happens and when everything gets wrapped up. And that's got people asking questions, including the Department of Justice. But even though nobody involved in this process has been convicted of anything right now, nobody watching what's happening here feels good about it, except, of course, the folks who will advance to the next round of these highly contested elections. After all, how could they feel bad about a system in which they were victorious? Now, of course, just because someone won does not mean there's a problem. But the entire country saw how candidate Nithya Raman gave what to many looked like a tearful speech to only see her stage a comeback no poll indicated she was capable of. Now, again, that doesn't mean the system is fraudulent, but there's been other weird things happening in California as well, with recent instances of people being convicted for paying people for votes. On top of that, the Department of Justice is looking into California's vote counting system, because things here are not done the way they are done in other states. And even if the system is ironclad, if it takes 3 weeks to count votes, a system that takes that long is going to need protection for that entire time, as the chain of execution takes a lot longer, which makes it a tempting target for the wrong people. And that's the real reason the Department of Justice is now getting involved. And they're saying they've got credible allegations that something really wrong has happened here, which they can't reveal yet, but which have brought them to start looking around and digging, which is why every American needs to look into the explosive interviews with the homeless who insist they are still getting money in exchange for something, and how state officials at the highest levels who were under federal investigation may have knowingly or unknowingly set up a system that behaves unexpectedly like this.
That's how they vote in California.
Just like you're crooked.
This is what he's so mad about. Over the weekend, DDHQ projected Nithya Raman will pull ahead of reality TV star Spencer Pratt in the Los Angeles mayor's race and make it to the runoff. So it's going to be progressive against ultra progressive. And here's why Trump's angry, because on election night, Pratt was a solid second. Raman was once a distant third place, and she herself thought she was done.
That's very strange. Now, I cannot remember a time when a candidate went out there on election night and essentially admitted defeat to then come back and stage one of the biggest political comebacks in history. Does that mean there's fraud? No, that's not evidence, but it's just very weird. I can't remember this ever happening before.
Every person in this room is fighting for in this campaign has been about building a city that's worthy of you and every child in the city.
Well, there's another problem certain news organizations are pointing out. Watch this.
Very much the case, Nicole. And this is the California vote counting slog in action. Behind me, a group just went on break, and off in the distance, you see another group. This is the extraction process where workers physically take the ballots out of envelopes for the signature verification process. The work here is expected.
So I don't know if you've ever been to a bank or a car dealership or even T-Mobile, but no place that handles paperwork from anybody has it laying around in bins. Now, I realize this is a postal operation and a vote tabulating system all in one, but just this doesn't look organized or secure. You have stuff that's all over the place. You have someone sweeping the floors in front of what could be sensitive voting information. Do accidents happen? Does stuff get knocked over? Does stuff get put in the wrong place? Now, in full transparency, you can see into this vote counting operation. There are election observers who are supposed to watch out for that stuff. But because this is such a long, drawn-out process, people are starting to ask questions. But before we get into what those are...
I've been propositioned with bank fraud, phone fraud, voter fraud.
What's going on with this situation with the homeless? Because someone was just convicted, but according to the New York Post, it's still going on.
Karen Bass. That's her last name, Bass?
Karen Bass, yeah. Or Nithya Raman?
Karen.
Karen, they told you to vote for Karen?
Yeah, that kind of little thing.
And how much they pay you?
It's like $2.
$2?
Wow.
Oh, to sign off on a thing to vote for her?
Yeah.
So they say, oh, do you want to vote for Karen or Nithya? Or they just really just tell you to vote for Karen, huh?
But it was really voting her, man. They gave you an optional choice, but they tell you who they want you to vote.
Oh, wow.
They tell you who you want to vote for. It's like, yo, we'll give you $2, and but you got to vote for one of these people.
Well, you know, I'm a barterer, man. So I got $4.
You got what?
$4.
So he says he bargained up and was able to get $4. Now, this, again, until someone is convicted, these are all allegations. But why would 3 different people all come out and tell a journalist the exact same story and say that they were paid very small amounts of money? This does line up with a conviction that recently happened where a woman pled guilty, doing the exact sort of thing that's happening here. But the other part of this that's very interesting is just because this happened, that in and of itself is not proof that perhaps the candidate that benefited from it had something to do with it. Now, definitely people are going to say, hey, there's got to be a connection. They're telling people on the street to vote a certain way, and then that candidate gets the vote. Of course, there's a connection. Well, there may be. That's why the Department of Justice is getting involved in all of this.
Still circulating online. Even the mayoral candidate, Spencer Pratt, pointed out that the amount at one time, the difference between him and Nithya Raman was about the same amount of people that are homeless in the city of Los Angeles. So that had to start looking into what exactly are the rules, especially after some information was put out there saying that there are more people with their address registered to vote at the LA Mission, for example, than actually the LA Mission has beds to offer.
That's
so
weird.
what are the rules? Well, we looked at federal guidelines. We even asked the registrar and the state. And here's the answer: is people who are experiencing homelessness, or really anybody who doesn't have a permanent address, can use a homeless shelter as their address, even if they don't live there permanently. They can also use simply an intersection or a park. The idea, according to the registrar's office, is to get that person registered to vote in the area, in the district that they live. So if you look at voter registrations and you see that one particular homeless shelter has more people registered to vote than beds they have, that's not unusual. That would be common with somebody who at one point lived there or still gets mail there. And that.
So apparently everything that's happening in California is by the rules. But what's interesting about that is these rules almost seem as if they lend themselves to conspiracy theories, if you could put it that way. Now, we don't have proof yet that something has happened here, but this isn't something that only a few people have questions about. Watch.
I'm not saying it's rigged. I'm saying it stinks to high heaven, and everybody knows that.
People can just dig through garbage cans, find ballots, and send them in apparently forever after an election is over. It's not okay. It's got to come to an end, and people need to go to jail.
There is only one reason to design an election in this way, and it's to control the outcome.
But what evidence is there to prove that there was rigged?
Look, some of these efforts are so diabolical and so far upstream it is impossible to prove. But I think everybody knows instinctively something is wrong here.
So you've got elected officials, you've got people on the internet, you've got candidates. Everyone says that just something is wrong. And you know what would end all of this? A federal investigation. And that's why the Justice Department is getting involved, because regardless of the outcome here, what needs to happen is it needs to be made sure and made certain that there's no foul play. That's the only thing people have a problem with here, is the idea that there is something wrong going on and that somebody wants something they weren't entitled to. That's what everybody watching this has a problem with. And the idea that that could be happening is what has people talking. And we've also seen other strange allegations over the last few months that make you ask even more questions.
The issue is how the election was designed. Democrats created California's election laws to ensure they always win. Things like unlimited ballot harvesting, people going out and finding ballots and bringing them in, totally legal in California, not in most other states. 100% vote by mail, meaning every registered voter gets a ballot. Often dead people, often people who moved. That means there's a lot of extra ballots floating around. No ID needed to vote or to register. These types of policies allowed a woman to register her dog to vote, and the dog voted multiple times. Wow. They only caught her because she turned herself in. Here is a picture of Maya, the dog, with an I voted sticker on it, and Maya, the dog's ballot.
So the thing that this has people asking questions about is, if someone deliberately tries to exploit the system and it's not caught, what does that mean? This person turned themselves in. They did it to apparently document this process and expose flaws with the process. It looks like they've gone and done that. But people are saying, hey, if this dog was able to do this, is this happening? Are other people's pets engaging in the same behavior? See, this is what people want to have answers to. But what about the system of counting the votes itself? Why does it take so long? Is that an anomaly? Is that how it's designed? And what are the powers that be saying about that?
California's robust mail-in ballot system means
every eligible registered voter gets a ballot delivered to their doorstep.
To try to make it as easy as possible for voters to participate in their democracy.
After Election Day, officials now have 13 days to count ballots under a new law by Assemblymember Mark Berman, down from 30 days.
Probably more that we can do to count those ballots faster, but that does not mean that there's fraud in our elections.
Those claims amplified by President Donald Trump and other Republican leaders.
So the allegation here is that you've got this system that does things that no other system does. The idea that every single registered voter has a ballot mailed to them, yes. Does that increase participation in elections? Absolutely. But now you've got to have a whole separate verification process for that in a way that was never around for mail-in ballots. As somebody that grew up in the 90s, I remember when votes used to be counted and tallied on election night. And there were mail-in ballots back then, but they were such a small percentage of the overall vote. You would still know who won on election night because you could say, well, since 90% of people were voting in person on election night, if we have results from that and we know how many outstanding mail-in ballots there are, we know if those need to come in or not to even affect the result of this materially. So people had more confidence in a system in the past. And now that the system has changed and takes a long time, people want to know what's going on.
It's not like we can point to a lot of fraud, and there's been a lot of investigations of the process. Are you worried that saying, this is obviously rigged because Pratt had so many votes early on? He had votes early on because they count the day of voters first. And the mail-in vote is huge and is disproportionately Democrat. We shouldn't be surprised by this.
No, I think what it does is it opens the door to potential fraud, which then gets people talking about it and accusations of fraud. So it's essentially saying, I don't think there's wide-scale fraud. I think there's the potential of it because we can't, we do ballot harvesting, we do all the mail-in stuff, we do all the stuff that fraudsters could exploit. So
that's why people are asking questions. Is there proof it's been exploited on a scale that would change the results materially? No, it has not. But that's not what the Justice Department says. They say there's something going on in California, and they say it's worth investigating. And that's why there is now a federal investigation of this whole process.
We do have big questions about fraud in California. Let's just deal with the facts for a second. We do have election fraud. We charged a case just last month. I'm not sure if you covered it, but there was an individual who was caught on video paying homeless people in Skid Row to register to vote with false information. That's not a theory. That's not a suspicion. That is a case that we filed, and she has pled guilty to that. So that's a conviction. So we have multiple cases in that vein open on election fraud. Now, the question that, you ask, and many is it widespread? How much is it? No. Is it enough to sway an election? Well, the answer is we don't know. No, you can't say no. You haven't done an investigation.
The purpose of the U.S. government is to serve the interests of the people. And if people have questions about something, there needs to be an investigation. It needs to be looked into. People need to know and understand that everything's fair and square, because if people don't, people are going to have questions. They're not going to trust their government. The whole system's going to break down. So you have to have an investigation, whether or not a certain person may or may not think that the investigation is even warranted. If people have questions about something, like the UFO thing, we keep investigating UFOs because people have questions. If the government says, no, we're not going to investigate UFOs ever again, what do you think that's going to do to people who say there's some conspiracy? The conspiracies are going to go through the roof, and people aren't going to get any answers. That's why a lot of this information is getting released now with the whole UFO thing. You have to do something to tackle this stuff. You have to get ahead of it, whether or not you even think it's real. But there's more. Listen to this.
Okay. Under federal law, we're entitled to audit California's voter rolls. Under multiple civil rights statutes, we're entitled to audit those.
Yes, you are.
The state is resisting.
Yes, you are.
Why is that?
I know.
Why are they resisting?
It's a bad look.
The best way way to deal with all this is to have transparency and to give people, like Chris, I don't care what the outcome of the election is. We want people to have confidence in the systems and that the laws are being followed.
I agree.
So when California lets you register to vote with a gym card, that is not a good system. When you can register to vote with a debit card, that's not a good system. When you don't clean your voter rolls, that is not a good system. When you legalize ballot harvesting, which is illegal in most states with no chain of custody, not a good system. And then you ask us, why don't we have evidence of wide-scale fraud? Because
the last part is inaccurate.
What's inaccurate?
The last part.
So nobody has a problem with a process or an outcome if you can observe that process and just verify simply that, hey, things here seem okay. Like you go to the bank, you give them your money, they put it in your account, they give you a receipt, and you can check in online banking and say, hey, there's a credit on my account. I mean, that's a verifiable process. You don't have to worry after that the bank is then going to take money out of your account and just spend it on whatever they want, because you'll be able to see right away if something weird like that happens. So we like processes that are simple and that are verifiable. We don't like processes that are convoluted, that take a long time, that perhaps don't have the level of transparency that some people would want. And then he brings up a good point here. He says, look, the state is resisting some of this auditing that the federal government is entitled to do. Why are they resisting? Well, that just creates more conspiracies when you do something like that, whether you think it's warranted or not.
And the state saying no is a bad look. That's what I said, a bad look. All right, so I'm with you. But if you were to say to a judge, Your Honor, we don't know that they didn't do it, that is a standard. Now, it works in politics, not in law. That's what I want to make sure you know how to keep straight.
We have not charged the state of California with wide-scale voter fraud. We're conducting an investigation. We have not brought a case, and I guarantee you, when we do bring cases, we will have plenty of evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. That is how we work. That is how we speak. I have not provided any specifics on any case. I've simply told you there is evidence of voter fraud. We are looking into it. And when we're ready to bring those cases, you'll see the evidence. You'll see the case. We'll make it in a court of law.
He says there's evidence. He says that's why the federal government is here. He says that the federal government is not here on some sort of political witch hunt because somebody lost a mayoral election. They're saying that there is actual evidence, but because it's part of an investigation, can't be released yet. But when the court case happens, then everybody will see. I guess now the only thing that doesn't really help with the conspiracies is what is that evidence? Now everybody wants to know. We can look at recent videos. We can look at recent reports. We can observe how these systems work and come to our own conclusions. But until there's an actual investigation and there are actual charges and a judge pronounces or a jury pronounces somebody innocent or guilty, we don't have an answer here. But it sounds like we're going to very soon.
You'll see the evidence. You'll see the case. We'll make it in a court of law. But we want to instill confidence in the elections, which is why we are seeking to audit the voter rolls. And that, to me, is the best way to alleviate most of people's suspicion. We have a system that breeds skepticism and distrust. We should have a little transparency and confidence in our system.
I'm all for the transparency. I'm all for it.
And I think that what we need to remember here is that when you have a system that does not breed confidence, everybody just kind of comes to their own conclusion. And since the government is either stonewalling or not giving answers, it just makes the whole thing worse. Why do we want to have a system like that? This isn't even about who won or lost the election. This is, was this thing fair? Because if it's not fair, your political party could win and then somebody else could cheat later and disenfranchise it. Like, we don't want to see any of that stuff. We don't want that stuff to happen. And I think it's good that people are looking into this because everybody here needs answers. What do you think's going on? I'll see you in the next video.
All right, Michael, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, my thoughts. Yeah, crazy voting in California. I'm surprised the results come out that fast. I thought usually the results would take much longer than I had expected. And even for Democratic and Republican primary races in California, I thought they have their own primaries. I'm surprised they're lumped into one.
Right.
And how the homeless people get paid to vote. Interesting. I always wondered, the homeless people got paid to vote. Are they really FBAs or just general homeless residents in California?
General resident, former residents, I guess. Yeah, majority of the black people down there are FBA though.
Right. Yeah, it raises some interesting questions. And wow, sometimes I get stuck in California, and I thought California follows electoral process just like other states or nationally.
Yeah.
And sometimes it can be very confusing.
Yeah, it can be. Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, lots of things. I watched a documentary about this recently. That they do all kinds of things to ensure Democrats win in California. So they have all these processes like ballot harvesting, et cetera, to ensure that the Democrats win. That's one. So, they don't want it to be a red anything. It's really odd. 2, that night that Spencer Pratt seemed to have gotten ahead
Oh yeah.
of old girl Ramen, that was like a clear cut thing. There was no mistaking that. That was easily thousands of votes ahead. It was on a poll, and she was reluctant to give a conceding speech.
Yeah.
The media was kind of presenting it in a manner like, well, we still got to vote the mail-in ballots count. They still haven't came in yet. Now they haven't all came in yet. Like there's all this buildup, right? Mail-in ballots. I was like, so what? The poll said he won, right?
Right.
Because that's how it works. Usually that night, and the person doesn't concede that night, it's like a poor sport, right?
Right.
So she had to concede her L to Spencer. Only for like 2 days later, then it suddenly changes, which is very odd, right? Because I thought, well, maybe some miraculous miracle, everybody was voting in by the mail, had a chance to, had to change your heart or something. That's not what that was. Paying the homeless $2 to $4 for a vote that you want them to have is diabolical. First of all, for $2 you can't get shit to eat or drink.
Nope.
It's so expensive, right, in California to buy food like basic, like McDonald's.
To buy even like $5 is not a lot. So you're paying them to do nothing essentially, and because they're just all outside willy nilly. That's just a group, a cluster of people that you could sway with money or cigarettes or whatever to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So they sign up. But this is the thing. I was asking Jesse, can't they too go to jail
Yep.
for
Bribing.
Barbary?
Yep.
That's bribery.
Ballot bribery or something like that.
Yeah.
Which is when people go down there to tell them that, they ask them to submit and vote for $2 or $4, whatever it is. They're not explaining that there's a risk to those people that they're committing a felony,
Right.
a fraud, all things. You know what I mean? And so other people can go to jail. Everybody give a review or interview, go to jail. Nobody's telling the unhoused that. That I got $2, I could buy a couple of cigarettes for the day. You know what I mean? Or maybe a 50-cent pop or something that somebody might be selling.
Right.
You know? This is fucking crazy to me. Or that's $2 head start to the liquor store. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. So not only is there ballot fraud, right? There's Spencer Pratt who looks like a fucking bad sport.
Yeah.
The way he went off on all of them, right? And then all these ballots, and the shit with the unhoused.
Yeah.
Like whoever is, if Karen Bass is responsible for that. If they were told to vote for her, she's responsible for that.
Right.
So that means not only is she going to jail, they're going to jail too.
Yep.
Anybody who was responsible for collection going to jail. That's all fraud. That's all fraud. That's all illegal. And it's really making anybody feel comfortable or confident that these ballots are secure.
Right.
And you got to go by signature. Like here. Like your registered signature has to match the signature on your ballot. They got to match the signature on your ID.
Right.
Or your driver's license. So all those three things don't match, that ballot doesn't count.
Right. Which means that vote doesn't count.
which means she might not have won.
Karen Bass or the Naima chick.
Naima. And it doesn't matter either way.
Yeah.
Votes are definitely a question. Just based off the unhoused shit. Yeah, that's what I gotta say. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and also the other candidates too who were running against Karen Bass. I was wondering they had their chances too to secure ballots.
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah.
Counting ballots for like a month.
That's crazy. Yeah, and even like going back to what you said, Lady Tay, yeah, you know that the money that Karen Bass's campaign team paid to the homeless people, like $2, $4, yeah, that's like one-time payment. It's like you can't do that much with buying cigarettes, buying something as basic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is said too that some people voted multiple times.
Yeah.
And that's multiple charges.
Right.
If you wanted to be technical.
Mm-hmm.
It's not gonna be one charge, one felony fraudulent signature. That's gonna be like 2 or 3.
Right.
So them people were them petitioners or whatever, they go out and hit the same areas. You know, try to catch different people.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you for that, Lady Che. So we'll keep you updated on this. So this is a perfect segue into the unhoused neighbor, illegal migrant, and local Denver / Aurora news. So our punk ass mayor thinks he's doing something about homelessness. So let's see what they talking about.
In Denver, city officials gather to announce work that's been done to address homelessness. It's an issue we've been following for years. Kennedy Cook is your reporter dedicated to covering issues in Denver. And Kennedy, you were at the meeting earlier today. What did officials have to say?
Hey, Michelle, good afternoon to you. So the overall takeaway is that homelessness in Denver, it's down about 12.5%. In addition to the overall decrease, street homelessness is at a 9-year low at a 64%. That's since 2023 when Mayor Mike Johnston first took office. Now, the mayor detailed 6 steps the city and its partners collaborated on to help lower homelessness. Step 1, calls from a neighbor. Step 2, send the right outreach out. Step 3, getting people indoors. Step 4, connecting people to services and jobs. Step 5, connecting people to permanent housing. And step 6, keeping a city safe and clean. Now, through these steps, nearly 8,500 people have been moved off the streets and into the shelter, and 7,700 people into permanent housing.
The idea that we could end the cycle of street homelessness in Denver now feels like a very real possibility. That means we have fewer people entering homelessness. We have people who are entering homelessness that are getting off the streets and into shelter quickly. It means we're getting them the services they need in transitional housing and shelter. It means fewer people are returning to homelessness. And most importantly, it means they are moving to permanent housing and staying housed.
Now, there are still people experiencing homelessness, but to keep up this momentum, the city is encouraging people to continue to use city outreach programs. For now, I'm your reporter, Kennedy Cook, in Denver, covering Colorado First.
Kennedy, thank you. We have multiple reporters covering Colorado First.
He's lying like they're lying like a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Homelessness is not down. It's more.
Yeah, it's up
than ever before. And just because they put them out of sight, out of mind. Oh, we're gonna put them in the shelter. Oh, okay, we housed them. They're in the shelter now. That does not mean that you solved homelessness.
Right. By putting them in shelter, and then they couldn't and then not only that, but can't guarantee them permanent housing.
Right.
Yeah. Just tip off the iceberg, basically. Typical centrist Democratic talking point from the mayor.
Mm-hmm. He's an idiot. I'm running against him. He's a moron.
If you had to meet him today, right? Would you like cuss him out like crazy?
Yeah. He goes the other way. He has this private security.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you and Lady Che went together, I mean,
Yeah, we probably get arrested.
arrested. Oh, okay, right.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Yeah. Also, they didn't mention about who, like, what are the racial demographics of homelessness. They just focus on the general population.
Yeah, that's typical.
Typical.
Black and older white.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope that mayor. I hope he's not facing re-election, right?
You know he is.
Oh, he is.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's up for re-election next year.
Next year. Yeah. Okay. Is it going to be you, Jesse, running against him?
No, I'm not running for mayor. I'm running for House District 8.
Oh, I know you ran for House. Right, right. I'm saying like in the future.
Probably not. I'm not
Probably
gonna run.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about someone from your party, the Union Party, running against him for the mayor race?
None of them would get my vote like that.
Oh, okay.
It already happened last time.
Last time? Yeah, it's oh man. And no, this is when the reporter said safe. What does like safe mean? You know, it sounds like very ambiguous.
Yeah, it's just the mayor trying to save face.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to make it seem like he's doing something, but he really ain't.
Yeah. I mean, if you're the mayor, right? Like, how would you make sure permanent housing is guaranteed to those who are facing permanent homelessness?
I mean, first they gotta want to take the house, and
Mhm.
there has to be like some kind of master leasing program or something, where the city buys properties and then puts people in them. Opposed
Right.
to how it works now with these service providers.
Like, would you enforce like penalties for if like homeless residents refuse to be housed?
No, I'm not
No.
gonna voluntarily commit people. No. If you want the house, then you can get the house, and
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
but
Because-
citizens would take priority. Black citizens, especially, would take priority.
Absolutely.
Legals.
Yep. And when you mentioned that Black,
I wouldn't even borrow these goddamn illegals in if I was the mayor.
mm-hmm. Right.
They would have been somewhere else. They would not have been here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When you say somewhere else, you mean like back to Mexico, right?
They would have been in some other sanctuary, whatever.
Oh, okay. Oh, but let me ask you this: but the mayor can definitely deport them back to Mexico, right? The illegals.
Yeah, you can put them on a plane, but these months they're cutting all the contracts with companies that would be responsible for doing that.
Right. I see.
The so-called sanctuary city.
A sanctuary city. Oh, okay. Right, right. Another question, because when you mentioned prioritizing American freedmen, citizens, you're talking about like all of Denver, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And let me ask you this: what if some American freedmen citizens say they don't want to be housed? When you know that permanent housing is a way to reduce homelessness for them.
And that's on them.
On them?
I'm not gonna be forcing people to get housed. Do you want to get housed or you don't?
Right.
Most people want to get housed though.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
In a row to get to it.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so yeah, and so with this and with the permanent housing, would the residents would be required to attend social services, or would you make social services optional?
I mean, that's what they call the wraparound services. So first they house you.
Mm-hmm.
First, I believe housing is a human right. So yeah, I would go with the housing first model, house you, and then put the services around.
I would do something a little different.
What would you do, Lady Che?
I would house everybody who wanted housing in Pittsburgh. And all these big people, obviously, converted into housing. Like, 90% of the time, they mostly still lack, like, just a bathroom or a kitchen area. It's not that difficult to put in. It's really all about fun. So, really, they can be converted into housing. I put them as priority to build.
That's all housing first. That's all part of the housing first model.
Yeah. But the people who didn't want to be housed, I think a designated location, like in the city, say like a open parking lot or something like that.
Yeah, safe parking lot. I'm just telling you what it's called. It's called a safe parking lot.
Safe parking lot, right? Man, in California, it's crazy how the homeless, how California solves how California solves the. Oh, go ahead, Jesse.
Finish. Go ahead.
Oh, I said it's crazy. When I was in California not too long ago,
Lady.
man. Oh, Lady Say wants to speak. Oh, I didn't hear. Okay, go ahead, Lady Say.
What I'm saying is that I would designate a private spot that was that I could buy, from that person. And I would think that it's spot like a couple of those places where people are not going to get ticketed, they're not going to get charged. They post up a tent right there. Any of the available spaces, they can stay up to 30 days. I put a couple porta potties on there. The watering facility, the watering spot. You can wash, basically good. Wash your hands, drink the water, you know what I mean? And make it close to where they all the needs at. Like right in the center where they have to go to the hospital, they just go like a couple blocks down, they need to get they're like a block away, you know what I mean? And now you have everything they need to be brought there. As long as there's a need for it. Meaning like somebody wrote down they need clothes, or they need jackets, or they need 39 products, whatever. I make sure I got that. For 30, 60 days, when you have them bring that, they can do an intake to get into another place.
That sounds like a resource center. Which would serve as like a overnight shelter.
Overnight shelter.
That's still overnight. Where are they gonna be sleeping overnight? Is this part of it just gonna be open during the day, or is it gonna be open at night? So it's gonna be overnight.
But
All right, what would you do, Michael?
Here.
Yeah.
First, I would make sure that more permanent housing, more permanent homes are being built, right? At least outpacing homeless shelters, because homeless shelters can take a limited number of residents, right? Make sure the city buys up affordable homes. When I say affordable homes got to be either free or near free to those who are American residents. Prioritize them first, right? Citizens. Thinking nationally, sorry. Let me think locally, right? And then for social services, so definitely housing first and social services with that. Services cannot be the police, right? They cannot micromanage their clients or even force their clients to attend social services or case management. Because I'm sure you had that experience before, Jesse and Lady Che,
Yes.
working with social workers, how social workers can be like how sometimes social workers are like micromanagers.
Yeah. Yep. I've had several case managers like that.
Oh man, and I would say turn it into like cooperative housing for sure. So it gives the American citizens, especially foundational Black Americans in Denver, Colorado, like ownership, right? So that way, social workers, caseworkers are not micromanaging them, right?
Yeah.
And make it like give them like ownership like day one. And by the way, Sabi Saps talked about it on her, I think on her podcast. I'm trying to remember. She talked about like
that's how they're transitioning out. So they got transitional housing and they got permanent supportive housing.
Yeah, permanent supportive housing. She said something like after I'm trying to remember. She said, I'm paraphrasing. She said if residents paid rent after like 4 or 5 years, by year 5 they become permanent owners of the apartments. Or like housing, however they choose to live. And when she mentioned, I'm like, wow, that's a great idea. That's something innovative that we need to solve the affordable housing crisis, right? And also for housing, to digress back, right? Also, I would give FBAs reparations, Caspian reparations, housing reparations, land grant reparations, and
mayor.
yes, mayor, and yeah, and also yes, as mayor and municipal bonds for American freedmen, because the debt is owed to them. If I were mayor of Denver, Colorado, and
Okay.
yes, and also I'll tell the illegals they gotta go. Sorry, American freedmen citizens gotta be prioritized. And I know the illegals are going to yell at me. They're going to call me like a traitor. I'm sorry, illegals. You guys did not pay taxes into the system. It's for American freedmen, and housing's a right for American citizens, especially American freedmen.
Right.
And make sure that permanent housing is locked, like codified into statutes.
Yeah.
I hope it answers your question.
That would be more like a state
level, or like a city ordinance. You know what I mean? Like permanent.
But like ordinance and statutes only as good as their enforcement.
Right. And also have American freedmen, serve on the housing committee for American freedmen. So that way, American freedmen citizens who now got housing can have economic protections. And instead of it being like diluted to different groups of people or different groups of committees.
Right.
Yeah. So I hope what I said answers your question. If you need me to clarify.
No, it made sense. Minus, I don't know how you would give the reparations payments at the city level.
Right. Well, I meant to say like municipal bonds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And also a deed. Oh, also allow American freedmen have a deeds.
Be voted on.
Wait, the municipal bonds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like my city, we've had 3 bonds in the past 10 years.
10 years?
We had the Rise bond, the Elevate bond, and then the latest bond. What was the latest one? The Byron bond.
Byron bonds. Wow, they had different. Wow, I didn't know your city has different types of bonds.
The city the voters have to vote on.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I never thought about. I would probably, great question, Jesse. I would probably put all of them on the ballot and then have American freedmen voters vote for them secretly, without getting the other residents involved. You know what I mean?
Well, you got to get like 10,000 signatures to get on the ballot.
Right, 10,000. Right. You know me, I'm about force of change. You know what I mean? If I can, convince the Beckys, Miss Ann, Miss Maria, by yelling at them, I think there's a way.
Yeah, they still have to vote on it though. Like
Right, they still have to vote on it, right? But I'm saying I would force them to vote on it. You know what I mean?
You can't coerce people into voting for it. But
Yeah, I know, but you remember, Jesse, you said that how freedmen in Denver, Colorado want the protections, right?
Yes.
And you know me, I'm a force for change.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think after I agree, I would do the same thing. I would at least try my hardest to force it. Because that's a good idea. The thing is it my question was, can it be done at the local level? Because
the municipal bonds?
The bonds can, but they got to be voted on.
Yeah.
Like who voted for that? Well, we didn't vote for it, but the voters of Denver voted for that Vibrant bond.
The one that piece of shit bond. Oh my god. Yeah, because the mayor's been making all these renamed silly mistakes, I think. It started off with when he first got into office. I think it was just so that you keep this money flow going.
Yeah.
Because if anything, it's getting worse because people have been losing their jobs. We don't have a lot of job making avenues.
Yeah.
Right.
So it doesn't make any sense. Like you said, there's homelessness. It's like low. It doesn't make any sense when you consider all the firings we've been doing.
It's like when they talk about crime is low.
That'll sense either, because if you look at like I was looking at Newsbreak and the news, the local news, we have between 1 and 3 deaths in Aurora every day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
And
man, that's crazy. 3
1
deaths every day.
and 3 every day.
Mm-hmm.
1 in 3.
Yeah, it can be 1 one day, 3 the next day.
It just
1 the
ordered
next
on
day,
something
3 the
or
next day. 3 today, 1 today. You know, like,
Mm-hmm.
and in the morning, like when you open up your Newsbreak app or you're looking through your local news area, it'd be like 1 in 3 deaths overnight. You know what I mean? 1 or 3. You know?
Yeah.
It's crazy to me. Like, how can Aurora, like for example, how can Aurora say that
And first send us some documents, and here are the
when they're not? You know?
Right. That's crazy. Would you say that's kind of like equivalent to what happened in the Columbine massacre of 1999?
I would say that's a whole separate
Yeah, that's a
situation.
whole different situation.
First of all, that's like way away. That's a good ways away from me in a white area. Like
Mhm.
that area is like what, Highlands Ranch, something like that.
Yeah, close. Littleton.
Yeah, Littleton
Littleton.
is like a sundown area.
Yeah.
So I didn't belong there. And Columbine happened, which was what, 90 what?
99.
Yeah, I was 19 years old. I was already grown and I already had a baby. So, you know, it was a whole different experience. And what I saw there was a white area and these white boys. And they managed to shoot 1 black kid,
Yeah.
right?
Isaiah Souls.
Isaiah Souls.
Yeah, all the rest were like white kids.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I was disturbed because I was like, what's a black kid going to school and look? Like, that was my main question.
Right.
Like, after he got shot, because, you know, I was up in the city and I was on the east side. So
Yeah.
we used to already see black people get shot.
Yeah.
But I was like, what is a
Cartinas
white
in
boy
that building.
doing? What's
Hey,
a white boy
Cartinas.
doing? You know what I mean? Like, how did he get there? I kept saying to myself, how did he get there?
Yeah.
You know, because it just was
We got storms in the area.
It
Hopefully, I don't mess
baffled
with the
me.
reception.
It baffled me. It was like, what's this black boy doing over there in this white ass area?
Right.
Well, maybe he didn't go to school. He did go to school. He had good grades and everything to go to school.
Mhm.
I was like, okay, well, shit. But no, I don't think it's that. I think it's the fact that they're lying. That
Mhm.
there's crimes happening. And like 1 weekend I was over here,
Yeah.
there was a shooting in my motherfucking alley.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, and my brother
Well, where Lady Che live is very active.
yeah, it's pretty active.
Very active.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Wow. Whew. Yeah, I'm surprised the media did not cover Isaiah Souls in 1999. So I'm glad you mentioned it, Lady Che and Jesse.
Yeah.
'cause he's the only
black
one.
person that was killed.
That's what you know. It's really when black people saw that case.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Pretty sure we all thought the same thing.
Like, what the hell are you doing?
What the hell is that black boy doing in this white ass school?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because at the time, like I'm 19 years old, and I'm thinking he don't belong in that school. It's like when I lived with my parents, we were like literally red lines out of the school district.
Mm-hmm.
And so I knew that I could have went to the good white school, but I was redlined and chose that by the
Yeah, you
way
could have
my
went to Smoky Hill.
Yeah.
But instead you didn't go that way.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, well, that's what happens.
Mhm.
So he was in the good part of the red line.
Mm-hmm.
That's why that's why his family didn't get picked up. And it was really sad too, because he I can still kind of remember his little face because it was impactful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was a little pudgy. He had glasses on, I think. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was really upsetting because a lot of black people, like especially where we're from, out here in the east side, was like, yeah, cuz got shot.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, he got shot. I was like, what was he doing out there though? Shit, he had that good money. I was like, oh. That's how we were talking about it. It was like, we didn't care about none of them motherfucking crackers that got shot.
Nope.
There was like 14 people, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
12. It was 12 or 14, I can't remember. But we didn't give a fuck about none of them crackers because we were just like, Yeah, you see the little black boy? Yeah, he's the one that got killed. He got shot.
Mhm.
And why was he over there?
Or is it 9? I think it was 9.
It was a lot.
9 of them.
It was a lot.
He was the only black one after 9.
He was the only black one that we was concerned about.
Mhm.
Right.
That right there will show you, like, if I'm not 19 and the only thing I care about in that whole story was the one black boy that got shot. That should say something. Like, that's a long fucking time ago.
Yeah, it's been 27 years now.
Black first, baby.
Yeah.
Maybe 20. Yeah, it's been 27 years now.
27 years, yeah. Almost like 30 years going into 2029.
You know, all these,
Mhm.
since you bring up the spree shootings, the kid shooting, you know, there's only been like
14
maybe,
people.
Wow.
15 students and 1 teacher.
One
Yeah.
teacher. Yeah. And I heard that I read something about the perpetrator. One of them
too, yeah.
got very upset because his mom did not want to,
Oh yeah, the Klebos.
yeah, because
And Darren Klebo.
Quibble, yeah, because her son was not happy in that high school, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, they were the outcasts. They were like the trench coat mafia.
Mm-hmm. And so he took it, yeah.
And we took it to a whole new level with the clown session.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I noticed something too from Mazungus, right?
Dressed like that, like, oh shit, they're gonna pull a Columbine.
Columbine, yep. I saw that on Fox 5 News. I remember in 1999. I was in
Music
5th
and
grade.
Eminem,
Yep, 5th grade.
Mhm.
Marilyn Manson and shit
Yeah.
like that. They're trying to play the music, and I was like, music didn't make you go to this.
Right.
You did this on your own. I was really thinking to myself, and I was like, why you have to shoot the little boy? Why you have to shoot a little black boy like that? I was like, oh, I was really upset about that. I think a lot of people were, because that lives here in Colorado, because
Mhm.
first that was the main spree killing, because it happened a couple like, I mean, once that first one happened, then we had another one after that.
Yeah.
We had the Chuck E. Cheese.
Well, that was the first one. Chuck E. Cheese was the
Chuck E.
first.
Cheese was first.
Yeah, that was
Wait,
in
Chuck E.
93.
Cheese. Wait, Chuck E. Cheese. That happened in 1993, right?
Oh yeah, that was first.
Yeah.
Yeah, but but that was a low.
Yeah.
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 Oh wow.
Mhm.
I had just been out-
Nathan Dunlap.
Yeah, I had just been out to the world at that point in time. So when I heard about that, I was just like, shit. My parents
He's
never
still
took us-
on. He's still on death row.
On death row.
They never took us to Chuck E. Cheese.
He been on death row for over 20 years.
20 years. I understand. I think I read something. I understand that he went to Chuck E. Cheese because of dispute in like pay, right? And hours to work.
Yeah, he was a worker. He worked for Chuck E. Cheese.
Mhm.
And he went straight postal on
Mhm.
well, that
Yeah.
came from
The post office.
the white girl that decided to sue the post office. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow. And I heard like a couple years later or many years later, the white guy could not still refuse to forgive the black perpetrator or alleged.
Yeah. Yeah, they were mad about it because it was in a. It was
Right
in
by
a.
my house.
Yeah, it was in suburban.
That don't have to right by my house.
Mm-hmm. The
All
Chuck E.
these-
Cheese out there in Aurora.
Yeah, all a lot, like the cinema shooting.
Mm-hmm.
That one was right by my house too.
Yeah.
I was almost there, but I have psychic instinct, so I called ahead that I would be able to take my son.
I went to Chuck E. Cheese that year too.
Oh, you went there in Chuck E. Cheese. Did you go there like a couple months later or a couple months before, Jesse?
Probably before.
Before?
For my 6th birthday.
6th birthday.
I ain't never been there because my parents didn't do stuff like that. I never even had a real birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
Even to this
Wow.
day. So I used to do things like that and it's very technical.
Mm-hmm.
So and they were not doing any kind of function except for Christmas, and now it's just for our benefit.
Yeah.
They
You got
even my mother got
Yeah, I was there before that. I didn't
Before
go
that.
to that cheese though. I'm trying to think which one. I went to the one in Denver.
Denver. Oh, I didn't know they have so many Chuck E. Cheese locations in Denver, Colorado.
They have a couple in the suburbs and in the city.
City.
Yeah,
Wow.
some of these free shoes are really different. That there wasn't too many that were like Black people led them.
Mm-hmm.
There's only like been a handful.
Yeah.
They're really dramatic, but for the most part, it's been other races like white people.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And they've been the ones doing it, but there's been the occasional one. Especially the school shootings, there's been at least 2 from last year. I remember where a young black person just
You're talking about the one at the
going out.
Kentucky State University.
Right. That was heavy. He went there to shot his girlfriend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's going all right. These mugs is shadow banning no Cardenas. He said, Jesse, how's your campaign going? Is the black support heavy or fair? Fair. I mean, I went to the Juneteenth parade.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people were receptive. A lot of people were happy to see I was running. So there's that. They all, for the most part, live in my district. So
I think it's going pretty well, personally. It's about to be picking up, and I know that I'm going to be more busier with the typing and whatnot. But
he said we're making them feel old talking about these shootings.
you know what? I feel old too. I feel really old. Like when we had to talk about the Combine thing, that was what, 20 years, something like that.
27 years ago.
Years. And I can remember just being affected and only affected by the one death.
Yeah.
Everything else was like, I was like shoulder shrug. I feel nothing.
Right.
Yeah. I remember that time, Fox 5 News, Fox 5 station, only covered, like, gave like a journal review, but didn't show like.
That's when that I remember that shit like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
I had literally just got home from school.
Mm-hmm.
And I turned on the TV, and that was all you seen on all the channels, all the local news channels, was Columbine shooting. Oh my God, the biggest shooting in Colorado history. And that shit was on for months.
For months? Oh my God, like 6 months out of a year, right?
Yeah, it was heavy. I was just thinking.
Oh my gosh.
And then we had the Y2K shit at the same time.
Yeah.
And, we're going into 2000. All the power's gonna go. Everything's gonna get switched around.
You're not lying. I remember I was thinking.
I remember I heard that. Yeah, the Y2K bug.
Shit. That's always going to say. Colorado always you fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And I was upset about the little boy. Because he was, hey,
Woo-woo.
Yeah, hi, Ruru.
Ruru.
Yeah, and pretty much Bill Clinton failed to prosecute the mass unalivers.
Yeah, because they're white.
Yep. And I bet Bill Clinton said, "I'm so sorry. I'm in Colorado. There's nothing like."
They got killed. But there's they don't have no lethal injection here in Colorado. There's no lethal injection in firing squad.
So it's just life in prison, pretty much.
Death row.
Death row.
Yeah, they're in Florence.
Mm-hmm.
They're in Florence Supermax.
Wow. So I thought California was much worse than Colorado. I guess both of them about the same.
Yeah.
California's more active.
This is the wild, wild west.
Yeah.
Active. But we just were talking about this the other day when we were talking about the Elijah McClain protest.
Mm-hmm.
I was bad mouthing some lady that I don't say her name because that'd be defamation.
Right,
Yeah.
understand.
I was bad. I really don't like this broad. So every chance I get, I start talking shit, right? And I was remembering that the Elijah McClain protest. I could find footage where you'll see me somewhere rolling or walking, and or shuffling around, and I can point out Jesse in like 3 or 4 little protests. Okay,
easily.
So, the same thing with George Floyd. Okay, I can point myself out. I can point him out. Nowhere did I see this broad at.
Right.
So I was talking about it. I was like, the thing with these ambulance chasers, they like to think that they've been there the whole time. But in reality,
they got killed. That's right. They killed them. The police killed them. So they never got to serve any time because they got killed.
That's what
That
it's
suicide by cop.
I was like, she didn't show up to the protest. She wasn't walking on the freeway.
Cardina said he was between 25 and 24 years old when
the famous police
Oh my
pursuit.
God, that was in 94. I was 7 years old.
Yeah, I
Dang.
was 8, about to turn 8 years old at that time.
What year?
Was
94.
Bronco in 94.
Oh yeah, I was 14.
14.
Yep. I was like, look, Daddy.
I don't even know what the hell I was watching.
Yeah, I
I
was
was like,
like,
what the
the
fuck?
juice is loose.
The juice is loose. That's all I can. The juice.
The juice is loose. And then I was like, Daddy, the juice is on the freeway. Plus it's funny like that.
The slowest high-speed chase in history.
Like, Daddy, why is the juice going so slow? You think your dad was like, juice running gas.
Mhm.
You know the juice.
It's because that was the only answer that would make sense of why he's going slow. My dad was like, my dad don't watch football, but he liked OJ, right? So he was like, the juice is loose. That shit was funny as hell to me. And then he said the juice is running out of gas. In the hood, whatever, we're like, shit. Who got snaps of the petrol? Who got a little juice for the car? You know what I mean? Like, he'd say it like gas, like, the car needs gas. So he's like, the juice is running out of gas. And I thought that shit was hilarious. I want to run out of gas.
Yeah.
Talking on the boat and shit.
Oh, I'm gonna kill myself.
And my dad was like, you going to jail.
Yeah.
No, Cardenas, you're always young.
Highway, he's going
Right.
to jail.
All right, so let me get to this next video.
Yeah, it's funny as hell.
This is, I guess it's like a little documentary about Denver homeless. This house going down in Denver, y'all.
Yeah, he's had 2 documentaries about this lately.
Put this on documentary.
It should be real.
Is it true you can touch fentanyl and die?
I'm attacked there by a guy who said things that I can't repeat. Violent, what he was going to do to me.
They're skipping the harm reduction part of it and just kind of just hooking everybody up with goodie bags.
Like the hotels really are the biggest ones, and all the funding that are going towards them, or he's doing stuff on taxpayer dime, like taking trips and going to like NFL scouting things.
That lady's pretending to stab someone.
What does this trapper, this sketchy hotel, this mayor,
Oh,
this
that's
mom,
nice.
this addict,
Hey,
and
Rabbi.
this grandma who has to carry weapons to defend herself all have in common? Well, as you know, we humans are quite interconnected and nothing ever really happens in a vacuum. All of these people hail from Denver and play a role in a city that as of late has been heavily impacted by homelessness, drugs, and controversial political policies.
Denver city officials say the homeless crisis is one of their top priorities, despite criticism from homeless activists.
And here in the Denver metro area are now seeing 100,000 quantity seizures are sadly becoming the norm.
The city of Denver appears ready to admit that its $100 million homeless hotel shelter program is not the best plan.
Tomorrow, the group House Keys Action Network Denver will hold a rally outside the city and county building, calling on Mayor Johnston to keep promises they say he has broken on his homeless policies.
Preliminary numbers for Denver's overdose deaths are in. 522 people died from an overdose last year.
But let's dive a little deeper, because underneath this, there are human traits that we have battled with since the beginning of time. The desire to survive by any means necessary, the battle with greed and power, the struggle of trauma and addiction, the power of doing what's right even when it's difficult or scary, and the hope to make your community a better place. You see, what's happening in Denver is happening all around the country. Portland, Seattle, San Francisco. And so what we learn here can be applied to other cities as well. And some questions we hope to get to the bottom of today are, do those who create the policies that promote widespread homelessness reside in the communities affected by their decisions? Is the Denver mayor and his friends benefiting financially from the homeless crisis?
Yeah.
Why is someone getting death threats for speaking out and trying to expose some of this information? And of course, what are the economics of a trap house? Let's get boots on the ground and discover this for ourselves. Nice to meet you. Tommy, too, bro. Active, bro. Nice to meet you, Active. What can you tell us about this area?
Shit, you know, some regular shit, fentanyl, gangbanging, politics, homeless, shit, you know, all of the above, bro.
Is this your area?
Yeah, it's the hood right here. Literally, the projects is up here, but this is where it gets popping at. So I just wanted to bring you to this little spot, you know what I'm saying?
How much has homelessness increased in the last few years?
Shit, bro, like a motherfucker. It's been going up and up each and every single day, ever since the Venezuelans and shit, the immigrant shit pulled up, you know what I'm saying? They just been taking over this shit.
We keep this shit 1,000 over here, okay? And that's all it's ever been. That's what
really
we're
gonna put it on the documentary. We just gonna put this on documentary. You know?
This should be real, nigga. As long as you hold it down and you keep it 1,000.
Right. You don't know you, nigga. It's Blacc. You talking about you some junk.
Have you noticed a lot of migrants coming in the area?
Every motherfucking day, they come in,
and that contributes to a lot of the homeless numbers.
Yeah, they come in packs. Yeah, they come in packs.
We met with a collection of whistleblowers who wanted to speak on what was happening in Denver and to protect their identity and themselves from retribution. Many of them spoke anonymously.
They're allowed to drive without driver's licenses. They're driving around without insurance.
Are you allowed to do that as a Denver resident?
I'm not at all. No. With some of the migrants and homeless stuff, I don't know the money that's coming in because I'm a taxpayer and I do the right thing. I have to work hard every day. So I work almost 80 to 100 hours a week. So a lot of the times these homeless or migrants that are coming to Denver are actually getting money, federal assistance or state assistance from the government. So you could be a migrant and I could be the state or the city of Denver. You come and I said, well, here's $5,000. Thank you for coming here. The hospital's over here. Your hotel is over here. Here's some cash.
¿Te gusta el gobierno de Denver? Like, piensas que ellos son ayuda te mucho?
Sí,
¿Qué cosas reciben del gobierno de Denver?
No, nosotros no, pero sí conocemos personas que
sí han recibido
celular. Sí.
Muchos paisanos de nosotros han recibido ayuda buena, como un techo, refugio, alimentación del gobierno de aquí.
¿El gobierno pega para tu casa? No. ¿Para comida?
No, no tenemos mucho tiempo aquí.
¿Te gusta Estados Unidos? Sí. Now that you got a taste of what certain parts of Denver can feel like, homeless guys with guns, migrants, let's head to the Baker neighborhood, another area impacted, and talk to moms, business owners, and an old lady who was attacked twice in April alone.
I call this Jack because if you mess with me, I'm going to jack you up. This is a combination of flashlight and stun gun.
Have you ever had to use it?
No, but I wish I had.
Yeah? Why is that?
I was attacked twice in April. I was sitting at a bus bench on Broadway. A man, 40, black, nicely dressed, zipped up on a scooter, laid it down, locked eyes with me, did not look away. He jumped up and sat against me. And then he put his arm around me and pulled me into him side to side and nuzzled in my neck, holding my arm so I couldn't use Jack. Thankfully, the Lord provided a bus right away, and I didn't care if it was going to Kansas. I got on the bus and I got away.
A question this channel has pondered often is how do you handle the homeless crisis? One method, the one Denver is employing, is to flush the homeless community with resources like tents, clean needles, and free showers. And while that can certainly be looked at as a humanitarian act by supplying people with the basics to survive, for others it creates a neighborhood that is unsafe, dirty, and rife with the mentally ill. Furthermore, it creates a situation where the people that make good choices, the taxpayers, the families, the contributors, they end up footing the bill for a drug addict to smoke fentanyl on their dime. But what are the alternatives? Can you mandate the unhoused to stay in shelters and in essence create some sort of homeless prison? Should you make it illegal for someone to be homeless? Or should you sequester them to more remote areas away from city foot traffic? Is doing any of those things even ethical? And when you see people conversing with the sky or wanking themselves in a public library while shouting obscenities at somebody, it makes you consider if insane asylums are a good idea to bring back. Now, there are a lot of rabbit holes we can go down, but the summary of all this is, when dealing with a vulnerable population like the homeless, it's not an easy call to decide what to do about it. A lot of the times it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. So how many weapons are you carrying on you right now?
I'm caring for. Well, this is Jack. I also have Dr. Pepper.
You don't got a Glock on you, do you?
No,
Okay.
I wish. And this is Mr. Tacky. If you attack me, I will cause perhaps tachycardia. Breaks windows on cars and anything else. And I have a small pair of scissors as well.
Describe the policies of the mayor and the city
on homelessness and how it's impacting your life?
I'm not sure I can answer as far as policies and impacts. I know my neighborhood, and it's been impacted in ways that are inhumane for the unhoused and dangerous and inhumane for people in the neighborhood.
The mayor is enabling this to go on. He's living with his head in the sand. We have fentanyl here. We have a supply of drugs coming up from the border. We're getting free health care. Don't worry about if you overdose. The resources are here for the drugs and for the overdoses for the people that really don't want help, which is a staggering amount. We see him having fun and going and eating these luxury meals, and we all know that his salary is about $400,000 a year, and most of us aren't even clearing $35,000 a year.
It's just a money pit for them. Like the hotels really are the biggest ones, and all the funding that are going towards them. I want to say a lot of people that run these organizations that the mayor is funding are friends of his, stuff like that. I know he's doing stuff on taxpayer dime.
What would you have them do differently about the Unhoused?
This place is enabling, and things need to be done differently, obviously.
Every morning when I drive in from work, I see a minimum of 3 drug users in the alleyway, either shooting up or smoking meth or actively doing a drug. You can always tell when the new drug hits the street because depending on what the drug is, they act differently. Like there was one month where they were really lovey and sweet, and then there was the next month they're all bent over like this.
Tariq.
And then there was another one where they were just super aggressive, like super angry. I mean, we've had poop put on our building. We've had feces. People in America have just become too complacent. And I think we all need to stand up for what's right. And we need to start supporting people who actually produce and create America and make America what it is, which is people working and living and being participants in society. When we start giving more of our resources to people who are not participating in our society, that's really how societies evolve.
What do you think about an institution like
I absolutely think we need mental health institutions reopened. I mean,
we used to have them all over America.
And bad people got involved, and then people were abusing people. And I mean, I know why it got shut down, but it is time to reopen.
I heard the funding for public safety, 911, firemen, police, that got diverted towards homelessness. Is that the case around here?
Well, we ended up with about 40,000 Venezuelans. I understand that a lot of that money did get diverted to house the Venezuelans that have come here.
The city of Denver spent over $70 million on migrants over the last several years. The budget for this largely comes to cuts to the city payroll, with over 160 positions remaining unfilled after they were cut. Moreover, the city's public safety funds have been slashed by nearly 10%. People argue that these cuts take away from the long-term residents while prioritizing newcomers, and this is one example why people are frustrated with the policies that Denver has enacted. Next, we meet Elijah. He overcame drug addiction and is going to share his story with us. Here's what we learned.
I was addicted to drugs for a very long time.
What was your drug of choice?
Well, it started out with Oxycontin, and then it moved up to heroin, and then eventually fentanyl. I am 32 now, so it started when I was 16, 17. Yeah, and it pretty much the whole time there was consistent. Using. I would have spurts of getting clean, but this is now the longest I've been clean and stayed clean.
Were you ever homeless?
Yes.
How long?
For a couple of years.
How do you feel like the homelessness is being handled, the drug addiction is being handled in the city?
Okay, well, I think, the whole, they wanted to house 1,000, which is a good starting point. But, I've been in some of those hotels and those houses, and they just pretty much treat it like they were out in the street, trash, drug use,
a pigsty.
Yeah, exactly. And, they don't really know how good they have it. I really just think somebody needs to show them. I don't know how though, but like the good parts of being sober, which is really hard. It's not going to be like you're sober, hey, you're going to do good. Your mental health's going to be good. Everything's going to be fine. It is hard. I saw drugs in the alley. This was a place for them to hang out, and I think it was something because it was known as like a safe use site, which I don't know if it's entirely true, but they would congregate here, get high on the side here when, during business hours, but mostly after business hours.
Is there anything you think the city should be doing different?
Something mental health treatment. You know, that's, I think, the big thing in all of this.
What did it take for you to get sober?
Getting clean was, I had the support of my girlfriend. She was the first person I could talk to about it and didn't leave me about, you know, and so support was a big thing. It's a hard thing. And, you know, it's like these people, they don't have anywhere to go. You know, it's like the people want to kick them out, but it's like, where are they going to go? You're just moving to the next city,
Yeah.
You know?
So how long have you been on the street?
Probably like a year.
Okay. And tell me about what you were paying in rent before this all went
It was
down.
like $17.50 or something like that, probably.
That's a lot of
for
rent.
a little one-bedroom apartment we split. Yeah.
That's
That's up
a-
in Loveland too.
Okay. What happened that you couldn't pay your rent anymore?
It got too expensive. You know what I'm saying? Got all paying that much money. You know what I'm saying? So.
Tell me about how fentanyl has hit the city of Denver.
Oh, like a big way. You know, you don't do that drug. That drug does you for sure.
Tell me about the homeless hotels. One, I guess, have you checked that out? Have you considered going?
I don't want to go to that kind of stuff. There's a lot to do with like people saying like concentration camps and stuff is like conspiracy theory thing.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of it is like they do these tiny home communities where like they shoo people away into corners and you're required to have an ID to get into them. Like they can't have any guests. And a lot of these people will seclude themselves away and like not have any friends, not have any guests over, and just kind of follow the rules just because it's hard out here on the streets and they don't want to be homeless anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Some people say that the nonprofits and the mayor, that there's people in power kind of getting rich off the homeless situation.
Yes, there definitely are. I
You think
guarantee
so?
there are. Yes, look at all the different resources you have with like the NCAP and like the harm reduction businesses you see shooting up everywhere.
Should the city be giving out needles, pipes, tinfoil?
They're skipping the harm reduction part of it and just kind of just hooking everybody up with goodie bags. You know what I'm saying?
Dawn is a Baker resident that's passionate about making her city a better place. She met up with us to discuss the difficulties of raising a kid in an area that's plagued by fentanyl and homelessness.
In 2018, there was a 25-year-old person walking home from the bar at 9 o'clock at night who was shot in front of my carriage house.
Exactly.
That was the first initial call to action from the community where myself and my Black members, got Neighborhood Watch going. My kids, they go to the Denver Center for International Studies 2 blocks into the community here. One of my daughter's 5th grade friends died of an overdose.
5th grade?
Well, he was actually 13. It was her brother, her friend's brother.
Okay.
But I knew him. He was a child I knew. I'm known as a disadvantaged youth advocate. I was on the board of the Denver Children's Home for several years, and I've lived in Denver in this community, in the Baker community, for 23 years. By the city densely populating all these social services and the transitional housing and the low barrier housing and everything in our community, it is severely impacting public health and safety. We've been trying to get our voices heard, and no one's listening. The media has blocked us, pretty much all of the media, with the exception of Fox News, which nobody listens to Fox News in a democratic state. The public sentiment's shifting nationally right now. We can see that happening, and it's specifically related to what they're doing to communities like mine. I stopped bringing my own son here. My son's 11, my daughter's 14 now, years ago. I didn't feel it was a safe environment. It was pretty dirty. And now it's just gotten much worse. And I personally have taken on the Denver Public Library Commission. I've been coming to the Denver Public Library to present to them. We have had 5 open distribution of illicit drugs arrests just here since February 2nd. The vast majority of crime is happening within 1,000 feet of this public library between the hours of 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. And you'll see the kids 5 blocks this way is a middle high school. They walk home past this environment every day. I have video of children walking past people injecting fentanyl. It's just all day, all night, people using drugs, people hanging out here. The library refuses to shut off 24/7 Wi-Fi. The business owners and the residents.
That lady's pretending to stab someone.
The Denver Housing Initiative, also known as All In Mile High, has allowed the homeless to set up camps in places like the Baker neighborhood. A key question is whether these decision makers live in the areas impacted by homelessness. City insiders revealed that supposedly only one decision maker, Councilwoman Diana Romero Campbell, resides in an affected neighborhood. So honestly, kudos to her for steady on business. However, it's been alleged that many of the other senior leaders live miles away from the homeless hotspots, and some of them even live in the suburbs up to 45 minutes outside of Denver. It's frustrating when the people making the rules don't face their consequences. And while I'm actually sure that all
$20
in Mile High probably has good intentions, ideological capture causes concern when upstanding citizens are the ones afraid to speak out. Many Denver residents, including social workers, police, and firemen, feared retribution for speaking to me, often only agreeing to do anonymous interviews or canceling the interview altogether. And let's be real, folks. If you're with your child in your own neighborhood where you pay taxes and your child has to encounter a disturbing situation where, I don't know, a naked homeless guy is groping himself and smoking fentanyl, isn't it crazy that speaking out about that might lead to an online mob assembling to dox you, get you fired, and even send you death threats? These are real things that Denver citizens have to contend with. Right now, we're on the phone with Do Better Denver. She runs an Instagram page in Denver where her audience sends her clips of crazy things that are happening in the city. She posts them, and just for doing that, she has received death threats, threatened to be doxxed, and she is afraid for her safety, which is why we have to alter her voice. She believes she has inside information that would lead people to believe that there is some sort of financial conflict of interest going on with this hotel, the mayor, his friends, and nonprofits in the area. Whether that is true remains to be seen.
We have to disguise your voice. Tell the people why you want your voice disguised and what you've encountered in running your page.
I'm just trying to showcase the condition that our city has been left in by these policies, and to receive threats from people for, exposing these policies is just like insane to me.
What kind of threats have people made towards you?
A lot of violent threats, right? If I see you filming, you'll catch hands or you'll get capped, or a lot of threats like that. Well, I mean, that's also scary too, because there's a lot of people in Denver right now that are also filming. So, I mean, what does that mean for the average citizen?
Do Better Denver sent us some documents, and here are the takeaways she wanted us to look at. First, Mayor Mike Johnson previously worked at a place called Gary Community Ventures, GVC, and this place combines policy, business, and philanthropy to impact the Denver community. From GVC, millions of dollars have flowed into the Denver election. In 2021, Johnson was president and CEO at GVC, and on the books, he earned nearly $240,000, and he worked 20 hours a week. During his tenure, GVC was the largest financial backer against a movement to ban group living. They won that fight, and one of the results is the law continues to allow the homeless to live together in hotels. Johnson then resigned GVC when he made his run for mayor. Folks, here's where it gets interesting. Now, the paper trail is murky, but a group called ULC is involved in the purchase of a couple hotels in the city. Possibly more, but it's a mountain of paperwork hidden behind LLC, so it's hard to say. But the two we do know about, the DoubleTree and Embassy Suites, are being used to house the homeless on taxpayer dime, something enabled by the group living amendment Mike and GCV fought very hard to keep. Now, here's the kicker. According to Do Better Denver, Gary Community Ventures has financial ties with ULC, meaning that one could argue that the mayor, GCV, and ULC could have some potentially questionable motives.
We're just outside of 4040 in Quebec, or we're at that hotel that you sent all the articles about. So we're trying to figure out what our approach should be when we speak about this hotel. You sent me a few articles. What is worth investigating further?
Well, definitely the security piece of it, right? I mean, I guess you could see people in there. Like, they have a bunch of side doors for that hotel that, like, the security company, I guess, just pops open and people just can go inside. I mean, it's probably pretty dangerous in there. Like, I would be careful.
Yeah, I'm imagining a lot of angry homeless guys with makeshift guns. Yeah.
Well, and, like, guns. So, homeless guys with guns? Well, I mean, yeah. So there was the double homicide in there, and there was a shooting inside that hotel 2 weeks after that.
People also say that he's connected to the real estate deals that involve the homeless hotels, that the hotels have been sold for way over asking price, and that he was a partner of some sort that may have benefited from that. Is that something that you've heard anything of?
So what I've heard is from...
This is all allegedly, by the way.
Allegedly, I heard from the owners of the Best Western and Comfort Inn that Comfort Inn is actually owned, so is the Best Western, and we're actually renting out, they're renting it out to the city, opposed to the mayor's office.
Can you tell me about the connection between the mayor of Denver and this hotel?
This one's a little tricky. So the DoubleTree Hotel, which we call the TroubleTree, is owned by an entity called 4040 Quebec LLC. ULC, Urban Land Conservancy, which is funded by Gary Community Investments. I think ULC loaned money to fund the purchase of the DoubleTree hotel, which would sound to me like a conflict of interest, right?
If you could say a message directly to Mayor Johnson, what would you say?
I would say that perhaps he needs to start listening to the people of Denver, and maybe he should listen to my account and not dismiss it because he considers me anonymous.
Let's say other Denver residents are listening to this and they are fired up too. What can they do to join the fight?
I mean, I think they just need to continue to write their city council members, write emails to the mayor. I do calls to action. We just need to continue telling our city officials that this is not something that we're going to tolerate.
Well, we'll be in touch, and I hope you have a great day, okay?
Perfect. Thank you. You too.
Yeah, bye-bye. And saying that someone has to be in fear of their life or getting doxxed to be like, yeah, guy's doing fentanyl in front of children at school is a problem too. Of course, if you want to understand how drugs are hitting the street, you got to talk to people at a trap house. Here's what these fellas had to say about the business.
So folks, we're two businessmen that run a trap house. First question is, how has Fetty changed the game?
Shit, that shit changed. That shit crazy like a motherfucker. That shit hit the States for me like years ago, like 5 years ago and shit, you feel me?
From what I can understand, like before it was like crack, meth, and heroin were some of the top things to sell.
It feels like fentanyl replaced that. A lot of people
talk to. Have you guys seen that too?
Yeah, that's the main thing. That's the main thing for me, for sure.
What's the difference between the pills and the powder?
Shit, the pill don't fucking kill you in like half a second. Shit, the powder, you have money. You can go down for 20 years, you know what I'm saying? And come back. The niggas be fitting off for a week and be done.
Is it true you can touch fentanyl and die?
Yeah, hell yeah. You get this shit in your pores, if you can inhale it, feel me? Like you open a bag with dust, like in your face and shit, that shit can make you have a little OD and shit.
How do you make sure you're safe with it?
Shit, gloves, you know what I'm saying? We need to put one of those masks, just like that powder, you know what I'm saying?
Tell me about the money behind it. What can you buy it for and what can you sell it for?
Like, you used to go 30 for 30. You know what I'm saying? 30? Like fentanyl 30? Back in the day, you used to go $30 for a pill, you know what I'm saying? And then that shit started going cheaper and cheaper. It started coming in faster. It go $5, $2.50 to 50 cents, you know what I'm saying?
50 cents a pill. Is a pill like...
It's not like that now, though, but that should be like too much like the stock market should go up and down.
So you'd rather wholesale it to smaller dealers than be the guy that's going down the street?
Shit, type shit, yeah.
When I was a kid, my brother sold weed. It would make me nervous driving around. Like my stomach would hurt. I was always like, oh, I'm looking out for cops. Do you ever get nervous doing this job?
It's just a risk, bro. Real shit, really. Shit, everyone does that shit, bro. But it's always a risk. If you want risk, go to jail. Then shit, risk, go to jail.
If you're actually going at it for a whole day, like what's a realistic amount of money to make?
Shit, that's just a couple barrels a day.
Do you guys have to interact with people from the cartel to do this shit?
Shit, no.
I see. So if you look at the drug overdoses, fentanyl is by far number one.
It's not even
close. How do you feel about that?
Shit, I don't even know. That shit crazy.
I've heard that the Denver PD is really underfunded and understaffed right now. Do you feel like that makes it easier to do business?
I mean, I feel like that just happened because I just heard that they really recently just they pulled you over for broken taillights and expired tags and little lot shit no more.
That actually helps you because it improves your chances of if you have
to caught with little shit. But we always make sure we run a smooth we know that nigga.
Oh yeah, so like how long do you guys see yourself being in the game for?
Shit, not that long. So get the fuck out of this shit and use this shit to build something better.
How do you guys feel about like your impact on the world? Do you look on yourselves as the good end, evil end, or somewhere in between?
Shit, we ain't no the best people, you know what I'm saying? We have respect and shit. We don't just be doing out of, to me, like some weird ass shit. Like we got morals and shit too, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I don't think do that up to God whenever I see that nigga, so. Does
your mom know what you do?
Shit, my mom be on that shit. Yeah, so. I've been doing that since I was 12 years old, you know what I'm saying? So shit, nothing new to me.
What did you guys grow up like? What did your childhood look like?
Shit, I had a good little family till I was like 5 with my parents in the crib, big house, you know what I'm saying? Boom, they broke up due to their problems, whatever. So I got dropped off in college, bro, my granny. I was like 6, 7, you know what I'm saying? And that's when everything started from there.
Is it hard to get a girlfriend with this job?
Shit, some fun. Some this shit. Some be like, nah, nigga, stay away. But some be like, nah.
I appreciate you inviting us.
Yeah, you told me about it.
Any final thoughts you have for the people?
Shit, nah, just keep doing what you gotta do. Just out the way. You know what I'm saying? Watch your back. You're free to game.
Folks, we end the episode on a good note. We go back to visit our friend Dawn, who we spoke to earlier. And she's not just someone who talks. She does good through her actions. Here are a few people she's helped get back on their feet and win the fight against homelessness. Tommy, I'm here with?
I'm Richard Garcia.
Hello, Richard Garcia. Tell me about yourself.
Humble, Christian, love people, help people. And it's like I've been out here for a long time.
How long you think?
I want to say 15 years.
What led to that?
A fire. I call it the fire. So for me, that's what it was. Other than that, here I am, striving and moving on.
Is that what you're waiting for next? Is a voucher from the city?
Oh no, I'm already in. So
how is it being in your new pad?
It's surreal because now it's like I could say I'm going home, and actually mean I'm going home.
John, can you come here for a second? What was the process of helping Richard with housing? How did you manage to pull this off?
Well, it was Rico first. He's good friends with Rico, who I've known for 23 years. Saw Rico sleeping on the ground, really bad back, just like Richard. They're both, retired. I just didn't want him to be sleeping in our community park, and I said, how can I help you? So I went to the city and hooked him up with some housing folks from the city because I'm on a safety committee, and we knew how to get him connected with resources. We asked the resources to come to the park and meet with them.
I feel like if I needed to park the Red Sea, you'd probably be one of the first guys on the list I'd look towards for help.
I appreciate that. Thank you, my brother.
Have a good day, man.
You too.
I do want to. Oh yes, get a hug.
And this is Susie. Hi.
You've been facing some trials and tribulations.
Yes,
lately.
I have.
Can you tell the people about that?
On July 4th, 2020, I was standing over by the bus stop, and it was July 4th, and there were firecrackers going off, and a dog ran out into the middle of the street. So I put my hands out and herded the dog back to the owner. She got the dog safely. And with that, a woman was sitting here, and I was on my way up to the building, and she ran at me and caught me at the security camera and tried to strangle me.
Some sort of drug induced.
She was definitely under the influence.
So you were attacked from your own home?
Yes. The result of all this is PTSD. So now I'm a nervous wreck. That's just a snapshot of what goes on in this building. My escape is that park. That's where I make friends. That's where I get a sense of belonging and community.
Is it possible for you to move?
It's difficult, that I can afford.
So her community is here. We're all here helping her. When she's not feeling well, we come together and try to help her walk her dog or whatever. She needs her friends.
And they've done that. They've brought me food. They walked my dog, Luna. Dawn walked my dog, Luna, several times when I can't. That's my community.
All right, folks, this was an inside look at the business of a trap house, impact of homelessness and fentanyl in a city. This was a close look at our public servants to make sure that they're doing the right thing. You guys let me know in the comments if you think this mayor is a good guy or if there's something fishy going on. Thank you guys for joining us on this episode. We'll see you next week. Peace.
Yeah, that was George Bush Jr. that said corporations are people. And then Mitt Romney followed it up in 2012. Yeah.
Yep, and said corporations are people too. During the 2012 presidential election against Barack Obama, so why aren't the pharmaceutical CEOs in jail? That's a great question because pharmaceutical industries in America are too big to fail. Just like the what is it? I'm trying to remember it. How when Obama said big banks are too fail, how big banks in America are pretty much too big to fail.
Yeah.
And Bernie Sanders said that before in 2016. Yep, because it has to do with, like I said, it goes back to deregulation, right? When Reagan deregulated transportation and financial institutions, Bush Sr. maintained them, and then Clinton, who was pretty much Clinton, who pretty much exacerbated the economic conditions, right? With NAFTA, and then after NAFTA, continued Reagan's deregulatory policies, and then of course free trade with China.
Yeah. So another thing that we have going on in Denver is this thing called Mutual Way Monday. They're in a fight against the city because the city basically closed off the area where they would do the Mutual Way Monday. So they have to move it across the street, which is directly across the street from the city and county building, where the city council meetings take place every Monday. and they've been doing Mutual Aid Monday since 2020. Where they
2020.
provide free food and clothing and resources and toiletries
Mm-hmm.
to the unhoused.
Right.
I know these people like pretty well.
I'm a big fan of all of you and your work.
So one of the founders, she's one of the founders. She's not the only founder, but she's one of the founders. Her name is Jess. That was a damn last name. Winterhope. She was working with this other lady named Vera, and Vera ended up getting kicked off her own organization. I don't even know if they're gonna bring this up, but Vera, she actually helped me move into my new place.
And I thought I was going to have to run because my dog needs to be let out.
To thousands of Denver residents since 2020.
Let me start this over.
Community-centered care. Community-centered care. Jess is also a founding organizer of Mutual Aid Monday, a weekly grassroots mutual aid effort that provided food, clothing, harm reduction supplies, and community support to thousands of Denver residents since 2020. With a background in child and family therapy, she's passionate about building communities rooted in dignity, solidarity, and the belief that everyone deserves to be seen, valued, and supported. Jess lives in Denver with her husband, Ben, and they have 7 children. She is committed to creating a more just and compassionate world through service, advocacy, and collective action. Please welcome Jess.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. I'm a big fan of all of you and your work. And I thought I was going to have to run because my dog needs to be let out, but she let herself out. What a great dog. Yeah, I just thank you for inviting me tonight. Mutual Aid Monday obviously is very special to me, and I've been involved since its inception in 2020. We were, just to give you some background, we were a group of folks that were on the streets in the summer of 2020, like a lot of you probably, angry as heck about what was happening. And we were a group called Walls of Mom. If those of you might have heard of it, we had, umbrellas, and we were at the front and the back of marches and trying to protect our BIPOC
They were actually
friends.
shields.
And at the same time that that was going on, also, you probably know Mayor Hancock was pretty aggressively sweeping the unhoused around Denver. And usually we don't even like that.
So Hancock is the former mayor. He's the mayor that was the mayor before Johnston.
That term, traumatically displacing. So the same group of people were showing up every morning, very early in the morning, supporting the folks that were being traumatically displaced throughout the city, helping them move to a new spot, set up tents, replace things that were getting thrown away by the city. And then at the same time, we had this idea that we would love to do a community meal. So in November of 2020, we started doing our community meal right in front of the city and county building on Monday night at the exact same time that city council was meeting. And that was very intentional. We decided that we were going to be a protest and a community meal and provide resources to the unhoused. So we meet from 4 to 7 p.m. every Monday night in that same spot. It moves around a little bit, and I don't know if anybody's been down to the city and county building lately, but it's under, excuse my dog, it's under construction. So now we're kind of across the street in the park. So we're always on that corner. And when we started, obviously definitely grassroots, just a bunch of people who care deeply about our unhoused community. We started with a community meal. We started with clothing resources. Then we just added based on needs, right? So folks let us know they needed harm reduction supplies. We added that. Haircuts. Obviously, this was during COVID, so we were doing COVID vaccines on the corner too. And so, 5.5 years later, we have a children's section. We have, a group that helps support with folks getting IDs, bus passes. We have bike repair. We have folks that come down and offer different services for folks such as massage and AccuDetox and things like that. You name it, we've tried to provide those services down there. We probably have a total of 700-ish volunteers that come and support the community in different ways. For example, on Sundays, folks sort the clothing. Throughout the week, we have drop-off spots throughout the city of Denver where folks drop off donations throughout the week. And so we have a group of volunteers that goes and picks those up from businesses. And so the drama more recently in the community has been with Mayor Johnston and him insisting that for us to be able to stay in that space in front of the city and county building, that we would need a permit. And our group are also a group of advocates. And so we meet with the mayor quarterly. We meet with the Department of Housing, which is called HOST. We meet with them monthly, and we're always advocating for the needs of the unhoused. We have formerly unhoused that are in our community as well. So the voices are very loud to what the needs are. And more recently, we feel like the mayor has put pressure on us because we don't necessarily make him look very good. You can imagine, I'm sure many of you might have seen some of the press this past week that came out that the numbers of street homelessness are down or reduced. And then here we are right in front of his office showing 300 to 500 unhoused folks every Monday night needing services. So we believe, obviously he hasn't said this, but we believe part of the reason why we're getting so much pressure to move is that it doesn't look good. It's not good for PR, especially for someone who is running for re-election next year. So we've meet with the mayor's staff, let them know that we're not moving. And then they have park rangers that are there every Monday night that just kind of make things difficult. They ticket folks, they kick folks out of the park if they are caught smoking marijuana, things like that. But we're standing our ground and we're doing the good work and meeting the needs, and that's not going to stop. So I probably talked really fast. I can stop now if we have specific questions.
So usually we get questions in the chat. Nobody has put questions in. If you do have a question, go ahead and put it in the chat and we will ask it. I do have one question for you. Yeah. I have been doing this kind of activist work for a long time. If you ask me to plan a protest, I can do that. If you ask me to plan a candidate debate or an empty chair town hall, I can do that. But I've really struggled finding a way to do mutual aid. And can you kind of give some tips and tricks on how to organize that? What do you do? What can people do? Because I kind of feel like I'm in a lot of spaces, but this is a space that I feel a little deficient in.
Yeah. For us, it was very organic. We were out in the community. We have a very strong following on our Instagram page. We did a lot of storytelling in the beginning, with people's permission, sharing stories of what needs are. And that doesn't always have to be with a face or a name, but it can still be what the needs are and what are the injustices that are happening to folks in the community. So we do a lot of that. And then we organize on Signal, much like you all do. And so it's also every time folks come down to Mutual Aid Monday, we have a welcome table and we ask new volunteers, like, what do you like to do? Right? Like, what are you good at? And, some people are good at social media. You guys know this, like some people are, oh my gosh, we have a sewing group. I didn't even mention people like to sew, right? there's all different gifts that different folks have. What I love about our community and our volunteers is that we have teenagers all the way up to folks, senior citizens, right? So all ages of people that have very different gifts. So that's part of it, trying to be open and figure out what gifts people have and what they have to bring. And then we organize in smaller chats. So the sewing group has a chat. The clothing distro group has a chat. The cooks who cook the meals, they have a chat. So then we break down to smaller groups to be able to do that work. And then, mutual aid, one of the important parts of solidarity work is consensus decision making. So we have our large chats, and we have monthly meetings where we make big decisions. For example, when you're dealing with a mayor that went too gone, there's some bigger decisions that we have to make, including we have a lawyer right now that's supporting us. So yeah, it can be tricky, but when you find people that are excited about something and passionate, like all of you are, it grows really fast. And if you would have asked me, 6 years ago, if we would still be doing this, we've never missed a Monday. Not even when there's, a foot of snow, we're there. So I barely believe it, that it's been so effective. So.
That's very cool. And I have the same philosophy about organizing volunteers. What do you do? What do you like to do? What do you want to do? And what do you want to learn to do? And then pick where you fit. Bring your skills and, we can get something done. Aaron had a question.
Yeah, Jess, that's great what you're doing. There's a group here in Tulsa called Food Not Bombs that has been doing the same thing for 6 years. And just recently, we have a mayor who we think, is behind this because they just sent cops and they said they, have their First Amendment right to protest. And the cop told them that you're not protesting because they had tables and food, and they just started arresting people. And it's crazy. They've been, I think it's every Wednesday for 6 years. And they're not blocking traffic or anything like that. And it's crazy, especially for a mayor that ran on helping the homeless. It's disappointing. But thank you so much for the work you're doing in Denver. We love Colorado.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, we have Food Not Bombs here in our community too. They're also a wonderful group. I would be more specific. The mayor cites a code for a protest and says a protest has to be spontaneous. And that we're not spontaneous enough. So we're not truly a protest, which is just really interesting because doesn't that seem like almost a challenge? Like we need to get more spontaneous. So I don't know if any of you follow our Instagram, but we made a cardboard cutout of Mayor Mike and have been bringing him to Mutual Aid Monday. And one of our volunteers made a soapbox too. So we have a mic set up with this. People get on the soapbox and they're able to tell the mayor exactly kind of, what their needs are and what their thoughts are and things. And so we're trying to be a little bit more spontaneous and fun. We also sent him a personal invite to come, but he has not responded to that. So too bad, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Next question. Sarah says, this is amazing work. How can we learn from your group and how to expand organizing to Longmont? And I will expand off of that. We have people from all over the country. How can people start doing this where they are?
Yeah, we do have, and I'm not sure if Mutual Aid Monday started it or not, but we do have a mutual aid collaboration signal chat. So there are different, and I think all of the mutual aid groups that we're collaborating with are within Colorado. So if you're within Colorado and you're trying to start mutual aid and you want to join that chat, let me know. I can get you in there. For example, if somebody donates something and it's a huge donation, we want to make sure we share. Or if we get too many men's clothing and we share it with other groups, and vice versa. So it's really important.
Great.
Can I put your Jess, can I put your email in the chat for people to contact you if they want to join that group? Okay.
Starting to get a few questions
What's the group again, and what do you do? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
It's Mutual Aid Mondays.
Yeah, so we are in solidarity with the unhoused community. Yeah, so lots of different things. But other than I was just going to add, other than our weekly event where we have a community meal, we're doing things throughout the week. So folks in the community are contacting us constantly with needs, ways to advocate. Folks that have gotten into housing, found housing, and we, work really hard to find all the things that they need to live in housing. And I would say advocates are often wraparound services. The city does not do that well. They do not provide good wraparound services for folks once they get indoors. And so we usually support folks long after they get into housing, helping with make sure they have the right resources and just a lot of support, right? Emotional support, love, community, trust, all of that important things that goes along with surviving and thriving in community.
Jeffrey, does that answer your question?
No, because I still don't understand what your group does. What makes it so famous.
What they do is they get together every week at a park next to City Hall where the city council is meeting, and they help homeless people. That's the short version.
Yeah, I wanted the short version. That just like Martin Luther King's home. Martin Luther King's homeless project that he was going to work on before he was assassinated. And I hope you help the homeless people because they not only need homes, they need hygiene, they need
That's exactly what they're doing, Jeffrey. They're doing everything they can to help. So I'm going to go on to the next question, if that's okay.
Good luck.
So Beth asked, what policy solutions do you have for the unhoused? What would you like to see?
Yeah, there's so many. One of them that we're working on right now specifically is the aggressive tactics that the city and DPD and the park rangers use when they're trying to keep people from, well, I would just say they're keeping people from surviving in the city. So folks that do not have access, to shelters and housing are often moving from corner to corner on the street. And in the city of Denver, under the Johnson administration, you can no longer put up a tent. You can no longer put a tarp over your head. And so anytime that the city would find you on a corner, camping, sleeping, they're going to tell you to move along. And, our question is move along to where, right? And also the other part of it is they will take and destroy your property. If you have a shopping cart, they will say your shopping cart is stolen, and they will take your shopping cart full of your belongings and throw it away. Which is pretty sad. If the shopping cart is stolen, you think they would want to return it to the rightful owners, but they don't even do that. They just throw it away. So we're working on some legislation. It's in process, as well as lawsuits. We have successfully won some lawsuits against the city of Denver, one of them being the Lyle settlement. You guys can look that up, which was about the camping ban. So yeah, trying to get more and more proof of these things that are happening. So we're interviewing unhoused folks daily on all the things that have been happening to them. We can tell at Mutual Aid Monday how bad it is because folks come every week asking for new supplies. Again, my sleeping bag was thrown away. I lost all my belongings week after week. So we know it's bad, and we're just trying to see what we can do to change laws to keep the city from doing this to its citizens.
Next question is, are the meetings on Mondays a protest then?
Yeah, they are. Absolutely. And I would say we're definitely a peaceful protest, right? Like we're doing work while we're there. We have our food line, doing haircuts, sewing, our clothing section. We're doing all of these things. Another really important part of mutual aid is that we never call the police. And so we're pretty darn proud of that because we have folks such as myself who are trained in de-escalation, and I train other people in de-escalation. And so, of course, there's issues like that, people that fight, people come there and they're very hungry or stressed. There's so much trauma in our community. And so we've always been able to deal with that with our trained folks in de-escalation, and we've never had to call the police. The only time we've ever had to call 911 is if there's a medical emergency, but we also do have medical personnel that volunteer with Mutual Aid Monday. So it's pretty rad too, I think.
So that's great. The next question is, if we were to come the next few Mondays, what is the biggest need / best thing to bring?
That's great. There's certain things that you can't go wrong with. It's great to bring food. So we have the most organized, disorganized signups for food. But we always have enough. It's one of those things. Sometimes we feed 300 people, sometimes we feed 500 people, and people just bring food starting at 4 o'clock, and people bring it throughout the night as they get off work. So food is always great. Used clothing is always great. We have certain things that are just always needed, like underwear, socks, shoes. We can never get enough men's shoes. And then toiletry items are always needed, as well as things like Tylenol and Advil and products like that. Yeah, you can't go wrong. People will always message me and say, Jess, could I bring this? And I'm like, yes. Even there is an apartment building that's right next to the city and county building, and it's owned by the Coalition for the Homeless. And so there's a lot of folks that live in that apartment building that will also take houseware goods. So you may think about that. Maybe there's something that you have in your kitchen that you want to get rid of. Those folks are always looking for things for their apartments too.
Michelle says, thank you so much for helping the homeless. Could be any of us in this administration. Where is the land allotted for those who are in this situation? Like, where would people be allowed to go to camp? Or I think that's what she's asking.
That's a really great question that I would love for y'all to ask the mayor. It's interesting. I was in a meeting with him, it might be a year ago now, and I asked him that question. He kind of avoided me, and then 10 minutes went by and I asked him that question again, and he turned to Cole Chandler, who's now the head of host, and Cole said, I can tell you where not to camp. So in other words, there's no place in the city of Denver where you can safely camp, which is pretty sad. When we most of us know that there's people that can't go to shelters, like they've had harm done to them in shelters, they can't be in shelters, and until they're able to get a voucher, which is very hard to get, to be in an apartment, they have no other choice. So
the troublemaker in me would say, all right, if I can't camp there, that means anywhere else is fair game, right? If these are the places I can't camp, then everything else is open, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you all pay attention, but pay attention to see the Dottie trucks, Department of Transportation. They're often like off on the side of the highway. You'll see them like they find people no matter where they hide. Like just the other day, I was coming off of 70 and I saw the Dottie truck over on the side, and I was like, wow, that tent was so well hidden. But they're being so aggressive and making sure that folks don't do it. So.
Okay, I've got a couple of more questions. How do you handle mental illness?
Yeah. We're a space, like this space is like everyone is welcome. And so we accept and love each other, and, I would say 99% of us, struggle with something, right? And so just understanding where folks are coming from. Sometimes with severe mental illness, we're able to see if there's specifically a resource that we can provide for that person, trying to get them into care. get them in, obviously, to see a counselor, psychiatrist, but also just continuing to meet people where they are is the strongest thing that we can do.
Okay. This is the last question I have. So again, mutual aid isn't my thing. I'm much better at things like advocacy, legislative pressure. You know, what can people? Is there some way that we can put pressure on politicians and the administration to make a change? And if so, what does that look like? State, federal, local? How does that work?
Yeah. I mean, we always focus on local first, and then, and then obviously state would be second. But absolutely, the first thing to do is you listen to the voices of those most impacted. And so, that takes being in settings such as Mutual Aid Monday to find out what's happening. So when, we talked about different people have different roles at Mutual Aid Monday. My favorite role, I actually always carry cigarettes with me because a lot of folks smoke that live on the street. And folks come and find me because they know I have cigarettes. And it's a way to check in with people and say, hey, Bobby, like, how are things going? Where are you living right now? What are your biggest needs? Things like that. And then just, my cigarette's my icebreaker, right? And, but it's really important to spend time in community, and to get to know people that are different than you, right? That's what this world should be about, that we all would care a lot more if we got to know people and that are different from us, and to be able to genuinely have compassion and empathy for them. So that's a big part. Find out what the needs are, and then go talk to a city council member that you trust and say, hey, I've been talking to folks and I've heard this over and over again. What can we do? Would you be willing to sponsor something? And that's kind of usually where we start.
I had a couple of questions. So when we've talked about mutual aid in the past and brought up groups, different groups that we considered mutual aid, one of our co-leaders who worked for a nonprofit for quite a few years said, well, that sounds more like charity. I thought mutual aid was each side giving something. So how does that work? What differentiates mutual aid from a charity?
Yeah, thanks for saying that, because I'm not sure that I clearly said it yet, but yeah, it's a solidarity model, right? It's you can look up a really great author called Dean Spade. He has a book called Solidarity, Not Charity, and we have that written on the back of our t-shirts too. But literally, when you come, for example, when you come to Mutual Aid Monday, maybe just once, you'll notice the difference. And most anyone who comes and volunteers has told me that, like, how different it feels. You don't necessarily know who has a house and who doesn't. Everyone goes through the line and gets food. Everyone can sit down in the park, right? Like, we're kind of, it's this model of, we're coming for a shared purpose, to be in community together. Obviously, people in that community have different needs. But I don't know if you have ever experienced the fact that, like, we all come from brokenness. So myself, I have a house, I'm sitting in my house, but I come down there and I receive so much more than I give, right? So I come away with amazing relationships. Some of the greatest people I know in Denver, I've met at that event, and they were either once unhoused or are still unhoused. So it's that model of just walking alongside of each other, right? And being in community together.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And how was Mutual Aid Monday started?
Yeah, so 2020, it was like we were showing up at the protests and then the sweeps, and then we just decided, let's try doing a community meal here. And at the very same time as the community meals happening, folks are going in and doing public comment. So we're in that spot so we can take folks in to do public comment. Public comment currently happens at 5 p.m. It's 5 to 5:30 inside the city and council building. We can either go inside and do public comment, or we can do it virtually, right? So this past Monday, I did public comment virtually. I walked around Mutual Aid Monday event while I was speaking of needs. So that's a really important part. And I'm always encouraging community members. When I say community members, I'm talking specifically about our unhoused community members. to sign up to. So I'll sign folks up and then take them in and support them.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Hannah said, re-upping this question, how would you say you foster love and trust, etc.? And she loves that you're doing this.
Yeah. Being reliable fosters trust. So if there were some Mondays that we were there and some Mondays that we weren't, it would be harder to have that trust in community. One of the things that I love, since I've been there all 5.5 years, is that I'll have somebody come back 2 years later, right? They haven't been there for 2 years, and they'll come back and they go, "Oh, Jess, you're still here." And they'll be like, "And this has gotten bigger." And right, and those relationships and everything, it's still there. And people trust and love, right? So many things happen on one Monday. I was just going to use this past Monday as an example. When I got there, I met a community member and she let me know that one of our community members had died the day before. So we have deep grief that happens. Like we lose a lot of community members on the street. And then we found out that another member had just been lost, or we couldn't find them for a while, type of thing. And at the same time, I turned the corner and talked to somebody who just got a voucher into housing, right? And then there's music and dancing and art and so it's just one of those things that so many different things are happening. We're going through the whole spectrum of human emotions.
Very cool. Indivisible has a program called Solidarity in Action that I wanted to share with everybody. It's a grant program for mutual aid projects. They also have a speaker series. They have speakers on different topics every month. So here's a link to the resources for that program. And you can also use your grant in partnership with other groups. So it doesn't have to be just an indivisible group doing something.
That's great.
Okay, next question. Do you think anything the mayor has done in this area has helped?
Absolutely. I have quite a few neighbors, friends that have gotten inside during his administration. So it has helped. It has helped some people. But I also see homelessness increasing, especially among families. We have one big family shelter right now, and we have been begging for more space for families. I know too many families who have either lived on the streets or are currently living in cars. And that is something that I just don't think is acceptable ever. And so, yeah, definitely there are things that Mike has done well, and maybe not just him, his administration, and people have been helped. There is a woman that I was friends with for years, and she's been inside now for 1.5 years. And this past winter, not having to visit her on the streets and keep her warm, was a godsend, right? Like having a single woman living on the streets in the winter is not good. So absolutely, there people have been helped, but also there's been people helped under every administration. So
that brings me to my next question. I just came from St. Louis, where I say it doesn't really get cold. Maybe 2 or 3 days at a time, it'll get to 20. And I know there's a huge homeless population in places like Florida, Texas, California, where it's warm all of the time. What do people do in the winters here?
They try very hard to survive. Folks that have lived on the street for a number of years, they know survival techniques, right? They know how to keep warm. But also, I have a friend of mine, I've known him for about 5 years, and he still lost 5 toes, right? Like he knows how to survive, and he's a big guy and he's smart, and but he lost 5 toes, and then that kind of that type of long-term exposure to the elements is not good for any part of your body. So it definitely accumulates over time, and he has some really chronic health issues from being outdoors for so many years. But we at Mutual Aid Monday, we do our best to find out what folks want. So propane is a big thing that we're giving out in the winter time. This winter was one of the best winters that we've had. You all know, in a long time in Denver. We were very happy. One of the things also that Mutual Aid Monday really fought for, and I would say we won, was 24/7 warming shelters. So a few years back, under Hancock, we did a sit-in at one of the rec centers because the rec center was closing at 7 p.m. And then people were forced outdoors. And so we're like, this is not acceptable. You can't just have a warming center open till 7. So now, under this administration, we do have warming centers that are open. We still struggle because the warming centers are not open throughout the city. They're often like in a different regional area. And one of the things that we fought the mayor on this year is there's a lot of unhoused folks on Quebec by the Mile High hotels, and they were not providing a warming shelter in that area, which didn't make much sense to us. But so there are options, but we also have to listen to people what they prefer, right? And so if people have pets and they can't get inside, often there's not a place for couples to go together, which is really frustrating. A husband and wife or a couple that
Jesse, you there? Oh,
StreamYard logo graphics
Sorry,
skip to
Michael,
Todd.
the damn cat
StreamYard.
jumped on the damn computer.
oh, okay.
Screen sharing tips dialog. StreamYard Studio. Google Chrome window. Choose what to share with
There.
StreamYard.com
So when I
dialog.
was in St. Louis, one of the
Button.
things that they did was called
Alert
room at
info
the
bar.
inn.
Sharing this
So a
tab.
lot
Alert info
of
bar. Sharing www.youtube.com to this tab group. www.youtube.com. Alert info bar. Sharing this tab to StreamYard.com group. StreamYard.com. Button. Stop sharing. Button. Alert info bar. Sharing www.youtube.com to this tab group. www.youtube. Exiting narrator.
Okay. Shit, open up the damn narrator. Like, Jesus Christ. Crazy ass cat. All right, let me move on to the next video because I've been on this way too long.
You know Jesse.
Yeah, I know her.
Yeah, is she a social worker? Because it sounds like she has social work experience.
She might as well be a social worker. All the work she's been doing.
Yeah. I was really surprised because when she mentioned about calling the police for people for basic medical care, I was like very skeptical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, other than that, I give her credit for really for de-escalating the situation.
Right. So shame on the city of Denver for going against Mutual Aid Monday.
Yeah,
So
and
no,
to be honest, yeah, she should definitely run for mayor, to be honest.
yeah, but she's not gonna do that.
Hey guys, it's Adam back with a brand new episode of Living in Denver. And today I want to share something with you guys that's getting a lot of news and attention here in the Mile High City, Denver, Colorado. Denver was actually just recently ranked as 5th out of over 50 of the largest United States metro areas around the country for total homeless population in 2025. So we just got the data from last year. And in this video today, I'm going to share with you guys just what is really going on here in the city, as well as a few different areas that seem to be hot spots, areas that a lot of people seem to be focused on, and whether that be for good or bad, but just really giving you an honest take on what I see happening in this year, 2026, and going into the future. So with all that said, hope you guys enjoyed this one. Let's get started on the brand new episode of Living in Denver. All right, guys, let's just jump right into it. Really quick, though, all that info on the screen. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions as I go through the content today, or if you just like to connect. I guarantee there's some ways that I could provide value to you So all that info, feel free to reach out. But I want to talk to you guys first, though, about what exactly it means when they're measuring the homeless population. So this includes people that are in shelters as well as those without any sort of permanent housing. So according to the Denver Gazette and a recent report, Metro Denver has 7,327 people that were counted as homeless in the 2025 point in time count. And that was actually up nearly 800 people from the previous year, 2024. Now, this count is really important to understand because it only happens once a year, and it happens in January, and it happens by volunteers and city partners going around and just basically taking this snapshot in time. But it really does help us see these trend lines because it is done annually at the same time each year. So it's really important to understand that as we start diving into exactly what this means for you as a potential person that's moving out here to Denver, Colorado, as well as if you already live here, just really what to expect moving forward with where the homeless population exists and how that might affect where you choose to live if you are considering buying a home here in Denver, Colorado. Now, before I jump into 3 specific areas with you guys, what I first want to do is give you a little bit of a nuance to all of this today. So as I said, about 800 people were reported that were more than the previous year in 2024. So we saw about 800 more this past year in 2025. But there is a little nuance to that. Fewer people are sleeping unsheltered on the streets compared to the previous years. In fact, the MDHI, or also known as the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative, actually showing that about 25% fewer people in 2025 were living with a complete unsheltered living situation. This really matters in my opinion because it tells us something really important, that visibility and total homelessness really aren't the same thing. So why is Denver still ranking so high? Again, it's 5th out of the top 50 metro areas around the entire country. Part of the reason Denver ranks so high is just simple math. Our metro area has actually seen one of the fastest increases in homelessness over the last decade. Housing costs, economic pressure, job changes, and just gaps in services all are playing a role in this. And this ranking, it actually counts total homelessness, both sheltered and unsheltered. So it measures scale, not just what you see when you're driving around different neighborhoods in Denver. So this is really just a long-winded way of me saying that homelessness in Denver is more of a regional issue. And it's not confined to just 1 or 2 specific neighborhoods. But there are definitely some that you're seeing a lot more prevalence than others. And that's what I want to get into now. You know, I've got a lot of clients that I'm taking around looking at homes, as well as a lot of viewers that reach out to me. Maybe somebody like yourself on YouTube that's watching this video right now, they'll reach out and just ask me, you know, Adam, I'm feeling like there's a lot more of a homeless situation right now going on in this specific neighborhood. Or, you know, Adam, I went downtown last week and it just felt like it was way worse than it used to be. I'm hearing a lot of that recently. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to make this video today. And I just wanted to kind of give a different spin on this just because I am somebody that's been born and raised here in Denver. I've seen things change quite a bit over the last decade specifically. And there's definitely 3 areas specifically that I think tend to be the most commonly brought up whenever I'm taking people out around town or when I'm talking to people on different Zoom calls through my YouTube channel. Now, the first one is going to be Rhino, also known as River North. And this is an area that has really, I think, out of anywhere I'm going to talk about today, the area that I felt has been consistently very visible with homelessness really since I can remember. And there's actually a specific place in the River North or Rhino neighborhood, and that's going to be the Salvation Army, which is just a very kind of a staple of the area since I can remember. Really, really close to Coors Field, so where the Colorado Rockies baseball team plays here in Denver. Very close to that is the Salvation Army. And part of the reason it's so visible is obviously every day when they're serving food and different services for the homeless population, you see it because people are waiting in line and they're anticipating, you know, it opening up for the day and going in and getting a meal, a hot meal, or maybe something else that they're offering for that day. So that Salvation Army specific location, this area has been a very visible gathering point for as long as I can remember. You know, I remember going back to the River North area about 20 years ago. I actually used to work at Coors Field, which is the Colorado Rockies baseball stadium. That was my job throughout high school and even parts of my college. And this is an area that just is very, very close to the Salvation Army, where the Coors Field is. And I think one of the issues here is that there's very limited housing for affordability. And what happens here is there's a ton of tents, lots of maybe vehicles, just outreach teams that you'll see on a frequent basis that are always working daily in this area, trying to help connect people to different services and different resources. So I think out of any of the places that I'm going to share with you guys today, this is probably the one that's the most visible. And I just want to add one last thing to that I think is really important. When you look at River North on a map, you can see that in addition to that Coors Field, you're very, very close to downtown Denver. We have these large skyscraper type buildings in downtown Denver. There's lots of alleyways with big trash receptacles, different areas that tend to be pretty opportune and ideal for people that are scavenging and looking for food and maybe other things that have been thrown away that they can use to keep warm or just to help improve their makeshift shelter that they've built. So there's a lot more resources, both actual legitimate resources that are being provided by the city, but also just a lot of things that people can kind of get their hands on to help them with surviving in this part of town. So I think a lot of things going on here, but overall, Rhino, River North is definitely going to be an area that you're going to see a lot of this. You've seen it in the past, you're seeing it today, and I don't see that changing in the near future. When it comes to real estate, there are some very nice homes still in this area, some single family, but you'll find a lot of multifamily, lots of big apartment buildings, as well as townhomes. And some of these are very, very high end, $1 million plus homes that are really only a block or two away from that specific area around the Salvation Army. So it's definitely something that some homeowners are dealing with, where you walk out your front door and the street that your home faces, there might be somebody with a tent just 2 or 3 feet off of your property line in that communal sidewalk area. So if that's something that you're really concerned about, I would just urge you to, take a drive out to this Rhino area and also do it at different times throughout the day, even different days of the week, to see how it might be different at different times, just to really get a full understanding of what you might be facing if you decide to live in this part of town. Now, the second area that I want to share is something that I have seen drastic improvements with over the last couple of years, and that's going to be the Colorado State Capitol. And this is also known as the Golden Triangle. And this is an area that up until about a year ago was kind of free reign. A couple of years ago, the lawns and all that surrounding block of area around the Capitol had very large encampments. In 2026, though, you're going to notice a lot more restrictions of this not nearly as prevalent. And part of that is because they've installed a lot of somewhat permanent fencing all around these parks and open spaces in front of the Capitol, and different types of barriers that are really preventing any sort of tent or overnight structures and keeping people basically just kind of out of that area in the Capitol fields and also that surrounding civic center space. Now, obviously, this doesn't mean that homelessness has disappeared from this area, but it does mean that the city has done a little bit more intentional focus of really reducing the visible aspect of camping in, I'd say, one of Denver's most public spaces. So this is a good example of how enforcement changes where homelessness is seen, but not necessarily how many people are experiencing it. Now, the third area is not quite as specific, so I'm just going to use one example that I see on a regular basis. So I live right now down in Littleton in an area called Grant Ranch, and when I commute to or from downtown Denver, I use a road called Highway 85, or the locals, we call it Santa Fe. And I noticed about 2 years ago.
Grant Ranch is where all the police live. Michael, that's where all the police live. The DPD,
police.
They all live in Grant Ranch.
Grant Ranch.
So this motherfucker that's giving the commentary, he lives where the police is at.
Wow. And so that area is pretty much mostly like a white area, affluent.
Yeah. It's a gated community, all that. Yep.
Grant Ranch, yeah.
This little micro community development starting to be constructed right off of the highway, really close to a neighboring community. And what I started to see as I drove by this on a regular basis is I thought it was just like a little tiny home community. But then I started noticing really big fencing on all 4 sides of this little plot of land and big lights that were shining down on it, as well as different security cameras. Just kind of threw me off. Wasn't sure what this was all about. Well, it turns out it's actually something that they've been testing out, which is this tiny home micro community. And basically, another way of saying this is just like a small village that's designed to move people out of tents and into transitional housing without the case management and services. It's not a perfect system, and some of these projects are actually already facing some funding challenges, but they do represent, I'd say, a shift forward, just something that's towards a new solution. That's really sitting again between that street camping and the traditional apartment type resource for people that are trying to transition out of homelessness and back into a more stable living environment. I think one issue here is a lot of the neighbors surrounding this area, and for good reason. I could definitely see where they're coming from here. There's a lot of concerns. They're worried about how that might affect their property values. They're worried about if that homeless community maybe has some drugs or other maybe crime-related things going on, that might start filtering into the neighboring community of established homes that are all around this area. The one I'm specifically talking about, again, right off of Santa Fe. So there's a lot of pushback. There's just a lot of kind of moving parts, a lot of emotion, I think, on both sides, which is causing a little bit of friction in some cases. So this type of housing with these tiny homes is, in my opinion, probably not the most sustainable and something that you're really not seeing too much more getting built. This was a couple years ago when this one that I'm referring to was established. So that's the only one that I've seen in the area that I live in. But definitely just wanted to point that out to you guys, because you might start noticing something similar in other parts of Denver. And if you do, this could potentially be what you're looking at. Again, it's just a tiny home type community that is built to hopefully help people with this transitionary period to get them off the streets and off of tents and back into a more stable living environment. So now that I've shared those 3 areas with you guys, I want to share just a couple other things. And the first one is just to understand a little bit more about this metric that they're using with figuring out that the homelessness population actually is improving versus getting worse, just really how they've been able to measure this. And one thing that's, I think, really important to understand is that they're doing this from what's called a point in time count. And it's literally only capturing one night a year that they do this. And as I said in the beginning of the video, this is when some different volunteers and city officials are going one night in the year in January, and they're going around and they're measuring just on that one specific night. So by doing so, they're missing out on some of the other just kind of measurements that I think are also important. And that would be things like people that are couch surfing, maybe people that are just temporarily, maybe doubling up with their family somewhere, maybe cycling in and out of homelessness. So maybe you didn't count them on the night that in January where everybody went out, but maybe the week later that person was back out on the streets. So there's really a little bit of an understanding that needs to be made that this is just one night a year. So it's good, it's accurate, it's something that's measurable, but there could be some other factors at play. So just want to kind of point that out. Also, the fact they're only doing it once a year in January, fast forward 6 or 8 months, think about how much the economy, how much just the world can change in that short amount of time. So I think it really would be great if they started doing this twice a year instead of once, just to have a little bit more stability with their measuring. Maybe that'll happen, maybe not. Obviously, you can imagine it's a pretty big undertaking, even just to do this once in a year. So to kind of wrap this up, one last point that I want to make is just talking about how homelessness definitely impacts quality of life. It impacts services, impacts community planning, but it doesn't necessarily define every single neighborhood. Some areas definitely have more high visibility when it comes to homelessness, especially near any sort of a transit hub or service corridor. But at the same time, many neighborhoods are seeing new housing, redevelopment, and even some long-term investment to help solve this crisis. So if you guys are a buyer considering moving out here to Denver, Colorado, I want to leave you guys with this. A smart move of any resident in Colorado, especially any potential new buyer here in the Mile High City, is just to understand some of these trends and to not just react to what's most visible when you're driving down the road. Because homelessness, it's complex. It's not black and white. There's a lot going into this topic. We are still seeing progress in some areas, especially some of these numbers going down. Fewer people are sleeping outside, which is great, but more people overall are definitely still faced and struggling with some housing stability. So that's kind of both a challenge and a sign of hope. I think more than anything else, the best way to make that decision for yourselves is to have your boots on the ground. So I just want to leave you guys with this. If you're interested in Denver, Colorado as a potential new home for you, I'd love the opportunity to connect with you guys. I'll put all my info one more time down below. One of the best things that we can do is just go out on a driving tour. Just find and identify a few areas that have serious interest that you're considering potentially having a home in. And we can just do a driving tour, like I said, different times of the day, different days of the week, just to really give you that firsthand experience, just to see what it really looks like and just to kind of get some feelers out there for how it might look today versus how it might look in a year or two. This topic, it's obviously hard to talk about for many of us, and it's something that nobody wants. Everybody wants to see these people living a healthy and productive life. And a lot of these people are on the right path and they're going to get there. So I just really think that more than anything else, it's important to understand that we're living in a world where we need to have compassion, but also we need to have strategy, especially if we are making one of the largest investments in our lives, which is buying real estate. There's obviously what's happening today, but I think what's even more important is understanding what it's going to look like in the future. And if that's something that's really speaking your language and interesting to you, again, feel free to reach out. I'd love to connect with you guys. We can always schedule a one-on-one real estate strategy session. There's no obligation. It's free. We just hop on a Zoom call or even just a phone call and just can talk through really what's important to you. And I guarantee there's a few ways that I can provide value to make that important decision and maybe choose Denver as your next home base. Hope you guys have a great rest of your week. And I can't wait to share a brand new episode next time with you on Living in Denver. I'll see you then.
All right, so that's the homelessness in here in Denver. What are your thoughts on that, Michael?
Yeah, you know my thoughts on in Denver, right? And you probably could attest to it because you obviously have the life experience. Yeah, you know, I'm not I definitely don't support Mayor Mike Johnson, what he did to the mutual aid Monday, because I know that was very beneficial to you, Jesse, Sarah Freeman, and several homeless people. Because why move it mutual Monday to somewhere else? And a lot of questions raised. I had a lot of questions questions were being raised. So I said, okay, if they're gonna move to mutual Monday, then how are people supposed to commute, especially those who are homeless who don't have reliable transportation?
Right.
Right. And then you go to another city, and what the city says, you had to get a permit to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like following people to go from one place to another without any clear guidance.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Jessica, you know, she seems pretty genuine from what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
And I really think she should run for mayor because she's really like boots on the ground and grassroots, and she would definitely do right by homeless residents. I'm sorry, homeless people in Denver, or people who are homeless.
I think she's supporting one of the candidates that's running for mayor, Lisa Calderon.
Right. I remember you told me you had an issue with Calderon because of her support for increased police funding.
Well, not even that. She's just a chameleon. She's
right.
Place. One minute she's black, the next minute she's Latina.
Oh man, yeah. Other than that, I think Jessica would have been a better candidate than Calderon. At least Jessica doesn't say that she's this or that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, to be honest, and I'm not surprised because when Jessica said that when the mayor had to send the police over for mutual aid, I suspect that.
Well, this started before mutual aid. This started with the Occupy movement.
Oh yeah, that's right. What's it called? The Occupy Wall Street.
Denver. Yeah.
Occupy Denver. And speaking of Occupy Denver, was there Wall Street located there or still there?
Yeah, there was.
Okay. Now
Center here.
I see. Yeah, and I know that, and I suspected that Mayor Mike Johnson was pretty much continuing with gentrification 3.0.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well he ran the damn school system into the ground. And then like they said, he was working for that one LLC.
Yeah.
ULC, and then he quit that the Gary partnership.
Mm-hmm.
And then he got $2 million from Michael Bloomberg during the election, and that's why he's the mayor, and I'm not the mayor, and that white chick Kelly Bruff is not the mayor.
Mayor, right? Because so you're telling me that Mayor Mike Johnson pretty much received a lot of money from corporate donors.
Yeah, and outside state influencers like Michael Bloomberg, former mayor of New York.
Right. And I was just taking notes, and I suspect you probably correct me on this, that I believe the police came to the Mutual Monday is because would you say it has to do with race for what Jessica was doing?
I mean, she was helping a lot of black people that were unhoused.
Right.
But no, they've been doing that shit since Occupy.
Since Occupy.
Since the Occupy movement. Like the former mayor who was black, FBA.
Mm-hmm.
He had all the people arrested. And he had He's the reason why we have the urban camping ban, which makes it illegal for you to cover yourself with anything besides your clothing.
Clothing. Wow. Because right, interesting. Because how are people who are homeless supposed to stay warm and they're not allowed to cover any parts of their bodies, especially during winter.
Right. So you just basically making people freeze to death.
Oh man, that's like leading to like hypothermia.
Yep.
Wow. And then Mike Johnson pretty much continued the mayor's.
We do the We Will Remember, which will remember all the people that died on the streets. And the urban camping ban's been in effect since 2012.
2012. Wow. So like more than like 14 years.
And the irony of that is that's the same year that we legalized marijuana.
Right. I see. So yeah, so basically you're saying that Mayor Mike Johnson pretty much continued the previous mayor's policy of encampment restriction.
Yep. And the city council too.
Wow.
The current city council members, they said that we made them all take a pledge because they had a whole forum with all of us that were running for mayor in 2023. And they asked specifically what we were going to do to help the unhoused neighbors, which is my term. As I said, they're unhoused, but they're still part of the community. And yeah, we were supposed to make a pledge. Mike Johnson said he was going to repeal the urban camping ban. That never happened.
Right. Man, oh my God, he kind of, he actually reminds me of Bill Clinton in some ways.
Yeah. I think he's dumber than Clinton.
Dumber than Clinton?
Straight up idiot. That's what they wanted. They wanted the dumbass white boy. That was easy manipulable.
Wow. Yeah, wow, interesting. Right. Because, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. And I know for you, like, you had a lot of experience growing up. Like, this gentrification stuff is definitely nothing new. Because you mentioned that gentrification started in Denver in the late 90s.
Yeah, late 90s, early 2000s. Yep.
Right. And so it's been pretty much like a continuous cycle. I guess for like other
adult life, basically.
Yeah, adult life, right. And I guess for like other residents, they're not really used to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that tells
20 years has been going on.
Yeah, 20 years. I'm really surprised a Democrat, because when you mention Democrats, wow, they do nothing.
They do nothing. They cause problems and then they act like they got the solution to the problems that they cause.
Yeah, and it's like they keep inviting more corporate interest groups to solve homelessness, but then they actually exacerbate the homeless crisis.
Yep. And that's what they do.
Yeah.
That's been my experience with them in this state.
Yep. And so that's why I asked. Yeah, that's why I'm like, yeah, Jessica definitely should run for mayor, better than Calderon, because I know Jessica has a very
Calderon.
Yeah, right. I wish Jessica did not support Calderon for mayor. Just having Jessica run for mayor herself. I'm pretty sure you'll support Jessica over Calderon, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I probably would. I don't know. I have to see what she would do for black people, but
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Because I'm not sure you had a conversation with Jessica talking about reparations.
no. Only conversation I ever had with her about was how to help with Mutual Aid Monday and how to help our unhoused neighbors. That's about it.
About it. I see. Yeah. Because you know me, because I want to make sure that when people say that they're progressives, that they care about foundational Black Americans, just making sure that they're not diluting FBA's, struggles and concerns for other groups of people. Even though other group of people's needs have to be met, I understand that, but also FBA's needs got to be prioritized as well, or prioritized as being number one.
Right. So I got another documentary. It's about 20 minutes long about homelessness, the homeless issue, a new school documentary. So there's some students that made this look like they're all Latino.
Homelessness, an issue that is widespread across the globe, and especially prevalent in the United States of America, which, according to Unhoused.com, is at a staggering 771,480 people without housing. And it's only getting worse, as according to the same source, there was a 17% increase in the homeless population from 2023 to 2024. So, why is homelessness such an issue that seems to be getting worse in the United States of America? Well, to find out the reason, we have to dig into the history of homelessness within the United States of America specifically. To start, we'll have to go back quite a bit to 1870, to the first usage of the word. The word homelessness began when a massive amount of immigrants began to move to the United States in order to find work, moving across the country in these massive waves, frequently in search of work as the westward expansion continued, and the need for labor in the West increased. The word homeless was given to these workers because they had no home or identity in the U.S., as they were foreigners from a foreign location, leading to an association of this term with these people. Nevertheless, this word persisted and evolved, and as homelessness began to become an issue, it was around the 1980s when this issue became more prevalent. During this era, a combination of factors started to become a brewing pot of troubles that would soon boil over. Gentrification, higher prices for housing, unemployment, emergence of HIV and AIDS, and many other factors began to emerge as homelessness began to skyrocket. One of the major things that impacted homelessness and increased it was the deinstitutionalization of the mentally ill from mental hospitals, which, according to a source called City Journal, included around 830,000 seriously mentally ill people being let back into society with up to no supervision. This is directly correlated with the fact that around 67% of homeless have some sort of mental health issue that affects their daily life. Another major factor at play that needs to be explored in order to understand the fullness and the completeness of the homeless issue is the failures of the foster system in the United States. According to NYFI, around 25% of people who leave the foster system end up homeless within 4 years of leaving. This is due to a major lack of support for teenagers who, when turning 18 years of age, are emancipated or released from foster care, leaving them to fend for themselves in a society with no family to rely on, money saved up, and no place to stay and to sleep. This results in extremely high rates of homelessness and poverty that is a result of the lack of care invested into the foster system. Homelessness is a national issue, but its prevalence is highlighted the most when focusing on the state of California. California has a homeless population of 887,000 across the state. This is almost 30,000 more than the next state with the highest homeless population, which will be New York with 800,000 homeless people. A staggering difference. But why? A multitude of factors come into play, one being the state's housing market's high prices and unreasonable prices on rentable places to live. Paycheck after paycheck goes into people's houses, and all it takes is one major financial crisis for someone to fall onto the hard concrete floor that is homelessness, one that is very difficult to get back up from. It is also the ground zero for deinstitutionalization as well, which connects to why the homeless population within the state is so terrible. San Diego, a city named America's finest city. A beautiful city with its beautiful Coronado Bridge, the amazing Old Town, influenced by a Spanish past, and unfortunately a staggering homeless population. Although the homeless population has decreased according to homeless statistics, CBS speaks about the problem perfectly.
And when you look at, the past 2 or 3 or 4 years, homelessness continues to increase.
He doesn't feel the data is anything to celebrate.
What are we actually comparing here? Did we go from being down 25 points in a basketball game to now we're down 23? Or did we go from, we cut the lead from 5 points to 3 points? It's more like, we're losing by about 30 points here, and maybe now we're trailing by 28.
When considering this, San Diego has the 6th highest homeless population in the country, with a staggering 10,000 unhoused people living in the city and county, a number that is very visible when walking in the streets of the city. As residents of San Diego, we wanted to explore and dissect the homeless population in San Diego and get a human-to-human experience in speaking with the homeless. With major thanks to the San Diego Police Department, we were able to speak to some of the homeless population of downtown San Diego by reaching out and cooperating with the San Diego Homeless Outreach Team. The talks and experience we had were insightful.
Just an Army veteran that spent 8 years in the Army, medically retired, and then had to wait on my medical discharge for, I had an appeal from 50% discharge to 85% discharge. So it took me 10 years thus far to prove that appeal, to then get backdated the pay from the VA to go to get my, my VA benefit of 65% retired. So that's what I've kind of been waiting on.
Which branch were you?
The Army.
I was in the Army.
13 Bravo.
Oh.
282, Field Artillery.
92 Yankee.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for yours.
Pretty typical. I lived on the farm, lived with my grandparents always my entire life. So just went from there to the Army. And then after I got injured, I just kind of life fell apart.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when the steps I had, my entire left side had to be reconstructed with surgery. I had hip surgery, arm surgery, reconstruction of my face. I had a 155 round blow up.
Yeah.
And I got crushed. So I had to get reconstruction for a whole bunch of, I have donor bone, I have synthetic bone, and a whole bunch of different types of grafts.
Okay.
So I'm in that medical part that if I do anything else officially, then you lose anything medically that's worth, the last 45 years of my life. So
I definitely understand, and it takes very lot to get that 100%. So I definitely understand.
Well, see, yeah, not even after that, I got my approved 65%.
Yeah.
But after you get approved, it takes anywhere from 1 to 3 years to get that first paycheck back to you.
Yep, it does. All right, so what has the biggest challenge been since you've been homeless?
I would have to say connection, communication with a sense of either community or being family strength back to kind of a normalized. I have either a subgroup of friends or my family friends, that normal everyday life that you wouldn't have. You go to school, you go to work, you have your one group of friends, and then you have your family or your spouse. I'd say being homeless, you get that separated from all of those groups, and you have to have one side trying to make, well, I'm doing my best, but I'm not quite at your level, and so you kind of lose that synchronicity.
Yeah.
Being able to flow with everyone.
And being able to them understand where you're coming from.
Exactly.
Like
You go from being able to, understand, oh, hey, I have a cup of top ramen or a sandwich, to, oh, hey, let's go out every, month and socialize.
Yeah. What do you think that people misunderstand most about homelessness?
I think it's about worth. People think that there's kind of two classes of homeless or helpless, right?
Yeah.
Homeless, you're doing a project, you're in some type of connection either to government or yourself, trying to get yourself home, housing or employment, those education branches, or someone that's just literally just kind of they're using to kill themselves, kind of they don't have anything to live for because they lost, their spouse, jobs, whatever. They've taken that defeatist look, not the kind of, I'm still moving, I'm homeless, but I'm still moving.
In San Diego, the Homeless Outreach Team, which is called the HOT Team, is a multidisciplinary team designed to connect people experiencing homelessness with services rather than relying solely on enforcement. So it consists of it consists of San Diego Police Department, mental health professionals, behavioral health specialists, medical care providers, social services, and case management partners who help individuals access housing, shelter benefits, treatments, transportation, and other resources. The main responsibility of the HOT Team is to build trust with the individuals experiencing homelessness, conduct street outreach and engagement, connecting people to emergency shelters and housing programs, referring individuals to mental health and substance use treatment facilities, assisting with identification documents, benefits, and transportation, coordinating with community organizations and healthcare providers, and providing alternative to enforcement when individuals are willing to accept the help needed in order to be better and do better.
My Ramadan experience was something that really changed the way I think about homelessness. Before the experience, I mostly saw homelessness from a distance and didn't fully understand what people were going through. Being there in person allowed me to see that reality of their everyday lives and the challenges they have to face. During the ride-along, I saw outreach workers speaking with people, offering resources, and simply taking the time to listen to them. What stood out to me the most was that everyone had a different story to tell. Some people had lost their jobs, some people struggled with the personal hardship, and others were dealing with an issue that made it difficult to find stable housing. It made me realize that homelessness is much more complex than I had previously thought. One moment that really stayed with me was seeing how much a simple conversation meant to of some individual we met. Many of them seemed thankful that someone was willing to stop, talk, and treat them with respect. It reminded me that sometimes people need more than just resources. They also need compassion and human connection. This experience helped me learn how important it is to approach people with judgment instead of making an assumption. I learned to listen and understand their situation, and the ride along gave me a new perspective on the homeless population, and it helped me see them as people with unique experience, challenges, and goals. But overall, it was a meaningful experience that taught me the value of empathy, respect, and understanding.
$37 billion. That's the amount of money that California has spent on the homeless issue within its boundaries since 2019. The result? A 33% increase in homelessness since 2020, a massive jump despite an enormous amount of resources being poured into California's biggest issue. A lack of actual infrastructure, tracking of money on where it's going, and a focus on short-term solutions that do not fix temporary homelessness and simply just make them disappear from the streets. But it does not fix the issue of chronic homelessness, which affects many, many people, as many return to homelessness after temporarily being lifted off the streets. The short-term investments to try and instantly fix homelessness and just put a band-aid on a wound that continually festers only makes the situation worse. Another issue that plagues the homeless issue is homeless shelters themselves. Many lack privacy, safety, and cleanliness, and some force couples and pets apart from each other, creating many homeless who will refuse to go into shelters because of these factors, which many feel as if they can do better on their own. It also plays into a phenomenon that we call total institution, created by Irving Goffman in his work Asylum. It explains that when people are put into a closed-off space from the rest of society and placed into a strict schedule that runs the same every day, they will lose their personality and will to do basic things. Thus, it makes it extremely difficult to reintegrate back into society, and they have a harder time living on their own within this schedule they are used to following. This is what happens with homeless shelters, as they strip personalities and create more issues in the long term when attempting to solve homelessness, especially chronic homelessness. Homelessness is a complex and difficult issue that has so many different factors in play that it makes it very difficult to tackle such a vast topic. But it is solvable through a combination of factors. As seen before, short-term solutions tend to get homeless people off the streets, but their remission back into homelessness is quite common, with many gaining drug issues again, and others going through even the tiniest financial crisis, putting them back onto the street. There's so many different factors that go into the chronic homeless issue that a short-term solution simply won't work. A long-term solution is also needed. Thus, the introduction of the Low Income Housing Institute, or LIHI, an alternative way of housing the unhoused in a way that is affordable and reintegrates them back into society in a proper manner. The Low Income Housing Institute was founded in Seattle, Washington in 1991 with the goal of creating spaces where the homeless can live and receive support from a small community of each other, while also receiving support from a variety of professionals aimed at job training, mental health evaluations for the homeless, and other necessities that they need. And with that, the organization began to create something new and groundbreaking in their goal of reintegration of the homeless. The Tiny House Villages, a community of homeless people who live in self-constructed villages. These villages create a way for the homeless to have a semi-permanent place of stay for as long as they would like, though 65% of these people only stay 6 months in, as they are able to find stable footing after their stay in the village. Within the village as well, they receive any medical help needed, mental health evaluations, and job training in order to help them reintegrate back into society properly, without the chance to relapse into homelessness. These places give the unhoused a meaning as well, as they are giving jobs within their communities to help them feel like they are working to make their small community a better place to live. These small tasks and wanting to make their tiny village is kept nice, clean, and secure as a sociological phenomenon called collective efficacy. Collective efficacy is when a group has the shared belief in their capabilities in order to achieve something. This phenomenon is very relevant within these villages as they create a community that believes in itself and its ability to work together in order for everyone to better themselves. This reignites the snuffed out flame that these people once had as they realize they can reintegrate into society.
That's a nice little documentary. What's your thoughts on that, Michael?
Yeah, my thoughts are, nothing new, right? With homelessness, gentrification, American citizens, living paycheck to paycheck because, majority of paychecks go to housing costs, right? And not enough money to spend on discretionary items, and also due to zoning laws and procedures, deregulation of the real estate industry, and it's just been pretty much a fractured system, like what the speaker said. What the presenter said in the video. It's just putting a band-aid. Temporary band-aid to a permanent problem. When a problem is so permanent, it's going to require permanent solutions.
Right.
You're right. And that shelters, I understand why people don't want to go to shelters. Not that they don't go to shelters, because they don't want to go to shelters where there are very strict rules on what time people succumb, what time, on curfew. As well as not having enough privacy, the cleanliness and safety.
Right.
And really the problem is that you probably could attest to it, Jesse, because you probably have more you probably had the frontline experience that you have that I never have. And I think the problem is that a lot of areas are building more expensive homes, pricing people out. People's paychecks have remained stagnant since the 1970s, and also the way how researchers report affordability, poverty, homelessness, and they don't take into account like what the number of people in a household, what is the total cost to afford from one county to another, and also how many hours people would have to work to afford a place to live or rent, right? So that should be taken into consideration. And also, local and state governments allow real estate developers to build expensive homes and not being held accountable to residents who are being priced out.
Right.
Right. Because the more expensive homes they're going to build, there's no way people can afford to buy them. So that means so that means the real estate companies, real estate corporations, they're not going to benefit at all, and they're actually going to lose money in the long term.
Right. I agree. So now we're going to
Mayor Katie Wilson is taking heat after unveiling a fleet of tiny homes for the homeless that some critics are calling Porta potty drug dens. A Bayside Enhanced Shelter will mark the first new shelter units in Seattle under Mayor Katie Wilson after falling short on reaching 500 new beds for the FIFA World Cup. The first 50 units are set to open Tuesday on West Armory Way. That's in Inner Bay. KOMO's Claire Weber gives us a first look at the site.
This is not simply a place to sleep.
These 50 single adult shelter units in Inner Bay are the first new beds under Mayor Katie Wilson as she chases a goal of adding 1,000 in her first year in office.
Is it failure not to have created 500 units by now? What I want to say is, as long as there are thousands of people sleeping unsheltered on our streets, yes, we are failing.
Over $44 million in negative cash balances and $13 million that can't be accounted for. Those are the findings of a forensic evaluation done by a private firm hired by Seattle and King County to look into the King County Regional Homeless Authority.
We have to have a regional approach to this problem, but we need the organization to do the job.
Homelessness, reporters pressed Wilson about her decision to delay a scheduled encampment removal in Fremont. Her office says the pause allows time to look for better outcomes for people living here. She also wants to review how the city decides when removals happen.
This as Starbucks chose Tennessee as its new headquarters and laid off 61 corporate workers right here in Seattle yesterday.
The mayor says she needs $17.5 million in order to carry out this first phase of her plan. With the council's approval today, she has that money. But if that's going to pay for exactly 500 tiny homes, that's one thing the council staff said. They're not sure if the mayor's current plan is going to be totally funded and what's going to fund it moving forward. This is all one-time funding, so the mayor's still going to have a big financial hurdle at a time when there is the potential for major cuts coming from federal funding for homeless programs.
If you want to just, make it rain and toss all that money out on the side, go for it. This is how you do that. Mayor Wilson seeks proposals for $8 million homelessness prevention fund to aid 1,000.
This dude is an asshole, like straight up. But sometimes he's right. Broken clock is right twice a day.
Yep.
1,000 households. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with trying to prevent households from going homeless, but vast majority of homeless folks in Seattle choose to be homeless because they want to do drugs. Go to any encampment out there, same thing, same drill. It's all centered on the same thing. You don't see families out there very rarely. We had a 6-year-old or a 9-year-old boy who was known to be living in a tent, and his parents would just leave him and go score drugs and come back and hope that little Johnny was still there and maybe he hadn't been raped or possibly stolen into human trafficking. He was just in a tent by himself in an encampment. You rarely have kids because this isn't a family problem. These are drug addicts choosing to live in tents. And you know what? Odds are high, got housing. But they want to be able to just do drugs and just live their lifestyle of just wild abandonment. And they can't do that in the tiny homes because there's actually rules. There's no rules on you have to be sober. But, when you have drug dealers living in there, it's pretty conducive to the lifestyle, right? And if it were the other way around, they wouldn't, they wouldn't accept living in there. Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson announced a new funding opportunity designed to help residents remain housed and prevent homelessness before it begins. How many families do you see hitting the streets into tents, living in the encampments? Virtually none, because they know that isn't a place for them or their kids. They are absolutely hustling to not let that happen. But we've got this misnomer that, if we could just put a little bit of money towards it, we could prevent them from being homeless and out on the streets. That's a stretch. Wilson and the Seattle Human Services Department released on Wednesday a request for proposals that will provide approximately $8 million in funding. So we've got rental assistance, we've got eviction prevention, we've got legal services, we've got case management, and a new centralized application system intended to simplify access to support. A lot of this just absolutely bogs down the system. These are people who have chosen not to make rent because otherwise they just boom, they're out of there. legal services, these NGOs tie up these landlords for years and years and years. We've seen that consistently. This doesn't go towards those who are truly in need. This goes to shysters, like we saw in Bellevue. Shyster, absolute shyster. Councils estimate the initiative will serve approximately 1,000 households annually. How about we put that $8 million or whatever into getting people into drug treatment? What about that? Then do you think we might see the homelessness numbers start to drop a little bit? Because all this spending on money of stuff that is that really the root cause? No. This is not the root cause. I don't even believe this is a cause. When residents are able to remain in their homes and communities, we reduce the risk of homelessness before it occurs. Maybe at best, but this goes with the whole, this ideology that housing first works. I mean, no, it doesn't work. This investment will promote housing stability and help Seattle residents remain in the neighborhoods they call home.
It works. You just got to implement it correctly.
Yep. Exactly.
There's this notion that everybody should be able to live in Seattle that wants to. It's capitalism. It's pay to play. If you can't pay the rent, unfortunately, out you go. Those are the laws. Having governmental entities try and help people, I mean, there's a certain noble, attribute to that. And some people do need help, but some people need help understanding, hey, Seattle probably it's one of the most expensive cities in the world. And if you're not making rent, then you probably need to move elsewhere. I mean, it's this notion that it's a God-given right to live in the neighborhood you call home. It's not. It's just not. It's hey, you got to pay to play. You don't pay your rent, out you go. That's unfortunately the harsh reality that nobody wants to deal with because, socialism, it works for those who don't. Taxpayers' dollars go for those who don't. Announcement comes as Seattle and King County continue to face rising housing instability. It's really expensive because we've shrunk the supply. It's not that hard to figure out. And then you've layered upon layered upon layer of just absolute sheer nonsense. And you've made it so expensive to build, that we have some of the lowest permits for multifamily housing that we've ever seen in King County. You know what rents are going to do? To the moon. Will happen. 100%. That will happen. It's a basic supply demand. Eviction filings have increased significantly since the pandemic. Well, because all evictions were put on hold, reaching record highs in each of the past 2 years. Homelessness in King County also increased 26%. Oh, weird. How many $1 billion did we spend on homelessness? And it went up how much? Oh, 26%. That's over a quarter. Oh, weird. Why is that? You built it and they came. They're here. Seattle, go to Seattle. I mean, when Spencer Pratt recognizes that if he were elected in that whole thing, that race there was like, what happened? Spencer went from second to distant third after a nobody just came from behind. Spencer Pratt recognized that if he disengaged the homeless in Los Angeles, meaning he stopped funding them, not build it, they'll go away, that where would they go? Seattle. Came right out with Seattle. Why? We love homeless people. We're tolerant. Because otherwise, you wouldn't build a homeless industrial complex that allows it to go up 26% between 22 and 24. There's never an exit strategy for any of these NGOs when homelessness has been ended. There's never talk of that, because the whole point is to get people in this homeless industrial complex and keep them there. Keep them there. That's why we're okay with drug addicts using drugs in housing supported by your taxpayers' dollars. We're okay with that. We're all right with that because they're a voter. They'll probably vote Democrat. Got to keep the ball rolling because you don't have these programs in Republican states, cities, or counties. You do not have that. I don't believe in it. No one believes in it. Seattle okay with crime. Otherwise, they do something. Research has consistently shown that rental assistance is one of the most effective and cost-efficient strategies for preventing homelessness. You know what? It probably is, but the homelessness that we are facing in Seattle is not this kind of homelessness. And yet it's the approach. This is what we're doing. Stop homelessness. Where in reality, this is you're pointing at something that is kind of it's a false flag is what it is. Helping families avoid displacement. How many families do you see in tent encampments? Out there, look around. You tell me. You'll see a lot of couples that have coupled up. See a lot of couples. And then they uncouple and it's a mess. Rental assistance programs are one of the most effective tools. Okay, whatever. When families have an unexpected hardship, this short-term support can mean the entire difference between staying housed and entering a cycle of instability and trauma. Is this really, when you've got as many homeless people in Seattle, in King County, is this really what we should be spending our money on? You need triage. You need to get in there and make absolutely brutal moves, but we're not doing that. And this is one of those ways we're not doing that by focusing on all these other little things, which is, families aren't your problem. Drug addicts are. That hard to figure out. Go to an encampment. Go to an encampment, hang out there for 6 hours, and you tell me otherwise. Hang out. See what you see. You tell me that we need another talking to by a counselor about, financial stability. You need some people off the hooch. According to HSD director, don't really care. Rental assistance is vital for residents across our city to help people maintain stable housing. I honestly believe there's also, you're going to, like all big cities, this notion that everybody should be able to live here is just inherently false. And then what happens is hundreds of millions into the billions of dollars get spent subsidizing people who probably shouldn't be living here. And it's this endless cycle. So if that's where you want your dollars going to, live in Seattle, live in San Fran, live in LA. Your partnerships with community-based organizations, information, all right. Fun. You got a bunch of programs that just basically muck up the system, the system, right? That's the way I see it. I mean, these folks, unfortunately, if you are the percentage of people who have lost their job, lost whatever, and are on the brink of homelessness, it is so small. It's so small because most folks, they scratch and they kick to keep their kids from being on the streets because they know what's out there and it ain't pretty. It's people choosing to be there. And that's what we need to focus on. But we're not. We're diverting attention by talking about, if we just give them a good talking to. We got 2 virtual information sessions for organizations interested in applying for funding. It's just more NGOs who will suck up a bunch of money and, kind of go do their thing, but not really. And, back up to our stat, 26% between 2022 and 2024, homelessness went up. You got 1 million of them. And that is the homeless industrial complex. That's what's going on. Another story along the same lines we've had and this is kind of an adjunct story. Katie Wilson was going to have 500 housing units and then another 500 housing units built before the World Cup. Well, she got 50 of them built and then another 75 are going to be in July. We're in June now. So you got 75 instead of the 500 we were talking about, but only 7 occupants of the original 50. And then, people are running those programs are like, well, you can't just dump all the people in here at once. And you're left with, okay, but you said you're going to have 500 units done before the World Cup, and that's where you're going to push all these people. That didn't happen. You literally had 7 people in place before the World Cup, right at the beginning of the World Cup. 7 out of 1,000. What's that percent? But this is what we're doing. I mean, this notion that you can build housing, get people in there, and it's going to have a major positive impact doesn't happen. Just like the program here, $8 million to, stop families from hitting the streets. Okay. Yeah, but for how long? It's not like it happens just one time, because the odds of, if somebody's going to go homeless, they're probably going to go homeless, right? They've either given up, they've started using drugs, they've destroyed their support system, whatever. Because people who don't want to be homeless can figure out a way to not be homeless. They fight. But here in Seattle, we want to be socialists, good socialists, and socialism works for those who don't. I don't have to do any of that crap. I just get a bunch of money and I live my best life. That's not a sustainable model. It doesn't work. Like so many other things we've got going on in Seattle. We've got all these approaches that we're throwing at things, and they are approaches that effectively are, they've got major breakdowns in them. Systemic. They are systemically broken approaches, like housing first, like harm reduction, like this notion that everybody should be able to live in Seattle that just wants to. It's like this notion in New York City, everybody should have housing. All right, at what cost? Residents are going to have to, take that burden of cost. I've talked about this before, talking to my neighbor. He's like, I really think that the millionaire tax is a good idea because my wealthy friends, they don't pay enough in taxes. Well, you brainwashed whatever. What about when they move because they've got money and they're out of here, and then you get stuck paying the tax burden and they leave? What about that? Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Not going to happen. Oh, never happen. Okay. All right. These are policies. Policies dictate how expensive or inexpensive your life is. Pretty basic stuff. What we talk about here on News for Reasonable People. Thanks so much for being here. I'd love to have you subscribe. Hit that notification bell. I'll see you.
The lights never turn off. Some people disappear anyway. Start on the Strip after dark. The fountains rise. The casino doors open. Tourists move beneath screens, signs, and hotel towers built to keep every eye looking up. Las Vegas is a city designed to be seen. Every light has a purpose. Every entrance is a promise. Every sidewalk near the Strip feels like it is moving toward money, music, and escape. But keep walking. Past the fountains, past the pedestrian bridges, past the parking garages, past the edge of the tourist map. The brightness starts to thin. A cart waits near a wall. A blanket is folded beside concrete. Someone is trying to sleep where the city becomes quiet enough to ignore. This is the Las Vegas tourists rarely meet. Not because it is far away, because the city is very good at teaching people where not to look. To understand Las Vegas homelessness, do not begin with the lights. Begin with what the lights do not show. On the surface, Las Vegas looks like a city that solved the problem of reality. The Bellagio fountains rise on schedule. The Sphere glows above the desert. Caesar's Palace shines through the night. Las Vegas Boulevard stays busy long after most American cities have gone to sleep. Everything feels engineered. The lights, the music, the temperature inside the casinos. Even the sense of time begins to disappear. A visitor can spend days here and never feel far from comfort, never feel far from entertainment, never feel far from another hotel room. But behind the fountains, behind the casinos, and beyond the edges of the Strip, there is another Las Vegas living by a different set of rules. A Las Vegas of rising housing costs, weekly motels, temporary rooms, waiting lists, shelters operating near capacity, and people trying to stay housed in a city famous for selling escape. Keep walking long enough, and the contradiction becomes difficult to ignore. One block is built to attract attention. The next survives by avoiding it. A city can generate billions of dollars in tourism and still struggle with homelessness. A city can offer thousands of hotel rooms every night, while thousands of residents struggle to find stable housing. That contradiction sits at the center of Las Vegas's homeless crisis. In this video, we will follow the places visitors see, then the places they do not. Then the people trying to survive somewhere between those two worlds. Because Las Vegas is not only a story about casinos, it is a story about what happens when a city built on visibility leaves part of itself unseen. Before we go further, tell us where you are watching from. What city, what state, and what is the one place visitors see before they see the real city? In Las Vegas, that question is the whole story. Keep walking. Past the fountains, past the casino doors, past the elevators rising into hotel towers, past the crowds moving beneath screens bright enough to turn night into daylight. This city is built to pull your eyes upward, to the signs, the towers, the lights, the shows, the promise that everything here can be bought, upgraded, extended, or escaped. But the longer you walk, the more the frame begins to change. The Strip is still glowing behind you, but the sidewalks feel different. The parking lots feel wider. The walls feel quieter. The people become easier to miss. That is the paradox of Las Vegas. A city can be built around visibility and still make suffering hard to see. A city can sell comfort by the room and still have people sleeping outside. A city can run all night and still leave some residents with nowhere to go when the night ends. So before the count arrives, hold this image. A hotel tower full of empty beds above the desert. A few blocks away, someone is trying to sleep beside concrete. The city is not dark. It is too bright, and sometimes brightness becomes its own kind of hiding place. Here is the question I want you to keep in mind. How many people do you think are experiencing homelessness in the Las Vegas area? Put your guess in the comments. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. We will come back to that later in the video, because once the number arrives, the Strip starts to look different. But first, we need to understand what Las Vegas chooses to show and what it teaches visitors not to see. Now the count arrives, not at the beginning, after the lights, after the fountains, after the hotel towers. After the walk past the edge of what Las Vegas wants you to see, in Clark County, the 2024 point-in-time count found 7,906 people experiencing homelessness on a single night in January. That was a 20% increase from the year before. More than half of the homeless population in southern Nevada was unsheltered. That means the crisis was not only inside shelters, it was outside, in places not meant for habitation, near roads, near washes, near sidewalks, near the parts of the city visitors pass without understanding what they are seeing. And this is only the official count. A point-in-time count is a snapshot, one night, one method, one attempt to measure a crisis that moves through shelters, cars, motel rooms, encampments, washes, and places people use because they have nowhere else to go. So when we say 7,906, we are not saying the full story has been captured. We are saying that even the snapshot was large enough to challenge the image Las Vegas sells to the world. Because this is not a small town with limited rooms. This is Las Vegas, a city of hotel towers, a city of casinos, a city where entire buildings exist so visitors can sleep, eat, drink, gamble, watch a show, and leave without ever touching the city underneath. That is what makes the number feel so wrong. Not just that thousands of people were counted without stable housing, but that they were counted in a place where temporary comfort is the main product. The Strip offers escape by the night. The crisis asks what happens when residents cannot afford stability by the month. That gap is where Las Vegas homelessness lives. And to understand that gap, we need to stop looking only at the Strip. We need to meet someone living beyond it. By the time Maria enters this story, you have already walked through the city she is trying to survive. Not the Las Vegas from the commercials, the other one. The Las Vegas beyond the casino lights. Start with the objects. A backpack leaning against concrete. A plastic bag tied shut. A phone cable wrapped around itself. A folder carrying identification cards, paperwork, and documents someone cannot afford to lose. Those items appear again and again across Las Vegas. Because when housing becomes unstable, people begin carrying their lives with them. Maria is not one specific person. She is a composite character based on documented patterns found among hospitality workers, housing instability, and homelessness in southern Nevada. For years, Maria worked in the tourism economy, the industry that powers Las Vegas. The hotels, the guest rooms, the restaurants, the places visitors remember. The work was steady. The paychecks arrived. The city kept growing, but so did the pressure. Rent moved higher. Living costs moved higher. Finding affordable housing became harder, and the gap between income and stability became smaller every year. That is how housing loss often begins. Not with one dramatic collapse, but with accumulation, a higher rent payment, a medical expense, a reduced work schedule, a car repair, an unexpected bill arriving at exactly the wrong moment. One problem becomes two. Two become four, and eventually the math stops working. Now imagine trying to navigate Las Vegas that way, not as a visitor, as someone trying to remain housed. Where do you keep your documents? Where do you charge your phone? Where do you sleep safely? Where do you go when a temporary solution expires? Those questions slowly replace the questions most people take for granted. For Maria, they did. And that is what makes her story important. Not because it is unusual, because it is becoming familiar. Earlier, we looked at the count. Now we are looking at the life hidden inside it. And once you see that life, another question begins to appear. How can a city built around temporary rooms become so difficult to live in permanently? Keep walking. Leave the casino floor behind. Leave the fountains behind. Leave the version of Las Vegas designed for visitors. The farther you move from the Strip, the more a different question begins to emerge. Who actually lives here? Not for a weekend, not for a convention, not for a vacation. Every day, every month, every year, Las Vegas is one of the fastest growing metropolitan areas in the United States. For decades, people arrived looking for opportunity, jobs, lower costs, a fresh start. And for many, they found it. But growth changes cities, sometimes faster than cities can adapt. Walk past the new apartment complexes, past the master plan communities, past the construction sites spreading deeper into the desert. Growth is visible everywhere. The problem is that housing costs have grown too, and for many residents, income has struggled to keep pace. That is where the housing math begins to break. Not because housing disappears, because affordable housing becomes harder to find. A city can build. A city can expand. A city can add new residents. But if enough housing is priced beyond what ordinary workers can afford, pressure begins to build underneath the entire system. For someone like Maria, that pressure is not theoretical. It arrives every month, at lease renewal, at rent payment, at the grocery store, at the gas station, in the doctor's office. The paycheck arrives. The bills arrive, and the gap between them becomes the most important number in a person's life. That is the number most homelessness statistics never show. The distance between stability and instability. The distance between staying housed and losing housing. The distance between one emergency and a crisis. In Las Vegas, that distance can be surprisingly small, especially for workers in hospitality, tourism, food service, retail, and other industries that keep the city running. The Strip sells abundance. But abundance is not the same thing as affordability. That is the contradiction. A city famous for offering thousands of rooms every night can still leave many residents struggling to secure one room of their own. And once housing becomes unstable, another reality begins to appear. Not on the Strip, not in the advertisements, in the places people go when permanent housing slips out of reach. Now walk back toward the Strip. The fountains are still running. The lights are still flashing. The casinos are still full. Nothing has changed, at least not on the surface. Tourists are checking into hotel rooms. Dealers are standing behind tables. Housekeepers are cleaning rooms. Cooks are preparing meals. Security guards are starting another shift. Thousands of people are working to keep Las Vegas moving. That is what makes the Strip so remarkable. It is not just an entertainment district. It is an economy. One of the largest tourism economies in America. Every night it creates jobs. Every night it generates revenue. Every night it attracts people from around the world. And yet, hidden inside that success is another question. Who gets to benefit from it? The visitor staying 3 nights in a resort sees one version of Las Vegas. The worker changing sheets on the 20th floor may see another. The bartender finishing a shift at 2 in the morning may see another. The food service worker catching a bus home before sunrise may see another. The city looks different depending on where you stand. And for many workers, the challenge is not finding employment. It is turning employment into stability. That distinction matters because homelessness is often imagined as a problem disconnected from work. But many people experiencing housing instability have jobs. Some work full-time. Some work multiple jobs. Some work in the very industries that power the local economy. That is the contradiction sitting underneath the Strip. The city can create opportunity and still leave some workers struggling to secure housing. The city can generate billions in tourism revenue and still face removing homelessness. The city can appear prosperous from above and feel increasingly fragile from the ground. Keep walking past the resort entrances, past the valet stands, past the endless flow of visitors arriving with luggage. The farther you move from the spectacle, the easier it becomes to see something else. Not visible homelessness, hidden homelessness, people staying in weekly motels, people sleeping in vehicles, people moving between temporary arrangements, people trying to stay out of sight long enough to avoid becoming part of the visible crisis. Because in Las Vegas, the crisis often survives before it appears. And some of the most important parts of the story are still hidden from view. The hidden Las Vegas does not begin underground. It begins in places most people drive past without noticing. Keep walking. Leave the resort corridor behind. Follow the roads stretching away from the Strip. The billboards become farther apart. The crowds disappear. The city starts looking more ordinary. This is where another Las Vegas begins. A Las Vegas of weekly motels, parking lots, storage units, bus stops, cars parked longer than they should be, people moving between temporary solutions that were never meant to become permanent. For many residents, housing instability does not begin with a tent. It begins with a room, a small room rented by the week, a room that costs more than a traditional apartment over time, a room with no long-term security, no guarantee of renewal. No promise that next month will look like this month. But when permanent housing becomes difficult to reach, temporary housing becomes the bridge. And sometimes the bridge becomes the destination. Keep walking, past the motel signs, past the chain-link fences, past the places tourists rarely photograph. The farther you move from the Strip, the easier it becomes to understand something important. Homelessness is not always visible. Many people experiencing housing instability are working every day to remain invisible, to avoid sleeping outside, to avoid losing a room, to avoid becoming part of the count. Maria understands that reality, not because she read about it, because she lived close to it. The room gets smaller, the bills get larger, the options get fewer, and eventually, every decision starts revolving around the same question. How much longer can this last? That question appears long before a shelter, long before a sidewalk, long before public attention arrives, which is why visible homelessness is often the final stage of a much longer process. And in Las Vegas, there is another reason the crisis can remain hidden. The city has places where people disappear from view entirely. Not because they leave, because the city was built with spaces most visitors never see. Spaces beneath roads, beneath flood channels, beneath the image Las Vegas sells to the world. And that is where this story becomes even more difficult to ignore. One missed paycheck, one rent increase, one emergency, one missed paycheck, one rent increase, one emergency. That is all it can take. Not laziness, not failure, not one bad decision. Earlier, we asked a question. How can a city built around temporary rooms become so difficult to live in permanently? The answer is hiding in plain sight. Las Vegas did not eliminate homelessness. It became very good at moving parts of the crisis out of view. Look at the city again. The fountains, the casinos, the towers, the lights. Everything is designed to capture attention. Everything is designed to be seen. But homelessness often survives in the spaces between attention. Inside weekly motels, inside vehicles, inside temporary arrangements that never become permanent. And sometimes beneath the city itself, beneath roads, beneath flood channels, beneath the places visitors spend billions of dollars every year to experience. That is the contradiction at the center of Las Vegas. A city famous for visibility, a crisis surviving through invisibility. The homeless crisis here is not only about who is outside, it is also about who remains unseen. The worker trying to hold on to a motel room, the resident moving from couch to couch, the person living one payment away from losing shelter, the family avoiding the count because they still have a temporary place to stay. Those stories rarely appear on postcards. They rarely appear in advertisements. They rarely appear in the version of Las Vegas most Americans know. But they are part of the city, just as real as the resorts, just as real as the casinos, just as real as the billions of dollars flowing through the Strip. That is the reveal hiding underneath the lights. The crisis did not disappear. The city simply became better at looking somewhere else. And once you see that, another question becomes impossible to ignore. If Las Vegas knows where the pressure is building, why is solving it still so difficult? This is where the story has to stay honest, because if the only message is that Las Vegas hides homelessness, the story becomes too easy. Las Vegas is not one thing. It is not only the Strip. It is not only casinos. It is not only tunnels, shelters, tourists, or people sleeping outside. It is a city trying to manage a crisis that touches tourism, housing, public safety, public health, and survival at the same time. For residents, the crisis feels immediate. They see people sleeping near sidewalks. They see camps near washes. They see trash, fear, frustration, and emergency calls that seem to repeat. For businesses, the crisis can feel like pressure at the front door. A parking lot becomes a sleeping place. A restroom becomes a conflict point. A customer feels unsafe. An employee does not know what to do. For city and county leaders, the problem is complicated. Shelter capacity, affordable housing, mental health, addiction, outreach, enforcement, flood risk, public complaints, budget limits. All of it collides in the same public spaces. And for the person experiencing homelessness, the city looks different again. They see locked doors, security guards, long waits, full programs, lost documents, temporary rooms that cost too much, a city full of beds that were never meant for them. That is the collision. Public order is real. Compassion is real. Fear is real. Exhaustion is real. So is a person trying to survive. Las Vegas cannot solve homelessness by pretending residents and businesses have no concerns. But it also cannot solve homelessness by moving people into places where they become easier to ignore. Clearing a block may change the view. It does not create housing. Opening shelter may save a night. It does not automatically create a permanent home. And hiding the crisis may protect the image of the city, but it does not protect the people living inside it. So the real question is not whether Las Vegas should respond. Of course it should. The question is whether the response reaches the cause or only manages the visibility. Because a city built on spectacle has to be careful. Sometimes the easiest thing to fix is what people can see. The harder thing is what made the crisis visible in the first place. And that leads to the next question. What actually works? So what actually works? Start where the crisis becomes visible. Not because visibility is the whole problem, because visibility is where the public usually begins paying attention. An outreach worker finds someone near a wash. A shelter worker answers another intake call. A case manager tries to replace identification. A medical team meets someone who has gone too long without care. These moments matter. They can keep someone alive. They can reopen a path. They can turn a person from a name on a list into someone with a plan. But outreach alone cannot solve what housing created. Shelter matters. A safe bed matters. A shower matters. A locker matters. A place to sleep without being moved matters. Shelter is not the destination, but it is often the first doorway back. Then comes the harder part. Permanent housing, affordable units, rental assistance, landlords willing to participate, documents replaced quickly, healthcare that follows a person instead of disappearing when they move, behavioral health support that does not require someone to solve every problem before receiving help, and prevention, because the cheapest homelessness crisis to solve is the one that never reaches the sidewalk. A rent payment covered before eviction, a utility bill paid before shutoff, a motel stay prevented from becoming a street crisis, a worker helped before a temporary room disappears. Those interventions rarely make headlines because success looks like nothing happened. No tent, no encampment, no emergency call, no visible crisis. Las Vegas needs all of it. Outreach, shelter, housing, prevention, public safety, public health, and coordination across the city and county systems that see different pieces of the same problem. The challenge is scale. A program can help one person. A shelter can protect one night. A housing placement can change one life. But when thousands of people are moving through instability, the system has to move faster than the crisis. For Maria, every delay matters. Every document matters. Every available unit matters. Every week in temporary housing matters. Because temporary solutions have a way of becoming permanent uncertainty. That is why the question is not only what works, it is whether Las Vegas can do enough of it before more people disappear from view. And that leads to the cost of waiting. The cost of doing nothing is not waiting in the future. It is already here. Keep walking, past the motel signs, past the parking lots, past the shelter entrance, past the roads tourists use to reach the Strip. The city is already paying, just not always in the way people imagine. For someone experiencing homelessness, the cost is obvious. Uncertainty, fear, lost sleep, lost opportunities, lost time. But the costs do not stop there. Hospitals absorb it. Emergency responders absorb it. Shelters absorb it. Outreach workers absorb it. Neighborhoods absorb it. Businesses absorb it. And eventually, the city absorbs it. That is what makes homelessness different from many other problems. No one can completely step away from it, even if they never experience it themselves. A person sleeping outside may need emergency medical care. A motel room may become a long-term housing solution it was never designed to be. A shelter may remain full for months. An outreach worker may spend years helping the same people navigate the same barriers. The crisis keeps returning, not because nothing is being done, because the pressure underneath it keeps growing. And Las Vegas faces an additional challenge. The city depends on image. Millions of people travel here every year expecting entertainment, comfort, escape, a break from ordinary life. That makes homelessness feel like more than a housing issue. It becomes a visibility issue, a tourism issue, an economic issue, a public trust issue. The temptation is understandable. Focus on what people can see. Move the problem somewhere else. Keep the crisis away from the image. But homelessness does not disappear when it leaves the frame. The pressure remains. The housing shortage remains. The instability remains. The person remains. That is the lesson Las Vegas keeps confronting. Visibility can change quickly. Reality changes more slowly. Maria understands that better than anyone because housing instability did not begin the day she lost housing. It began months earlier. A bill, a payment, a deadline, a room becoming harder to keep. The kinds of pressures millions of Americans understand. And that is why this story is becoming larger than Las Vegas. Because the same pressures are appearing in cities across the country, and the people carrying them are becoming harder to ignore. Return to Maria. The backpack is still there. The phone still needs a charge. The folder is still there. The city around her is still moving. Tourists are checking into hotels. Flights are landing. Casino floors are filling. The fountains are still rising on schedule. Las Vegas has not stopped working. Maria has not stopped trying. That is what makes this story larger than one city. Because the pressure pushing people toward housing instability is not unique to Southern Nevada. In Orlando, millions of visitors arrive every year, while housing affordability has become a growing concern for many workers supporting the tourism economy. In Tampa, rising housing costs have reshaped where people can afford to live and how far they must travel to work. In Phoenix, rapid growth and rising rents have forced many residents to make difficult choices about housing, transportation, and stability. In Nashville, workers helping power a booming economy are asking many of the same questions. Different skylines, different attractions, different postcards, the same pressure. A city becomes more successful. Housing becomes more expensive. The workers remain essential. The workers become more vulnerable. And when that gap grows large enough, homelessness becomes the visible edge of a much larger affordability crisis. That is why Maria's folder matters. It is not just paperwork. It is proof. Proof that homelessness is often a process long before it becomes a headline. Proof that people do not simply fall out of society. They spend months, sometimes years, trying to stay connected to it, trying to keep a room, trying to keep a job, trying to keep an address. And in Las Vegas, all of that is happening beneath a city built to attract attention. The lights continue. The tourists continue. The casinos continue. But somewhere beyond the glow, another question continues too. How long can ordinary workers remain part of the cities they help sustain? That question is no longer confined to Las Vegas. It is spreading across America. The lights stay on. The pressure keeps building. Before we leave Las Vegas, look at your own city. Not the version visitors see, the version residents live. The streets after the event ends, the neighborhoods beyond the postcard, the workers behind the experience. Every city has two versions of itself, the image and the reality underneath it. Most of the time, those two versions overlap. Sometimes they begin drifting apart. That is where stories like this begin. So here is the question. What does housing feel like where you live? Not what does it cost? What does it feel like? Does it feel stable? Does it feel attainable? Does it feel like ordinary workers can still build a life there? Or does it feel like the distance between work and housing keeps growing wider? Tell us in the comments. Tell us what city you are watching from, because this series is not really about Las Vegas, or Nashville, or Phoenix, or Portland. It is about the ground beneath them. The streets people walk every day, the places statistics eventually reach. Las Vegas is simply one version of a larger American story. A city built on tourism, a city built on spectacle, a city built on the promise that anyone can arrive and reinvent themselves. But every city eventually faces the same question. Who gets to stay? Who remains part of the success, and who slowly finds themselves pushed outside it? 10 years from now, Las Vegas will either be the city that found room for the workers who keep the lights on, or the city that became even better at hiding the people left behind by them. The choice in some small way is also yours. For Maria, the question is smaller. Not 10 years, not next year, just next month. Will stability arrive before the next deadline does? The lights are still on. The fountains are still rising. The casino floors are still full. Tourists are still arriving from around the world. Las Vegas has not stopped being the city people came to see. The question is whether people are seeing the whole city, because this story was never really about the Strip. The Strip was simply the entrance, a place built to attract attention, a place built to keep eyes focused in one direction. But the farther we walked, the more another Las Vegas began to appear. The Las Vegas of weekly motels, temporary rooms, shelter lines, parking lots, folders full of documents, lives balanced between stability and instability. Earlier, we asked a question: how can a city built around temporary rooms become so difficult to live in permanently? The answer was never a single policy, a single decision, or a single person. It was pressure, housing pressure, economic pressure, the pressure that builds quietly until someone can no longer absorb it. For Maria, that pressure became personal. For Las Vegas, it became visible. For America, it is becoming familiar, because what happens here does not stay here. The same housing pressures are appearing in cities across the country. The same questions, the same uncertainty, the same narrowing distance between getting by and falling behind. Las Vegas simply makes the contradiction impossible to ignore. A city famous for visibility, a crisis surviving through invisibility, a city selling escape, while some residents are searching for stability. Tonight, the lights will stay on. The fountains will continue rising. The casino doors will continue opening. And somewhere beyond the glow of the Strip, someone will still be trying to hold on to a room, trying to hold on to an address, trying to hold on to tomorrow. That is the Las Vegas most visitors never see. Not because it is hidden, because it exists beside the story the city is famous for telling. This has been No Address, and next time we walk another city, another sidewalk, another contradiction, and another American story hiding in plain sight. Disclaimer. This documentary is for educational and journalistic purposes only. It discusses homelessness, poverty, mental health, addiction-related issues, housing policy, and public spending. Composite characters are based on patterns from public records, housing research, shelter data, court filings, and published case studies. They are not intended to identify any specific private individual. This video does not promote illegal activity, drug use, harassment, or harmful behavior. Some footage has been edited or blurred for privacy, safety, and compliance with YouTube community guidelines.
Our next conversation is with David Seligman, who's one of 3 Democratic Attorney General candidates who are appearing on Next for a series of extended interviews ahead of the primary. Secretary of State Jenna Griswold, the 4th Democratic candidate for Attorney General, declined to appear and take questions. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
There's a lot under the portfolio of the Attorney General, but what would be your number 1 priority if elected?
Well, I'll tell you, we're surrounded by crises everywhere. But one that's on my mind right now, and this could change, one that's on my mind right now, is we've got hundreds and hundreds of people right now locked up in a for-profit private prison just a couple of miles from here, taken away from their families because they look Latino, because they speak Spanish, because they work a low-wage job. These folks are my clients, folks I've been fighting for years. We've got people across Colorado right now who are afraid to call 911 because of Donald Trump and Stephen Miller's weaponized immigration enforcement scheme. My father died, like 18 days ago. And, I think about all those people in immigration detention, stripped away from their families, when every day I had with my dad was precious. That issue is so important to me. There's a lot more work to do. We got to use the powers of the office, the laws we have in the books to hold the oligarchs accountable, to take on an affordability crisis that is fundamentally, in my view, an accountability crisis, to take on, the health insurers denying our claims, jacking up our prices, and we've got, corporate polluters that have been getting away with poisoning our kids for years and years and years. We've got to do all of those things. But what's on my mind today is a real crisis of brutal, cruel immigration enforcement that is destroying our communities.
Let's talk about a couple of those issues. What will a state attorney general do about people locked up on federal charges at the GEO Group in Aurora?
Well, I'll tell you right now, there's lots of evidence that the folks inside that facility are being fed moldy food, right? Are being denied the very basics, being denied healthcare. When I'm attorney general, I'm gonna be banging on the door of that facility, right? A subpoena in my hand. Let me in. Let's make sure the people in that facility are getting treated in accordance with state law, right?
You got members of Congress that are already doing that similar function of going in, demanding oversight, taking a look at things, raising those concerns. Why does the state AG need to do it?
Because of our enforcement authority. The enforcement authority to hold private prison companies accountable, the enforcement authority to hold ICE officers accountable. I've been saying for many, many months, when I'm attorney general, I won't be afraid to prosecute ICE officers when they trample our rights. It's not just that, I'll say, we also have a real problem across the state with far too many public officials and other institutions doing the bidding of Donald Trump, acquiescing to the administration. I'm in court right now, holding the governor accountable for attempting to turn over Coloradans' personal information to ICE. We got sheriffs across the state that are openly saying they're going to collude with ICE. It is a crisis. And as I said, it's a public safety crisis for all of us because we've got whole communities of people that, are afraid to, call 911, that are afraid to report their boss for wage theft. the Attorney General can hold all of them accountable and make sure that we're fighting for the most marginalized right now.
So on the issue of the sheriffs, right? So long as those sheriffs are following Colorado law and the strictures of how they can cooperate or not with ICE, what would an AG do about that?
Well, there's sheriffs right now who appear to be openly flouting Colorado law, and doing the bidding of ICE, detaining people for the purposes of civil immigration enforcement, sharing information with ICE. That's something the Attorney General needs to investigate, and I would.
You mentioned the idea of polluters.
Yeah.
What action should Colorado take regarding the state's largest polluter, the Suncor refinery?
We got to make Suncor pay meaningfully, pay for the harm that they have caused our communities. Someone was telling me the other day, the zip codes outside of Suncor, the most polluted zip codes in the country. In these zip codes, we see 8 years less life expectancy. Again, I just, talked about my dad. Every year with him precious. Kids living around Suncor, 8 years stolen from them, right? Because this company that made $2 billion in profits in the first quarter of 2026, the Polis administration made them pay a $2 million fine. It is the equivalent, as I've been saying throughout this campaign, it is the equivalent of about a $20 parking ticket. You'd be lucky to get a $20 parking ticket in downtown Denver. My wife would be thrilled if, all the parking tickets I've gotten on this campaign were only $20. That's what Suncor gets. We got to make Suncor pay meaningfully for the harm they've caused. The other tool the AG has, the Attorney General's office has, in certain cases, is the power to seek disgorgement, not just forcing corporations that violate the law to, pay for the harm, but forcing them to pay their ill-gotten gains, the profits they have made off violating the law. The problem that we have right now when it comes to environmental justice and protection in Colorado is that the Attorney General's office is most of its work in this space happens in representation of the state's agencies, like the CDPHE, like ECMC. Frankly, it's not good enough anymore. Not when Suncor is getting a $2 million fine, not when we see fracking wells going up outside of the Aurora Reservoir within a mile of 2 schools, when we know that, that's likely to increase the risk of leukemia in kids for the profits of oil and gas. The Attorney General has the authority right now to go on offense, independent of the governor and the governor's agencies.
It sounds like you want to be an activist, AG.
We got a lot of work to do.
Term doesn't bother you.
The term activist doesn't bother me. We've got a lot of work to do, right? Absolutely. Look, we live in the second Gilded Age, right? We are seeing concentrations of wealth and power unlike anything we have seen in this country. We just saw a trillionaire created off of, building the AI systems that are spying on us and jacking up our prices and driving down our wages. We don't need to be living this way. And one of the core things we've got to do to take on the forces of corruption and corporate abuse is use the laws on the books to protect people. We got a lot of work to do, and it's active work.
You certainly criticized the Trump administration in that answer. I didn't hear you specifically say that what I would do as AG is sue Donald Trump every day of the week and twice on Sundays, which is certainly how critics perceive the way that the AG's office is functioning now. How do you evaluate the lawsuits that AG Weiser's brought against the Trump administration? Any overreach, any missed opportunities?
I think that of course, we got to stand up to the Trump administration. The Trump administration is, trying to strip away gender-affirming care when they're, going after immigrants, when they're trying to take away our funding lawlessly. Of course, we have to, but that's not an end in itself, right? I think we should be very worried about, an attorney general coming in who's taking all these cases to get on, MSNBC or something like that, right? Holding the Trump administration accountable is about protecting the people of Colorado, right? But we got a lot of tools in the toolbox. And some of them aren't just, again, about standing up to the Trump administration. It's also about standing up to the corruption and corporate abuse that we're seeing right here in Colorado. I'll tell you, when it comes to enforcing the laws in the books, as one example of what we can do if we breathe some life into our laws, Colorado law, as far as I can tell, is the only law in the country right now that prohibits members of Congress from trading stock based on inside information. Colorado law. We don't have to wait for Congress to do something about that. Colorado law right now. So, I'll say to members of Congress here in Colorado, if you are trading stock based on inside information, we're going to come after you. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a Republican. We have to use the law in bold and courageous ways to hold the forces of corruption accountable. Some of that, yes, is about suing Donald Trump, but it's not just that.
Do you have the management and the leadership experience to manage an office as large and as complex as the AG's office?
Yes. So look, my experience, my management experience in this race is unique in the field, right? I helped to build something from scratch, turned our little nonprofit legal organization Towards Justice into a national powerhouse in the fight for economic justice and for civil rights. So I've got the support of people, not just in Colorado, but across the country, who have seen how we have used the law in transformative ways to fight for working people here in Colorado and across the country, our antitrust laws, our consumer protection laws, our workers' rights laws. And that kind of experience, the experience of building something, right, of inspiring, first of all, recruiting and retaining some of the best lawyers and non-lawyers in the country, inspiring them every day to go on offense in new, in bold, in imaginative ways to transform the law in a legal system that is too often rigged against us. That's the kind of management experience I think we need right now. The entrepreneurial scrappiness. It has shifted over time, but usually between direct management at my organization is usually between 10 and 20. But we work on cases with dozens and dozens of lawyers that I'll manage. We work on.
If you're AG, you would lead an organization that's hundreds upon hundreds of people, so significantly larger.
Well, I've led coalitions across Colorado of, for example, folks coming together for hundreds and hundreds of people coming together to pass the Farm Worker Bill of Rights a few years ago, or to fight for junk fee legislation. That kind of experience matters. The experience building coalitions, knowing how to work with AG's offices across the country, which is work that I've been doing my entire career, as we built out new, bold theories under our antitrust laws, under consumer protection laws. Knowing how to inspire people, knowing how to build something, being unafraid to take on the big, the bold, the imaginative work that I think we need right now in government. I think that's the kind of management experience we need right now.
How do you use the tools of the AG's office to go after crime beyond the white-collar crime that you've already talked about?
Well, look, I want to say, first of all, the most important function of government, truly the most important function of government, is keeping people safe. I got 3 daughters, 11, 9, and 7. Their safety, the safety of our communities, right? That's why we're in the job. The AG's office isn't, like a sort of super prosecutor, super DA prosecuting sort of street crime in the way that we normally think about it. But there's a lot that the AG can do to fight for meaningful public safety here in Colorado. So I'll give you one example. One of the most dire threats to public safety here in Colorado is that we have some of the worst funding in the country, for mental health, behavioral health, substance use treatment. In the bottom 10, we got one of the highest suicide rates in the country. 1 in 4 kids has experienced a major depressive episode. And we're not doing nearly enough. And right now, talk to sheriffs across the state. We got jails, right, that are on the front lines of a behavioral health crisis, and schools. None of that is making us safe at all. Our system of mass incarceration has done nothing to address it. When we've got, 50%, about 50% recidivism. So what I'll do as Attorney General is I'll create a community health and safety fund built on Attorney General Weiser's, the premises of Attorney General Weiser's opioid abatement fund. When we hold accountable the corporate forces that are making us unsafe, the polluters that are poisoning our kids, right? The big tech companies that are reaching their tentacles into our kids' brains. When we hold them accountable, the proceeds of that litigation are going to be invested in the things that we know keep us safe and that we're not doing nearly enough to support, which is our mental health, behavioral health, and substance use treatment.
You're going to get pushback, though, if you get dollars from a polluter and instead of spending that on environment or public health, you instead put it on mental health issues.
Look, I think that this is an absolutely essential, a crisis when it comes to public health right now, is that we're not doing nearly enough to support.
Mike, I'm gonna end the show. Been on for freaking almost 9 hours. Give you a closing statement. I'll wrap this up.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. Fell asleep too. No, I'm up. But yeah, so I was gonna say, it's pretty much neoliberal policies that have contributed to rising homelessness, instability, and stagnant wages. Going back to the last 3-4 decades, right? As the narrator talked about Las Vegas, Nevada, how you have like, the good parts of Las Vegas where you see like casinos, entertainment, tourism, and then the homeless people being moved from from downtown Las Vegas, Nevada to almost like the outskirts or somewhere we can't see the homeless people visibly. And then the workers who make Las Vegas, Nevada, wealthy, right? But then these workers are getting paid stagnant wages and their paychecks are not stretching out to keep up the cost of living, and definitely contributes to homelessness. And that video you showed me how the guy was ranting or criticizing mayor of Seattle, Washington. I had to say that yes, it's true that yes, spending more money on homeless is not going to cure. It's not going to be all and be all. I mean, be the all cure problem for people who are just not only experiencing homelessness with like drug problems, but also the fact that yes, there needs to be more housing investment. I mean, to solve homelessness, but at the same time, has to be a wraparound services. So that guy was actually incorrect some ways and not understanding the root problem of homelessness and the root cause, right? And that he's suggesting that okay, if we spend money on drug rehabilitation programs, that's a cure. That's a really cure homelessness. I mean, it doesn't, right? So yeah, people may go to drug rehabilitation centers, right? But doesn't mean that they're gonna have a place to stay. And drug rehabilitation centers are not shelters for homelessness. So he's definitely wrong in that perspective. And really broken capitalistic model of how housing is treated as a commodity, not as a human right. And so yeah, so that's pretty much my take on it, right? And that this is like nothing new because FBAs, have warned, the government, institutions, community centers, and people for several decades and counting that hey, if you fail to take care of your people, like or even invest in a social safety net, eventually the problems are going to persist, and they're not going to get better and better.
Right. Okay, Michael. Well, thank you for joining me and staying up this whole time.
Oh yeah, anytime. Oh, I forgot to mention to you that also in the chat I mentioned not having universal health care. I'm sorry. Can't let me see. Also, not having universal health care that contributes to housing instability, which I think it's important too. Yes, housing, yes, but also healthcare because they're all tied together and all connected. And you mentioned about earlier about how the mayor of Seattle how the housing plan. I'm sorry, how implementing upper housing can be done correctly. What do you mean by that, Jesse? Oh, Jesse, you there? I think he took a nap.
Oh, I'm still here, Shabaka.
Oh, okay.
Michael.
Okay.
Are you done, Michael?
Yeah, I just want to ask you quickly because you mentioned earlier, you said that the mayor had a great plan for implementing housing first in Seattle, but you said that it could have been done correctly. What do you mean by that?
Oh, in Denver.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the mayor of Seattle, how she invested so much money in permanent housing.
No, I was talking about Denver.
Denver. Okay. Yep. I don't want to take so much time. I know you're probably tired. I'm probably tired too. Both of us, I think, fell asleep in the middle.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Michael, I appreciate you coming on and staying up. I'm gonna end this now, so appreciate everybody that tapped in. Join us Friday for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. So we'll see y'all then.
Yep.
Peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineations, and Black empowerment. Sharon Crewman, Lady Chase, signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. Y'all have a good night now.
All
Peace.
right. Good night. Peace. And reparations.
Yes. Black empowerment.